Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper S for Viperland, and I'm back here in Steins Gate. We got some bad endings last week. We got some bad endings ahead of us. Good times to be had. Also, hey, Rose and Ramen, welcome both of you to Viperland in the chat. So if I recall correctly, we had finished at the bad end, so yeah, we just have to actually do the right thing to progress tonight. Yep, immediately. Since we keep leaving off on bad ends, we keep starting on the piano track. Every week. Well, it's a call, right? Forgot we actually had to do. It's a send, right? Alright, this is embarrassing. I forgot what we actually had to do. Just one call to the phone wave. Okay, there you go. Oh, address book. No wonder. There we go. Lukiko places her finger on top of mine. On top of the send button. Oh yeah, you know, when you start with the piano, you know you're in good times. Thank you, Okabe-san. Farewell, my love. Start and happy like we always do. Alright. 0.52. Endless apoptosis. I know I'm pronouncing that wrong. The warmth of Lukiko's hand slips away as the vertigo hits me. I'm still at the shrine, but I no longer feel Lukiko clinging to my back. I turn around slowly. Lukiko is standing a short distance away, as if to see me all. No tears, just a bewildered smile. My chest feels like it's about to burst. I hold it back. Hey, Lukiko. It's... You're... There's no convenient, good, easy, non-creepy way to clarify what he's about to do. I hesitate for a moment, but I have to know. You're a guy, right? Yes? She's gone. He has returned. Cuter than any girl. Looks good in Miko robes. But he's a guy. My lip. Do you like me? What? I don't understand. The blush says otherwise. Do you like me? I respect you. He respects me. I don't deserve his respect. That's not what matters now. Lukiko's answer seemed clear, but wasn't. He didn't answer the question. If I change back into a guy, I'll have to hide my feelings for you. Lukiko might still like me, even though he's a guy again. However, he'll never speak honestly about those feelings. This is what Lukiko decided for himself. It'd be wrong to pry any further. I mean, you could argue it was wrong to pry that much. Sorry, there was a bit of fuzz on the pop filter. I keep calling it a pop filter, but it's just an afro microphone. Like, the old thing I had was the pop filter. It functions the same, but it's a mic afro. Maybe I'm just running away. Maybe I should pry. Force him to confront his feelings. I feel like nothing good has ever happened from Okabe being, maybe I should force someone to confront something. Like, no. No. Down. Chill. But I'm not strong enough to accept the consequences. I'll just end up hurting Lukiko. I mean, at least he knows what the outcome will be. He understands this time. Thank you. You are my disciple, now and forever. Agreed? Yes, of course I am. I look away, unable to bear his shy smile. The world line has changed. Lukiko is a guy again. Which means the IBM 5100 should be here at the shrine. On the previous world line, girl Lukiko broke the IBN 5100 while cleaning the storehouse. But guy Lukiko didn't clean the storehouse. He never broke the IBN 5100. It's 6:46 p.m. Judging by past experience, it is very likely that I've averted Mayuri's death for today, but just in case, I should get back to the lab within the hour. Lukiko, do you remember breaking an old computer in the shrine storehouse last year? An old computer? No, I don't remember anything like that. I don't really understand computers. I haven't played with them much. When Lukiko was a girl, she trembled when I asked her the same question. And then she forced a smile as if to avoid admitting that she broke the computer. But he's not trembling now. Lukiko honestly doesn't know. Go get your father for me. Ask Lukiko to fetch his father for me, so I can ask him whether or not the IBM 5100 was in the storehouse. An old computer? Yes, I do remember. I'll go check. Please wait a moment. He heads into the storeroom out back, just like on the previous world line. But on the previous world line, the IBM 5100 was no longer in the storehouse, since girl Lukiko had secretly moved it. It would turn out this time, secretly moved it to a coin locker. Luca's dad returns after about 10 minutes. His expression is grave. That's all the answer I need. Nothing has changed. It's gone. I couldn't find it anywhere. I quickly glance at Lukiko's face. He doesn't seem to know anything. Lukiko is innocent, I'm sure of it. The lock to the storehouse was broken. Someone may have stolen it. Stolen it? It didn't disappear. Well, it didn't disappear. It was stolen, I guess. A thief took it. It's evidence someone dragged something heavy away. It wasn't there at the end of the year cleaning, and the lock wasn't broken when I checked last month. I never expected a thief would break in. Shouldn't we report it to the police? While they discuss what to do, I sigh and consider the situation. This isn't going to work. The IBM 5100 is still out of reach. There are 2 DMLs left to cancel. Something tells me that if I cancel just one more, I can get back the IBM 5100. But which one? Okabe-san? I don't really understand, but please don't be sad. Yeah, that you don't understand, but how could you? Just go, it matters a nut, like you always do. I chuckled. Lukiko's so adorable when he's trying to cheer me up. But he's a guy. Using that phrase wrong, you know. I wave goodbye and leave the shrine. Lukiko's trying, man, come on. 2 DMLs remain. First, the one I sent to myself with the winning Lotto 6 numbers. That one should be easy to cancel. The problem is the other one. The one sent by someone I wish I could forget. Kiryu Moeka. I know the gist of her DML since she sent it as part of our early experiments. When Moeka asked to send a DML, I agreed under 2 conditions. First, make the contents simple enough that the DML's effect would be obvious. Second, make the contents public to all lab members. Moeka ended up sending a DML to prevent herself from buying a new phone a few days prior. The DML was sent to July 31st, an easy date to remember. The question is how it relates to the theft of the IBM 5100. It must be the butterfly effect, as it was with Lukiko's DML. This time, however, I will not hesitate to do what is necessary. Yeah, I kinda get how he might not be the one. He's gonna be like, come on, we can work together. He's gonna be like, okay, we're gonna do this. Kiryu, I don't think he'd actually. Kiryu Moeka does not deserve my sympathy. Yeah, that woman and her men have killed Mayuri more times than I can bear to remember. I will show her no mercy. There's just one problem. The cancellation DML needs to be sent from Moeka's own phone. I don't think a message from me telling her not to change phones would sway Moeka's intentions in the slightest. I need her phone, but I don't know where to find her. What do I do? I return to the lab and set things up so I can time leap at a moment's notice. Fortunately, that isn't necessary. Ooh, I'm stuffed. I barely ate today, so I was hungry. You gotta eat throughout the day, come on. Is there more tomorrow? Oh yeah, because she was at the con. Yeah, spaced on that for some reason. Learned this at my first convention. I know it sounds obvious. Eat? Again, I know it sounds obvious, and hindsight's 2020, but when you're caught up in the hustle and bustle of con stuff, and there's an event, and there's a photo shoot and a panel, and there's another thing, and artist alley, and it's very easy to forget to eat. At the end of the day and be like, why do I feel like I'm about to pass out?
So tasty.
It's the mistake I made once, and after that I was like, no food. Yeah, day after too. Mayuri just got back from Komima 30 minutes ago. She and Krisu, who stayed behind at the lab, have just finished eating cup noodles. Delicious cup noodles. It's already past 8, and so far nothing has happened. Mayuri is still alive. Going by the pattern, her death has probably been postponed until about this time tomorrow. Is this the will of some higher being? God, fate, the universe itself? Or is it merely coincidence? That doesn't matter now. Okie dokie, Mayushi's got an early day tomorrow, so I'm going home. Mayuri takes a big stretch and starts getting ready to go home. She's been up since 5 this morning. Looks like she plans to wake up early tomorrow too. Yeah, no, that sounds like a con morning. That reminds me, I haven't seen Daru at all. He's fighting in the Komima Holy War too, so that doesn't surprise me. Busy checking his spoils, I guess. Hey guys, why don't you come too? I'll pass, but my assistant looks like she wants to go.
Huh?
What? Krisu jumps up at my answer. Hey, don't put words in my mouth. I saw your eyes sparkling while you listened to Mayuri's cosplay stories. Maybe, but nobody said anything about going. What, somebody can't have sparkly eyes without wanting to go to a comic convention? Come on, Chris-chan. I know that Krisu is an at-channeler, but is she an otaku? Not all at-channelers are otaku, but she has often hinted at an interest in cosplay. No way, I'd suffocate in a crowd like that. It's not as crowded on day 2, that's a lie. That's a lie. Your average 3-day convention, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Saturday is the big day. If you want to miss the crowd, go Friday. If you want to miss the crowd and also have like a half day, go Sunday. But Saturday is the whole big day for your standard 3-day weekend conventions. I don't know how like a week-long one would work. I don't go to those ones. Saturday is always the biggest day. There's more people, the badges cost more money. If you want the most out of the con, go Saturday. If you want the least crowd, don't go Saturday. Bold-faced lie. Maybe it's different in Japan. I only have experience in like 4 cons in the US. They've been more than that. New York Comic Con, New York Anime Fest, PAX East, Medicon, Anime Next. What's the other one I went to? There was one in New Hampshire and I forgot the name of it off the top of my head. I've actually been to 6 cons. Cool. But still, bold-faced lie. All the popular stuff will be sold out though. That is true. If you're looking to buy things, go day 1. You go, Okabe. You're Mayuri's guardian, aren't you? No, Mayushi is Okurin's hostage. Yeah, you'd figure she'd pick up on this by now. They're both very, very, like, open about it, clearly. Right, that's what it was. Well, you don't want your hostage to escape, do you? Couldn't you take her along in handcuffs or something? Ukiki. I've got business in Akiba. What do you mean, business? I've literally told you dozens of times, but there's no way you could know. I don't know if dozens is accurate. I told you a multitude of times. The search for Kiryu Moika. I already sent her an email. We need to talk, and now I'm awaiting her reply. Something tells me it's not going to work. No answer? I guess it was just an excuse. Oh, excuse me. It's not technically lying. He does have business in Akiba, assuming she's in Akiba. Christina, we need to talk. Again? Abrupt as usual. What do you mean, again?
別に
Nothing. What you gonna talk about? You have been really close lately, huh? You're always talking together. Mayushi really wants to join in your secret meetings and stuff. Don't worry, we've been talking about the time leap machine. It would just be gibberish to you. Not entirely accurate, but not a lie either. Besides, the purpose of this particular discussion is to convince Christina to attend Kamima. Prepare for good news, Mayuri. Yes, I'm sure.
期待して待っていろ。ふぅはははは。
わかったありがとねオカリ
Oh, great. Thanks, Ocarine. Mayuri waits in the lab as I take Risu outside.
というわけで、
Christina,
コミマに行くつもりはないから
not coming to Komima.
お前さっき、
You said again just now. We've talked like this
ここで
before,
こう
just
し
the
て
two
1
of
対
us?
1での。
ついに記憶に錯乱が見
This
ら
in
れ
your
るよう
memory
にな
now?
ったか
So our little mad scientist having acetylcholine deficiency? I'm assuming it's a memory chemical. Neurotransmitter. Levels in the hippocampus increase when learning and remembering. Yeah. Text clues. Yay.
真面目に答えろ。
Though I'm like 80% sure I probably mispronounced it. I'm being serious.
あんた
You're acting weird today. What's going on? I'm acting weird every day.
答えてくれ。
Please, I need to know.
答えるも何も
I mean, yeah, this is like the 5th time you brought me outside to talk about the time leap machine.
俺がタイムリープしていることに
Have
つ
we
いて。
talked about my time leaping? For an instant, Pisu opens her eyes wide in surprise. But then she gives me an angry glare.
知ってるの
You're time leaping? Yes, for the past, like, 5 streams. I nod.
かれこれ10回以上だな。
More than a dozen times already.
そんなに
That many? What the hell are you
勝手
doing?
な真似してんのよ
No time leaping here. Looks like she doesn't know anything about Lukuko or my shifting between world lines. That's only natural. So far, I've changed world lines a total of 3 times. Let's call the first line where Mayuri died Alpha 1. The world line where Ferris and I fought the viral attackers is Alpha 2. The world line where I dated girl Lukuko is Alpha 3. And now I'm on Alpha 4. From my perspective, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 were undone by my demons. But for Krisu and everyone else in Alpha 4, those world lines were nothing but separate, intangible possibilities to begin with. So I have to explain everything again. That's how this works, yes. That's what going back in time will do, is have to re-explain things to people. I sigh heavily, then begin. Man, I really hope you close the window upstairs.
把握した
I think I get it. After I'm done, Krisu sighs and lightly pats my arm.
あんまり
Don't wear yourself out.
調子に励まされると。
It's a disgrace to be comforted by my assistant.
なんで屈辱なのよ
Why are you always like that? I'm even trying to be nice. You're really full of yourself, you know?
同情などいらない。
I don't need your sympathy.
すべては
Everything that happened is my
俺
fault.
と
I'm
警
just
察
getting
の
what I
ことを
deserve.
って。
Come to think of it, every time I explain this to you, I always end up hating myself in the end.
岡部
Kabe,
俺の心配より、
don't worry about me. Worry about Mayuri.
おそらく前よりは明日。
Mayuri will probably die tomorrow. I don't know how it will happen.
どんな死に方かはわ
If
からない。
Mayuri stays away from the lab, she can probably avoid running into Moeka and her men. Doesn't matter though, she'll die all the same. All Alpha world lines converge on her death. Escaping the attractor field is the only way to save her.
お前には悪いと思うが。
Sorry about this, but I want you to be there when she dies tomorrow night.
だからコミマに行け
That's why you want me to go to Komima?
死は回避できない。
There's nothing we can do to prevent her death. Just stay close and tell me when it happens.
お前からの連絡が来たら。
Once I know, I'll make the time leap.
マユリが死ぬのが分かっていな
Can't
い
believe there's nothing we can
全
do.
然実感が湧かないけど
Just doesn't feel real, but it's the
事
truth,
実な
isn't
んで
it?
しょうね
I can see it in your eyes.
大丈夫
Are you okay?
大丈夫じゃない。
No,
Mayuri will
I
助けるために。
still haven't saved my...
まだ。
マユリのことも
I
そうだ
know, that's not what I meant. Kusu interrupts me.
私が聞いたのは
You
あんた
okay?
の
俺がどうしたって。
I don't follow. Dense as a sack of bricks sometimes. You're carrying an awful burden. It's rare for her to look so concerned for me.
言っただろ
It's rare for you to act like a human around
俺
her,
の
so
心
you
配
know. I told you not to worry about me. It's Mayuri you need to worry about.
俺は明日
Tomorrow, I'm going to look for Moeka. If Mayuri doesn't die tomorrow, I can postpone the time leap. If Mayuri does die tomorrow, I'll return to the past no matter what.
できればマユリに
Wish there was some way that Mayuri wouldn't have to suffer.
だったら今からタイムリープしちゃえばいい。
Why don't you time leap now?
この世界線において
Can't plan effectively without knowing the deadline.
こんなこと言うとなんだけど。
Don't want to see Mayuri die either, you know?
気持ちはわかるが
I know how you feel, but you're the only one I can ask.
随分信用されてるの。
Where did all this trust come from?
何しろお前は
You're my assistant,
俺の
after
助手だ
all.
からな
Kurisu forces a laugh at my feeble attempt at a joke. You're so full of yourself. Again, another one of those, like, that could be the tagline of the game. Steins Gate. You're so full of yourself. I guess if she said Okabe, that would really cement it. We have our plan. Kurisu will go to her first Kamima. Mayuri will be so delighted when I tell her the news. I haven't seen Mayuri all day. I want to be with her, of course, but that's not possible. We also have mail. I keep right-clicking instead of middle-clicking. Oh, a few mails. Morning, Ocarine. I'm headed off now. To end up with Mayuri, we're headed to Ariake. Kinda excited. Lol. I had no idea it would be this crowded. Save me, Oars. What's the first one? Oh, headed out. There's a hiccup. Could feel that one coming. Also, just because we went a few weeks here without any of the power going out. However, both yesterday and today at about 5 o'clock it blew. Today was also warmer than it's been in the past few days, so maybe that's just like peak afternoon hours of like all the ACs are going. I'll blame it on that. But it never hurts to be good on saving. Moeka hasn't replied, which means I have to find her myself. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about her. My only clue is Arc Rewrite, the company Moeka supposedly worked at. I find it after a quick search online. Sure enough, their business is producing articles for PC magazines. Luckily, their office is in Akiba. Try calling first, but it goes to voicemail. I guess they're still closed for the Oban holiday. Or maybe it's just a bad time? Looks like I've got no choice but to visit them in person. It's the second day of Komima, and Akiba is deserted. Most of the otaku are lined up at Big Sight right now. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. I've experienced the craze of Komima several times firsthand. It's literal war. It scares me whenever Mayuri goes alone. I can't help but imagine her trampled by a horde of crazed otaku. We know that Mayuri is weirdly in shape for somebody that all we see her do is be a maid cafe employee and go sewing. Weirdly in shape. We also know that she's not a whole human being, so maybe they balance out. I don't know. I get the inherent feeling that she could probably stand up for herself, but I also get the feeling she wouldn't like aggressively do anything violent, like at all. Also, her ability to slip away unnoticed. I forget what he called that power of hers. I know Stardust Handshake is the reaching up. I don't remember what he called the, like, her ability to just vanish and, like, the second you look away, she's gone. I feel like she could use that power to her advantage to get out of trouble. Scares me. Oh, wait, I read that already. But in reality, Mayuri's surprised. Man, I could have just clicked the button. I could have just clicked the mouse. But in reality, Mayuri's surprisingly quick and tough. I've seen her weave through crowds like you wouldn't believe. All I had to do is click the mouse. That's it. That's all I had to do is click. Chris was the one more likely to get trampled. Yeah, that I believe. I can't help but feel sorry for her. Maybe it was wrong to ask her to go. I found the Arc Rewrite office in a fancy-looking building on the outskirts of Akiba. I take the elevator up, but there's nobody there. I lean against the wall and wait. After about 30 minutes, a man dressed in shirt and tie appears. I explain that I'm a relative of Kiryu Moeka and ask for her contact info. He gives me an unexpected answer. We don't have an employee by that name. You What? I've been tricked. A very difficult thing to do. I should have known better. Moika is working for CERN, of course. Her place of employment is fake. Is this the end of the line? Just as I'm about to turn around and leave, the man pounds his hand as if he remembered something.
いや待った
Wait a second. There was a girl who worked here just 2 days before disappearing. I think her name might have been Kiryu.
まだ履歴書残ってたか
We
ら
might still have her resume. I frantically bow my head and ask him to look for it. He's reluctant, but acquiesces. He's reluctant to look for it, even though he was like, oh yeah, we probably have that thing. And when you just go, can you find it? Why did you bring it up then? But hey, he eventually. The address listed on the resume leads me to a beat-up old apartment. Not the sort of place you'd expect a single young woman to live. I feel a strange unease as I approach the apartment. For some reason, there's a police car parked in front of the complex. A uniformed officer is standing out front. In one room on the second floor, room 202, Moeka's, is a blue sheet covering the door. What's going on here? I walk up to the police officer.
すいません
Excuse me,
あそこの部
did
屋の
the
人は
person who lives there
引っ越したんです。
move?
あ違うよ
No.
じゃあ
Then,
君
are
関係者
you related?
知り合いです
I knew her. Close enough, right?
何も聞いて
You
ない
haven't heard? The police officer looks uncomfortable. The bad feeling in my gut is getting worse.
何が
What
起きたんですか
happened?
自殺だよ
Suicide. What? Suicide? But why?
それはいつ
When?
昨日だ
Yesterday?
そんな
No way.
ご遺体は近く
Took
の
her
千代
to
第三病院に
Chiyoda 3rd Central Hospital.
身寄りが
Doesn't
誰
look
もい
like
ない
she
みたい
had
だ
any
ね
relatives.
困
We
ってたんだ
don't know who to notify.
会いに行ってやってく
Will
れ
you
ないか
go
な
see the body? I bow my thanks and leave. She's dead. Mika's dead. What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Suicide? Mika, who killed Mayuri in cold blood, committed suicide? Or is this part of the conspiracy? Could her own men have killed her, then made it look like a suicide? Today is the 16th. Yep, looks like it. On Worldline Alpha 1, Moeka raided the lab on the 13th. 3 days have passed since then. Each time I change world lines, Mayuri's death gets pushed back 1 day. So does Moeka's raid. It hasn't happened yet on this world line. So why did she die? I don't get it. This is the first time this has happened. How should I deal with this? What should I do? I squat on the ground and cradle my head in confusion. Also, clean my glasses real quick. There you go. Moeka is dead. Maybe Mayuri doesn't have to die. No, I don't think Convergence is that kind. Fate demands Mayuri's death. Whenever I try to stop it, something interferes. True, I'm the one who meddled with the timeline, but haven't I paid the price already? How did all this happen? A few weeks ago, I was just a college student with a severe case of Chinibyo. Yeah. Severe is accurate. Save for Mayuri's grandmother, I had never experienced the death of anyone close to me. I had no place in my life. But how many times have I faced death these past 3 days? More when you count the loops I've made. My heart can't take it anymore. I don't know how much longer I can go on. Just one more email to cancel. If I can just get my hands on Moeka's
タイ
phone.
ムリープだ
Timely. Moeka died yesterday, around noon. I can go back to before that happened. The reason she died isn't important. Whether Mayuri's murderer kills herself is of no concern to me. I just need to cancel that email. Oh. Yeah, we still gotta wait for a word. Upon reaching the lab, I casually look up the second floor window. What I see shocks me to my core.
放電現象
Optical discharge? Someone is using the time leap machine. Ooh. Mayuri and Daru should be at Kamima. Not even Krisu should be here. I asked her to escort Mayuri yesterday. Besides, she's against changing the past. So, who? Building shakes. The vibration reaches the street. I can't let this happen. The timeline mustn't be tampered with again. I need to stop it now. I race up the stairs to the lab. By the time I get there, the shaking has stopped. I quietly peek into the development room. Nobody's there. The door was unlocked. Anyone could have walked right in. How could we be so careless? The time leap machine is still faintly warm. So somebody did use it. Ooh. Did they time leap? This is the first time someone else has used the time leap machine. Just to make sure, I checked the X6800. As expected, the history has been erased. The same thing happens when we send an email. There's nothing I can do about this. It worries me, but I have to focus on Moeka. I set up the time leap machine. The maximum leap time is 48 hours. To leap more than that, you'd need to leap 48 hours and then leap again. The 42-inch CRT is on downstairs. That's plain as day since the discharge phenomenon just occurred. I put on the headgear. Preparations complete. Did I really leap now? Don't remember if this is... I feel like every time they prompt that, it's just like, yep, this is the time to save. This is also the time to blow my nose real quick. I wish I could change the colors of these lights quicker, so I could, like, the electric discharge phenomenon occurred, I could be like, make it look like they're blinking or something. Usually, yes, it's what it really is. Oh, you mean here? Oh, you mean the ones here? I believe that just means that's like a cell phone tower, so I think it just means open your phone. But since all the choices are based on the phone, yes, basically. Don't be ridiculous, of course I should. Just a little more and I can save my Yuri once and for all. I assume this isn't a full bad end, this is another one of those, like, we get another scene before things go bad. I know what will happen if I don't leave now. Yuri will die, and I will taste that pain and despair once again. And then I will leap. It's the same either way. I close my phone. There's no need to rush, calm down. I can endure the pain if need be. I should exploit my one advantage, the time leap machine, to the fullest extent possible. And that means knowing exactly when my Yuri will die. The pattern suggests that my Yuri's death should happen around 7 or 8 tonight. But things are a little different this time. Moeka killed herself before my Yuri was scheduled to die. How much influence would that have on convergence? There's a chance my Yuri won't die. We might already have won. In that case, I shouldn't waste my effort time leaping. I have no obligation to save Moeka. I'll wait until Kusu contacts me. It's 12:30 now. It's actually earlier than I thought. There's still about 7 hours left. It'll be later in the day. I hear nothing but the slow, steady tick of the clock. He's been in this room, staring at the clock. The sound is echoing inside my head. Even if I plug my ears, it doesn't stop. I spent several hours searching for the IBM 5100, but as expected, I found nothing. Okay, so he wasn't just doing this the whole time. I still can't imagine how Moeka's email affected the computer's whereabouts. What does a phone model have to do with anything? Does keeping the same phone somehow tell her that there's an IBM 5100 at Yanabayashi Shrine? That doesn't make sense. Even the butterfly effect must have limits. But on the other hand, truth is often stranger than fiction. Sometimes the simplest things have consequences that no one could ever imagine. So I can't rule it out entirely either. In other words, I have nothing. I twist my lips into a sneer of self-mockery. It's 7:46 p.m., the moment of truth. If my Yuri is indeed fated to die today, I should be hearing from Kusu soon. Hope nothing happens. All that I ask is to hear my Yuri's voice, to know, once and for all, that she is safe. Phone call. An artificial melody cuts through the silence of the lab. My phone is ringing. There's only one thing that can mean. Yuri is dead. For all my wishful thinking, I never really doubted this is going to happen. There's no need to confirm what I already know. Just as I thought, my Yuri is doomed to die in this timeline of the world line. Silently, I apologize to Kusu for forcing her to watch it happen. Oh. Well, As expected, the deadline is around 8 p.m. on the 16th. Unless I change the word line before the time limit, Mayuri will die. Alright, well, they only gave us one prompt to pick up the phone. I thought they'd, yeah, that's the thing. I tried to open it after they gave one prompt. I was like, okay, let me just click one more, assuming they'd auto-open it. They don't. So yeah, kind of just left her hanging, didn't we? I put on the headgear and activate the time loop machine. And after I did that, I tried to middle click. I must obtain Moeka's phone, no matter what it takes. Like, see, I left-clicked there, but it opened the phone. I left-clicked, and I thought it was going to do the same. There are some where it's just like, it's going to do it. Usually the scripted ones. Didn't mean to, Krisu. Sorry. I had you watch that, and then I just went, I pick it up. Bye. Not cool. Not cool. I make several consecutive leaps to travel back to the 11. When I arrive, it's just past 8 p.m. I'm heading out. Leave the lab without waiting for the others to respond. Yeah, I was about to say, at least we know where to go now. I head to Moeka's ratty apartment. There's no sign of the police this time. Moeka's suicide won't happen for another 4 days. I run up the iron stairs and stand in front of the door to Unit 202. The lights aren't on inside. I start getting anxious. Maybe she's not here. There's no intercom, so I reluctantly knock on the door. No reply. I try again with the same result. Damn, might as well try the doorknob. Are you coming back? Are you coming back to the lab today? That's the only one we can reply to, so... I don't know, but don't worry. You don't have to worry about anything. He's trying to be reassuring. I don't know how reassuring that will be. Damn, may as well try the doorknob. It's unlocked. Take a deep breath. This could be a trap. Remember, we're not dealing with an ordinary person. Moeka is a rounder and an agent of CERN. If I die here, what will happen to Mayuri? If Kusu or Daru use the time loop machine to save her, I need to be careful. But at the same time, I can't save Mayuri by doing nothing. So, I like how he's not even thinking about himself at all. If I die here, they'll use the time loop machine to save Mayuri. Not, they'll use the time loop machine to save me. Just Mayuri. But at the same time, can't save Mayuri by doing nothing. So I steel myself, open the door, and peek inside. The apartment is dark. Too dark to see. Yeah, right? It's almost like real stuff happening can change that a bit. But I feel someone's presence. I step inside. The apartment is practically empty. Minimal furnishings. Only the barest necessities of life. But there, by the window, is a figure in the moonlight. The woman is sitting on the floor, her head bowed. There's no one else here. I approach the woman and stare down at her, gritting my teeth in a desperate effort to maintain control. Ever since the first time she killed Mayuri, I've tried my best to avoid thinking about this woman. But now I have no choice. I can't accomplish my goal until I have the answers I need from her. I must obtain the IBM 5100 to escape the Alpha Attractor field and rescue Mayuri.
Kiryu Moeka.
Kiryu Moeka. I had another name for her once. It hurts to remember. Force it to the back of my mind. Can you hear me? Moeka's fingers twitch. She sluggishly lifts her head. But she doesn't look up. She stares at my feet instead. Who? She finally speaks in a frail voice. Moeka has always had trouble speaking, but it seems especially severe today. I notice her hair and clothes are disheveled. She looks awful, though I suppose that's no surprise, given that she kills herself in 4 days. FB? Is it you? FB? Heard that name before. If I'm not mistaken, that's her superior's code name. Why won't you contact me? I did everything you told me to. The phone in Moeka's hands glows faintly. She's still clinging to it, I see. If I do something wrong, I'll fix it, I promise. Just don't abandon me. I'll do anything for you, FB. Please answer me. Give me orders. I'll obey. Tell me what to do. Tell me. Tell me. Having a happy time. I'm at a loss for words. I wasn't expecting to find her in such a miserable state. I know she kills herself in 4 days. But you're surprised she's miserable. Okay. She was so cold, so calm when she killed Mayuri. It's like she's a different person now. Is this another effect of the world line change? Facebook, yeah, I see, this is what it does to you, man. It's only been a week since she sent her email. How could she have changed so much? I get on my knees and shake Moeka by the shoulders.
Oi.
Can you hear me? Hey. FB. Why won't you answer?
Kiryu Moeka.
Kiryu Moeka. Hey.
俺だ
It's me,
Okabe.
Okabe. No response. Moeka just keeps crying and mumbling to herself. I shake harder, but she doesn't react. She doesn't even resist. Looking down, I notice that she's typing rapidly on her phone. Bewildered, I look at the screen. It's about what you'd expect it to be. Just FB, back and forth, forever.
お前
What happened to Moeka? From what little I understand, it sounds like she's lost contact with his supervisor, FB. But I don't understand how that could turn Moeka into such a wreck. It doesn't matter. I don't care what happens to her. I'm here for one thing. Recalling my purpose, I reach for Moeka's phone. No. Oh, damn. A sharp crack echoes through the room. Moeka slapped my hand away. It didn't hurt, but her reaction was lightning quick. Moeka curls up into a ball, hugging the phone tightly to her chest. Excuse me. It was like this from the moment I met her. She never let go of her phone, not even for a second. As if it were the only thing keeping her alive. No mails. Mails.
FB とかいうやつから
I mean from FB. No mails. I make several more attempts to take her phone while she babbles incoherently, but she just slaps my hand away each time. Next, I try persuasion. I promise to help her search for FB if she lends me her phone. It's a lie, of course, though come to think of it, I would like a piece of FB too. But that can wait until after I've saved Mayuri. But Moeka doesn't bite. If that is, she heard me at all. Damn it, we're not getting anywhere. Maybe I should take it from her by force. What if she tries to kill me before I can send the demon? In her current state, she might not have the strength to retaliate. On the other hand, if she does retaliate, there's not much I can do against someone with a gun. What should I do? Gun. Where would she keep it? I quickly scan the room, but there's no sign of it. It startled me. Hello, assistant.
もしもし
Hello. I stand up and move to the entrance, where I can take the call without letting Moeka out of my sight.
今どこよ
Where are you?
悪いが取り込み中だ
Sorry, I'm busy.
女
Is it a woman?
女
A woman, aren't you? She's not wrong. But it's not what she thinks. But she's not wrong.
お前の発想
Is that the first thing that comes to mind? You really are a mainstream girl.
うるさいな
Shut up.
電話レンジの改良
You promised you'd help with the phone wave, remember? Or is your lab mem number just for show?
誰に頼んでくれ
Get Daru to help. I can't do it today.
一体何してんのよ
What are you
ど
doing?
こどこ
Where are you?
桐生萌香のアパートにいる
Kiryu Moeka's apartment.
やっぱり女か
So you are with a woman. You're the worst. Has she not met Moeka on this world line? I quickly give Krisu a simplified version of the usual explanation. Krisu listens attentively, as she always does. Maybe she's more considerate than I give her credit for. As soon as I finish, Krisu gives it to me straight.
強引に奪うしかないわね
You have to take it from her by force.
過激だな
You've seen too many Hollywood movies.
相手はセルンの
You're up against an agent of CERN. Play nice and you could end up dead.
迷ってる場合じゃないでしょ
Don't hesitate.
それでも
Remember,
救え
you're
る
doing this to save Mayuri.
あんたはヒョロヒョロで頼り
I
な
know
さ
you're
そうだ
pretty weak and scrawny, but you should be able to handle her in her current
そう考
state.
えて勝てるはず
Gee, thanks. At least she's not beating around the bush. Suddenly, she lowers her voice.
こんなこと言うと
might think I'm a monster for saying this. Not that I care what you think, but
あんたに殺してでも
kill her if you have to.
今
You're a
お前も
monster.
だが
You're not a hypocrite. And that's what I love about you, Christina. Oh, what's the matter with her now?
事実を言ったまで
I mean it. I wish my conviction were as strong as yours. Well, thanks.
で
That's not all, right? It's a reason you're willing to
殺す
suggest
こともや
murder
ら
as
し
an
く
option.
考える理由が
How did you reach that conclusion?
よかった
Good. You're still thinking.
あんたの話が
Can't be certain whether your story is true, and I don't quite understand the attractive field hypothesis.
それでもあんた
But,
の説
based on what you told
リ
me,
リュウって人が
if this Kiryu woman commits suicide 4 days from now,
彼女
then
に
that means her
死亡
death flag is already active.
世界が
In other words, this world line has approved her death.
因果が収束するなら
On previous world lines, where that wasn't the case, you probably couldn't have killed her even if you tried. Something would have happened to prevent it, you know, the usual banana peel. Or possibly, killing her would have caused a dramatic shift in world line divergence.
でも
But on this specific world line, her death is already certain.
あんたはこれま
As
で
you
に
experienced with
何度も
Mayuri's
いろんな
death,
人を見
the
てきた
result is what matters, not the process.
それと同じで
I believe the same applies to Kiryu. It doesn't matter how she dies.
と思う
In other words, I can kill her instead of letting her commit suicide?
死が決まっているから殺
She's
しても
already
構わ
going to
な
die.
いか
So that makes it okay?
まるで殺人
Is
犯
that the kind of argument a murderer would make? You suddenly have a bad idea. I also like how this is all happening well within earshot of her. Like,
偽善ぶるな
don't be a hypocrite. We're not talking about right and wrong,
私との倫理を捨て
Hirokabe.
て話してんのよ
She's unforgiving as always, but it actually feels nice to speak frankly like this.
だが法律はどうする
But what about the law?
世界がそ
Even
れを
if
許して
fate
も
forgives me,
社
society
会は
won't.
許さない
タイムリープマシンがある
As long as you have the time loop machine, you can undo anything. You can murder.
岡部は誰も殺さ
The
ずに
result will be that you gain the necessary information without killing anybody.
把握した
Understand.
ただ
Just remember one thing.
これだけ
You're responsible for what you do.
これだけ好き放題言ってる
Guess that's quite a thing for me to say, huh? After telling you to kill her.
問題ない
It's fine. Your advice was truly becoming of a mad scientist.
さっさと型をつけなさい
Get it done, Okabe. She hangs up without another word. Strangely, I find Krisu's harsh tone encouraging.
お前は司令官か
Who does she think she is? A general? I manage to smirk as I close my phone. Luca's still sitting on the floor. Kill her if you have to, Krisu said. Moika did the same to us. She doesn't deserve mercy. Kill her or let her live. It's my choice. My responsibility. Even after I undo the murder, the memory of my crime will remain with me. That sin, that guilt, I'll have to carry that weight. I mustn't ever forget. That's what Krisu meant when she spoke of responsibility. Murder is unforgivable, no matter the circumstance. Can you understand that, Kiryu Moika? Reach for Moika's phone. This time, there's no hesitation. She does not like this. Moika resists. I grab her slender hand and pin it to the window. Glass rattles from the force, but thankfully doesn't break. With my other hand, I pry the phone away from Moika's chest. She drives her foot straight into my solar plexus. The breath explodes from my lungs. I gasp for air. In a bit of anger, I raise my hand to strike, but at the last moment I hesitate. Damn, what happened to killing her if I have to? I know we're past the point of playing nice, but I've never hurt a girl in my life. I don't consider myself a model gentleman or anything, but the idea that men aren't supposed to hit women is such a strong part of my common sense that it stayed my hand almost like instinct. So instead, if only the thou shalt not grope also was part of that instinct. Like, to be fair, this isn't a physical restraint, this is more a doesn't want to hit a woman, which is not a terrible thing at all. But, you know, yeah, So instead I wrap my hand around Moika's neck and squeeze. Oh, that's better. He did, yeah. When she tries to kick me again, I pin her legs under my own. I squeeze harder. My fingers dig into her throat. She struggles for breath. I feel her throat moving as she gasps for air. I finally see my reflection in her tear-reddened eyes. Well, I have your attention. Moika is under control, but now I don't have a free hand to take her phone. If I loosen my grip on her throat even slightly, it'll turn into a struggle again. Moika is hiding her phone beneath her back now, or behind her back now. I need that phone. I let go of her hand or her neck. Give me your phone. Moika weakly shakes her head. Don't, I'll kill you. I wonder if I even can. I can undo it with the time loop machine. It would be the perfect crime. One that never happened. Still, do I really have it in me to murder someone? I don't know, but I have to try. Hand it over, I'll kill you. No words leave Moika's lips. Just rough breathing. I wonder why that could be. Stalemate. Neither of us shows the other any openings. We're practically motionless, but our breathing is ragged. Well, one of yours is. It's taking all my strength just to pin her down. Her rough breathing echoes through the room. For a moment, it even seems to synchronize. It's getting me nowhere. I remove my hand from her neck, then use my entire left arm to pin her against the wall in a guillotine choke. Yeah, you know, that's how negotiations work. She starts groaning in pain. I can't imagine why. Her right hand has her left hand up against the glass. Now I pull her hand down and transfer it to the grip of my left hand. Yeah, okay. So we'd have neck and hand in one, pinned against the wall, so you'd have a free hand, is the point. Now my right hand is free. I slide it behind her back and go searching for her phone. I have to lean in close to do this. Press my body up against hers. Pain explodes in my jaw. I lean back. Moika is readying another headbutt. I put more strength into the guillotine choke to stop her. Moika's face twists in pain as she struggles to escape my grasp. The guillotine choke seems to be working. She doesn't have the strength to resist. Losing oxygen could do that to a person. If I push any harder, she really might die. Push harder. Moika writhes in pain. Tears fall from her eyes and drool from her mouth. As her resistance weakens, my right hand finds Moika's phone. She still has it in a tight grip, but I manage to tear it away. I quickly release Moika and step away. She bends over and coughs violently, but still she reaches out to me with tears in her eyes. She wants her phone back. There. I look at the screen. Oh, yep, that's some goodness. It shows an email draft with a string of FBs entered. I clear the text and start typing a new mail. Her phone's different from mine, so I don't quite know how to use it. Let's see. Startled, I look up to see Moika staggering to her feet. She's like a goddamn zombie. I quickly run outside and close the door behind me. Then I lean my entire body weight onto it so she can't open it from the inside. The doorknob rattles as she tries to open the door. Then she starts pounding on the inside. Good thing doors in Japan open out. You wouldn't see this in a Hollywood movie. Anyway, I have her phone. Now I just need to pretend to be Moika and send the cancellation demon. Excuse me. Moika's changes to the past will be cancelled. The world line will change. The IBM 5100 will come back to me. And then we'll hack into CERN. Mission complete. Fate won't have my Yuri this time. Victory will be mine. This is Marcus A. Get ready for a D-mail. Okay, but what's that noise? Don't worry about it. I'm having a little trouble here.
修羅場中で
So you didn't kill her. Good job. I tell her Moika's address.
入力完了
It's ready.
参りは
And Mayuri?
まだ
Go here. She's at the Braun 2 workshop trying to get the manager to turn on the CRT.
話してないだろうな
You didn't tell her anything, did you? About her death? Of course not.
だったらいい
Good. Don't hang up yet. I put my phone down and resume typing into Moika's phone. A middle-aged lady comes out of her apartment next door. Our eyes meet, so I put on a forced smile. This seems perfectly normal. Just smile through it. The lady grins mockingly before going back inside. I wonder what she was thinking. Maybe she thought it was a lover's quarrel? Model change. Do it now, before sold out. In the mail I write, model change, do it now, before sold out. Moika's email said, don't change models. The desire for limited edition, hard-to-find products is hard-coded into Japanese DNA. Appealing to that instinct should work. The insistent pounding on the door grows louder, and now I hear groaning from the other side. I can't believe how persistent she is. Is her phone really that important to her? Yes. But I've already won. All I have to do is send the demon. I'll never forgive you, Moika, but at least our relationship ends here. Let this be the last time we meet. Raise the phone to eye level. Take a deep breath. There you go. It ends now. Press send. No vertigo, no dizziness, nothing. Reading Steiner didn't activate. Why? Why didn't the world line change? Did the phone wave fail to function? I bring my own phone back to my ear. Ryusu's still on the line.
どうだ
送ったの
You send it?
送ったちゃんと動作したのか
Yes. Did it work?
こっちはちゃんと放電源
Discharge is occurring as normal.
正常に動作したんだな
It worked, right?
間違いなく
Definitely.
世界線が変わらない
World line didn't change. You mean it failed? Why? Consider the
メールの
possibilities.
文面で
Even the message wasn't enough to persuade Moika to change models.
送り先の日付を間違えた可
We
能
have
性
sent it to the wrong date.
7月31日
It's July 31st, I'm sure of it.
リリウス最初に送った DNA
Check when the original email arrived. Maybe her reaction will change if the new one arrives just after that. What a pain. The pounding on the door has ceased. Did she finally give up? No, she wouldn't give up. She planned to climb out the window and loop around. But we're on the second floor. That would be quite a feat. I should still have some time left.
何パターンかいろんな文章
By
を送って
sending
みて
different messages.
それで効果が出ないようなら
If that doesn't work, I'll adjust the timer.
助かるそっち
You're a
の様子は
lifesaver. What's going on there? Is Mr. Brown freaking out?
今下から怒鳴り
I
声
can hear him shouting from below. Ashida and Mayuri are trying to calm him down, but who knows how long that'll last.
あまり余裕はないと思って
I don't think there's much time left. I put my phone into my pocket without hanging up. GGO1 rocks, I didn't see. But still, nothing happens. Change now, your phone is cursed. No good. What am I doing wrong? I'd like to ask Moika, but if I go back inside now, she'll probably just attack me. Which reminds me, she's been awfully quiet. What is she doing now? Maybe she really did go out the window. Look around. I don't see her anywhere. Think, why didn't the D-mail work? I wipe the sweat from my brow. My entire body is soaked. Must be the adrenaline. And the summer heat. What if Moika changed addresses when she got a new phone? Hey, take out my phone.
聞こえるか
Are you there?
まだ問題が
Still not working?
2回送り直したが効果
I
なし
tried
だ
2 more times, but nothing. I frantically consider my options as I stare hard at Moika's phone. The walkway is dim, but Moika's gaudy purple phone shines in the faint light. Wait. Take another good look at the phone. There's something wrong here. What is it?
岡部
Wait, what's
どうした
wrong?
の
Gaudy purple? Latest model? Removable LCD screen? Model number TG01? My eyes try to tell me there's nothing wrong. I saw this phone when Meiko sent her D-mail, and many times before. She was never without it. It's the same. Nothing has changed.
何も
Nothing changed. What hasn't changed?
何の話？
Why hasn't it changed? Why is it the same as before Moika sent her D-mail? Moika's D-mail said don't change models. She should have had a different phone when she sent it. But she didn't. It was the same phone I'm holding right now. There's only one explanation. She never changed models to begin with.
あの女
No way.
まさか
He lied to me. No. No. Moika's D-mail wasn't about her phone. That explains how it affected the IBM 5100. It also explains why my cancellation D-mails aren't working.
ふざけた
Sneaky
よ
little. The door violently shakes behind my back. It's much stronger than before. She must be ramming something hard and heavy against the door. Star agent that kills my area and every other timeline would lie. Quickly move away from the door. The door shakes again. I can see the frame starting to warp.
異常だろ
It's crazy. I suppose I should be thankful she doesn't have a gun, but honestly, this is terrifying enough. It chills my blood to think of what her face must look like now. I've never been the target of such single-minded obsession before. But unfortunately, I can't run away. I need to face Moika again and wring the information out of her. Both Ferris and Lukiko remembered their D-mails. With prodding, Moika will remember too. I need that information. Don't want to go in there. They're chattering. This is pathetic. I thought I'd won when I snatched her phone, but now my advantage is gone.
音で？
Kabe, oh Kabe, answer me.
クリスティーナ
You know,
音。
what's that pounding? Are you okay?
どうやら萌香が送った
This
D メール
email wasn't about a model exchange. What do you mean?
おそらくあの女は
She must have changed the text right before we sent it. That's why the cancellation mails aren't working.
俺が何をやっても世界線が変わらないの
着信履歴は？
You check her history, it might still be there.
着信履歴
Arrival history. Of course, even if it's not in her sent history, it should still be in the arrival history. I glare at the purple phone in my hand. It's a good thing Moika didn't change phones. Now I know exactly where the D-mail went.
うっかりしていた
I should have thought of that. Checking now. For a second there, I thought it would be easy. Should have known better. Moika is not a casual phone user. Mailbox has literally hundreds of entries over the last week, almost all from FB. Some of my mails are sprinkled in. I don't have time to search through each of these mails, even just the subject lines. Not to mention the pounding on the door is freaking me out, man.
クリスティーナ
Christina, I seem to be in a spot of trouble. If I fail, I'm leaving the rest to you.
バカも休み休み言いなさい。
Don't be ridiculous. If you're in trouble, then get out of... Hang on. The lady next door comes out again, alarmed by the escalating noise. She glares at me. But when she sees the magnitude of the door's damage, the lady opens her eyes in shock and runs back inside. I'm not leaning against the door anymore. Moika could just open it, but she hasn't realized that. She's so fixated on getting her phone back, she'd destroy her own door. In any case, I don't have time to check her mail history. Put the phones into my pocket and move to the side of the door. Just one or two emails. I carefully grip the doorknob and wait for the interval between bangs. I yank the door open. The coffee table flies out and smashes into the walkway railing.
岡部。
I'm sure this will be fine. Her screech raises hairs all over my body. Standing in the entrance like a revenant at the gates of hell. I step back. My knees tremble. But then I remember what I'm here to do. I gather my resolve, enter the room, and close the door behind me. At least I try. The door is bent and won't fully close. I give up on locking it. Give it back. Moika glares at me, shaking with fury. First, I have to restrain her again. That seems likely. This is a woman who would kill in command, who would break her own door down just to retrieve her phone. It's too dangerous to let her be. I'm stronger, I just need to get her on the ground. Not even sure if that's accurate, but there's no time. It's now or never. Crushing my fear, I charge Moika at full speed. Bodies collide. Moika tries to twist away, but I grab her clothes and use my momentum to push her to the floor. The back of her head hits the floor. Never good. Her resistance weakens. Strong blow to the head will do it, you know. She doesn't know how to break a fall. Some secret agent. I quickly straddle her waist. Now she's mine. Heavenly Potemkin, yeah. I mean, you know, sometimes just gotta buster cure you. Give it back. Also, hey Potions, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? Moika flails her arms and legs wildly. Should have known she wouldn't give up. Her fist strikes my jaw. Fortunately, Moika's weak. The blow does little damage. I still need to stop her from struggling. First her hands. Start with her left. Grab her wrist, pin it to the floor. Yeah, Kiryu's a little bit different, but a fist flies towards my face. It pops against my left eye, blanking my vision for a second. She seems to stop struggling for a moment. Her hand claws weakly at the air, but it turns out she was reaching for my hair. Oh, she grabs it hard. I feel several strands tear free of my scalp. Yeah, that's fine. Excuse me. I get a grip on Moika's face and press her head against the floor. She tries to bite my fingers, so I pull my hand back. Grab the hand that's grabbing my hair and dig my nails into her wrist. But she still doesn't let go of my hair. Who would have thought? All the while, her feet are pounding against my back. She's also trying to free her left hand. I can't take much more of this. You instinctively headbutt Moika with all my strength. That's an instinct? Okay. The sickening sound of bone against bone echoes inside my head. Okay, maybe this is just something I never understood. Why is a headbutt a good idea? Isn't it just equal damage? Literally any damage you would do to the other person, aren't you doing the same to you? It sounds like a terrible idea, right? Like, I guess as a last-ditch effort, like, if somebody was restraining me and I had to try to get away, yeah, I'd probably give it a shot, but like, as anything but a last-ditch effort, it seems terrible, but like, you read it in books, you see it in visual novels, you see it in movies, like, it's an action thing to do, but like, reality, it just sounds awful. The impact makes me dizzy too, but I fight it. Yeah, who would have thought? Moika goes limp. An opening. Finally, I succeed at pinning down both her hands. Her glasses fell off at some point during the struggle. Her red, swollen eyes give her an even more demented look. An angry bump on her forehead where I headbutted her. Who would have thought? I'm sure you have the same bump. That hurt. I get where he's coming from, but also, like, I get why he's doing these things, but he also instigated this specific thing, not the greater issue. She spits at me. Good. The lukewarm saliva hits my face. I want to wipe it off, but my hands are full. Moika glares at me. There are tears in her eyes, perhaps from the pain. What about eye contact? Good, we're making progress. Playing it hurt to get right. Moika breaks eye contact when I mention it. Oh, you guys can't see the achievements because I'm window capturing, but 75% CG completion. The her turning her head, different CG. She stares at my pocket. She must have caught a glimpse of purple. I'm not giving it back. I smile scornfully. I'm not letting you escape into your own little world again. You don't have that right. You know, I feel really awful for her if she hasn't, in front of us, shot Mayuri multiple times. Once would have been enough to feel no remorse, but give it back. Let me get it. Moika tries again to free her hands. I lean in harder to keep them pinned. My strength and position are superior, so Moika accomplishes nothing. Next, she struggles to free her body. Same result. I clamp my thighs firmly around her hips and hold her down. She occasionally knees me in the back, but I can bear that pain. It's not enough to make me forfeit this position. I can keep this up as long as I have to. Who's going to tire out first? Moika, without a doubt. I don't do sports or anything. You don't say. So I'm not that strong. Really? But I'm on top. I don't need to expend much energy to keep her pinned. Why did you take it? Give it back. Give it back. Keep screaming. She can scream and spit all she likes. Nothing will make me give up this position. I have the high ground. I don't care about your phone issues. I don't care about FB. Moika shakes her head violently. She's just wasting her energy. Maintain position and stare down at Moika. You don't kill her on this world line. And the world lines where you did have already been erased. Remember, I remember everything you did, everything that never happened. Never forget that you killed my Yuri, and I'll never forgive you. So there's no escape for you today. You're going to stay here as long as it takes. Till now, I've always run away from facing Moika. I can't do that on this world line. To know what her D-mail said. So let's be honest with each other, huh? Moika is still struggling. Shockingly. Give it back, I'll kill you, I'll fucking kill you. Let me go. I'll tear your fucking eyes out. So you can talk without your phone. I'm impressed. Piece of shit, I'll gut you with a kitchen knife. I'm a mad scientist. Dissection is my specialty. I died. Oh, yeah, I mean... I can't imagine the walls of this building are thick. This woman's out of control. Does she want another headbutt that badly? Do you want a headbutt that badly? A knock sounds from the door. Moika and I both look at the door in surprise. Hello, this is Nishida from next door. Is everything okay? Do you need the police? If not, then could you please keep it down? The walls are pretty thin here. Damn, I didn't think about that. You're never calling the police. It's going to kill me. Moika suddenly screams. No, stop it! Don't kill me! You bitch. What now? I need to silence Moika somehow. But I can't use either hand. It's only one way. All the I suddenly pressed my lips against Moika's. There were other ways. There were other ways. This is a good way to get your lips bitten? My loveless kiss shuts her up quite effectively. I lock eyes with her as well, trading glares in silence. Kids these days. I finally hear the neighbor's footsteps recede. What a relief. What a relief. Yeah. I feel a sharp pain on my lip. I instinctively jerk away. Also, hey Mitz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How are you doing? Blood drips from my mouth and lands on Moika's neck. She bit me! No kidding! When I feel around my lip with the tip of my tongue, taste of blood spreads out from the laceration. Moika breathes wildly as she glares at me with tearful eyes. Don't act like it's your first time. You're older than me. See, that's... It's unnecessary. It's just not... Could have done without that one. She grimaces and looks away. Her pink lips glisten with saliva. I might find this out alluring if the situation were different. Stay on target, Okada. Trying to get information so you can save your friend. Do that. Do that. Moika turns her face away and looks up through the open curtains at the bright full moon outside the window. How much time has passed? Feels like it's already been dozens of hours. But it's still night outside, so it probably hasn't been more than 1 or 2. Moika hasn't said a word since I kissed her. She hasn't tried to escape either. Her expression is blank. She's just staring off to the side. Excuse me. What is she looking at? I follow her gaze, but the only thing there is a half-empty bottle of water. Has she given up? Either way, I can't let my guard down. Maybe it's the stress, but it feels like my body is going numb. And I've been drenched in sweat for a while now. This room has no air conditioning whatsoever. The heat is starting to get to me. I thought I had an overwhelming advantage in this position, but it's harder to maintain than I expected. Not only do I have to keep Moika pinned, I also have to keep a close eye on her so she doesn't try anything. All Moika has to do is lie there. She can rest and try again whenever she's ready. Will this last all night? At this rate, my strength might give out first. Dear mounts, if she escapes, she's going to try to kill me. She must have gone somewhere, I'm sure. I consider calling Krisu for help, but I can't use either hand, and I don't even know what time it is. Damn, it's almost like I'm the one trapped. No, stay positive. You can do this. Moika's dependent on her phone. That's her weak point. If I keep her separated from her phone, then sooner or later her will to resist should collapse. It's a matter of whose strength will fail first. Abe-kun. Suddenly, Moika calls my name. What do I have to do? Now she's trying to ask nicely. Does this mean she's given up? This is what I was waiting for. Now I'm moving for the kill, metaphorically. Do you remember sending an email? What? Email. An email that you send to the past. You sent one to your own phone. You led me to think it was about a phone model exchange, but you changed the text before you sent it. Her typing speed is lightning fast. It would have been easy for her to type a mere 36 characters while Daru and I were preoccupied with the phone wave, name subject to change. Your email changed the past. Don't you remember? No, because it changed. Normally, once the past changes, everything until that point is undone. But it should be possible to make Moika remember, just as Ferris and Lukako did. I don't know. You do know, you just haven't remembered yet. Remember. Remember or else. Else what? I don't know. This is just a tactic to put pressure on Moika. I have another plan to make her remember. Moika turns away again and bites her lip. Tears start falling from her eyes. Watch, never once taking my eyes off her. I didn't notice before now, but her shirt must have become undone during the struggle. Stay on target, Okabe. I can see the alluring curves of her collarbone, the skin of her large pale breast, a hint of sexy underwear. Stay on target, Okabe. Her breast heaved with each painful breath. The base of her neck is stained with the blood from my lips. It's dry like a scab. Normally, Moika could be mistaken for an elegant, beautiful woman, but now she has large shadows under her eyes. Her skin is rough, her face is pale. She looks more intoxicated than intoxicating. Her entire body reeks of death. She's clearly insane. This is the real Moika. I wish I'd realized sooner. I really don't know. If I could remember, I would. But I don't remember anything. Moika's gaze shifts constantly, from me to the ceiling and then to the window. Slow murmuring is evidence that she's almost beat. Just a little more, and her resistance will end. Fine, I'll change the question. We received a strange email about 2 weeks ago. It came from your own number and it was dated several days in the future. Moika's eyes open wide. Gotcha. You remember? Good. That was the demon. What did it say? If I tell you, I'll return your phone. Fuck you. That's fair too, honestly. She suddenly curses at me. I won't tell you. Why not? It's my mission. Mission. I recall what Moika told me on a previous world line. The Rounder's mission is to find and acquire IBN 5100s. In that case, the IBN 5100. She fell into my trap. A reflexive response was all I needed to see.
それに関す
It
る
was
ことだ。
about the IBM 5100.
ここまで
How much you know?
質問をする
I'm
のは俺
asking
だ
the
けだ。
questions here. Just answer.
言えない
I can't.
FB を
I won't betray FB.
携帯よりも
So you're
FB
choosing
を選ぶ
FB over your phone. How loyal.
大した忠誠心だな。
But Mayuri's fate hangs in the balance. I can't give up. Mika still hasn't calmed down. She's been opening and closing her hands for a while now. She's not trying to escape my restraint. She's just twisting her body. Licking her lips, shaking her head, trying to brush the hair off her face. It's like she's suffering from withdrawal without her phone. Soon she won't have the mental fortitude to resist. If she won't talk now, then I'll just wait until she will.
携帯がないとそんなに
Really
苦
that
痛が
painful to not have your phone? Why are you so dependent on it?
会話
Can't talk to people.
今はしているではない
Talking right now, aren't you? And when she attacked the lab, she was leading a squad of hardened killers. But Moika shakes her head violently.
メールまででき
If
な
I
くなる
can't use mail, then I'll be
世界から
cut off from the world.
世界だと
What? Are you fishing for sympathy?
孤独な女を
You're just afraid of being abandoned by the Rounders, aren't you?
違う
No, not the Rounders. FB. That's the same thing, isn't it?
だったら世界
Then
だと言う
don't
な
say the world. You're the one who killed an innocent girl. You're the one who erased Mayuri from the world.
殺してない
You didn't kill her. Well, this world line you didn't, yeah, that's technically.
この世界
Not on this world line, maybe, but on another world line, you came to steal our time machine. You killed her. You killed
俺
Mayuri.
たちのタイムマシンを奪おうとした
But again, though, different world lines. She doesn't know that. The world line where I interrogated Moeka, she told me that Mayuri was expendable. It didn't matter to CERN whether she lived or died.
FB の
If FB told me to, then yes, I killed her.
FB とは何者だ
Who's FB? Where the hell is
一体
he?
どこにいる
I asked her the same question back then, but another rounder appeared before she could answer. Something tells me she won't have backup this time. Moika's position in the rounders has changed.
言えない
I can't tell you.
ならばいいことを教え
Let
て
me tell you something.
いいか
Listen good.
お前
You're holding out for backup, you can
俺
forget
の
it.
どうせ誰も助
It
け
is
に来な
coming
い
to save you. Pain and despair
お
are
前
just
は
going to get
絶望に
worse.
打ちひしが
And
れ
in
たま
4
ま
days, you'll kill yourself.
4日後に自殺する
Moika seems startled by this. I go in for the kill.
俺は5日後から来
Came
た
here from the future, using the time machine
セル
CERN
の
wants so
欲しがるタイム
badly.
マシンを
That's
使
how I
って
know.
お前は
You kill yourself
こ
in
の
this
部屋
room,
で一人
all alone.
お前の大好きな FB は
Precious
お前
FB
を助けな
doesn't
い
save you. No one does.
ラウン
The
ドも
Rounders, not CERN, and not the Committee of 300.
300人委員会もだどれだけメールして
The
も
boss hasn't replied to your mails,
上
has
司
he?
からの連
Know
絡は
why?
ないも
Because you've been abandoned.
う見捨てられているんだよ
Moika's face contorts in despair. Once again, tears fall from her eyes. Guilt squeezes my heart. I know that I'm causing this woman pain. Inside of me, a voice whispers that it's nothing compared to what she did to Mayuri, that I have no reason to show mercy to a murderer. But at the same time, my consciousness screams that it's wrong to hurt someone, no matter who they are or what they've done. An insane mad scientist my ass, I'm afraid to hurt my mortal enemy. Nothing but a hypocrite.
FB をかばう必要はな
SB
い
doesn't deserve your loyalty.
だから全
Only
て話せ
everything. I ignore the ache in my heart and push harder. But Moika shakes her head violently.
FB は裏切ら
FB wouldn't betray me. FB wouldn't abandon me.
だったらなぜ
Then why do you kill yourself in 4 days?
お前が私を殺すの
You kill me and make it look like a suicide.
俺はそんなヘマはしない
Wouldn't need to cover it up if I killed you. I'd just undo your death with the time machine.
私は
FB から返事
When
が
I
来な
got
いと
here, he was sitting in the corner like a limp rag, crying about how FB wouldn't answer.
どこの
Remember?
ドイツだ
But
もう何日来ていない
how many days has it been?
FB から
How
の
often
連
did
絡は
FB contact you before? When did it stop?
いつから来
I
な
keep
か
the
っ
questions coming, need to pile on the pressure.
普段
Used to be
毎日
every day,
連絡でももう
but it's already been 10 days.
た10日も連絡が
10
来ていない
days with no contact, correct?
そうだな
Moika looks up to me with pleading eyes.
私 私
Won't betray FB.
お前は裏切られたんだ
FB betrayed you.
FB を
Believe in FB.
お前は
He threw you away.
利用されるだけされ
FB
てな
used you, and now your usefulness has
Oh, you-
ended.
FB は
FB isn't like that.
だったら
What sort of person
ど
was
んな
he?
人なんだ
お母さん
She was gentle to me, like a mother.
私は
I finally had a place I
やっ
belonged.
と
Like a mother?
心地い
If he is a woman?
い居場
I
所
expected an evil-looking old man like you see in the movies, but I guess I was wrong.
悩みを相談したり
Talked to her about my worries. She always replied right away,
友達みたいで
like a friend, but gentle and accepting.
会ったことは
Have you met her? Moika shakes her head weakly.
会ったことがない
You haven't met her? Even though she's like your mother, your friend?
友達みたいで
They had met that I could have gotten Moika to lead me to her.
心地いい居場所だったのに
ラウンダーは
Founders must hide their
互
identities
い
from
の
one
正
another.
体
連絡は取り合っていたのに
So you talked but you never met.
一度も会っ
You
た
must
こ
have
とが
wanted to
ない
meet her, right? Even if it was against the rules.
違うよ
No.
あったら
It would ruin everything if she saw the real me.
会いたいと言われたこ
Did
と
she ever say she wanted to meet you?
一度もないし
No, never. And I never asked.
その様子だと
So, no phone
電
calls
話
either
もし
then.
たことがないな
Moika turns away, then nods faintly.
避けられているとは
Didn't you wonder
Oh, wow.
why?
そこまで親身に
Why would such a kind, gentle woman refuse to meet you in person? Was it really just the rules?
そしてなぜ連絡をよ
Why isn't she returning your emails now? Think about it.
振り込め詐欺と
She was using you. You were tricked.
お前は騙されている
FB を悪く言わないで
Don't say that. She's not like that.
連絡が途絶える前
What did her last email
最
say
後の
before she
メールは
stopped
どんな
contacting
内
you?
容だ
IBN5100 を
Leave the IBN 5100 at the designated location.
置いておく
IBN 5100? Moika, you fool. You let your tongue slip. 2 weeks ago, FB told her to leave the IBN 5100 at a drop point. That means she already had it in her possession at that time. I recall how Moika kept bombarding me with questions about the IBN 5100. Might have let it slip that I found the computer at Yanabayashi Shrine. After that, she sent her email. The world line changed. The lock was broken to the shrine's storehouse door. The IBN 5100 was gone. These facts point to one conclusion. She sent herself the location of the IBN 5100. Now that I know, it seems so obvious. Yeah, well, again, hindsight's 2020, but yeah, no, he's just getting it. If only I hadn't trusted Moeka. If only I'd seen through her lies. But no, I played right into her hands. I was the tool's tool. Yeah, no, it's... Yeah. I almost burst into self-deriding laughter. But I desperately hold it back and keep a straight face.
その場所はどこ
What
だ
was the designated location?
コインロッカー
Coin locker in front of Daibiru.
前の
The coin locker in front of Daibiru. Oddly enough, where Lukiko stores it in the other timeline when it's broken. Just, wait, isn't that where Lukiko hid the IBN 5100 on the previous world line? Is this another effect of convergence? It always ends up in a locker. Can I retrieve the IBN 5100 if I go there now? No, I can't expect it to still be there. Remember what happened with Lukiko? Excuse me. The invisible force of convergence is keeping the IBN 5100 away from me. It should also take us. So when I get it back, I need to cancel Moika's email. I know the message. I've already reached my goal. Moika starts crying softly. I sigh deeply and lift myself off Moika's body. Then I lean back against the wall and stretch my aching limbs. I take Moika's phone out of my pocket.
携帯を使わせて
I'm
もらうぞ
using your phone. Moika slowly gets up. She wipes her tears and fixes her hair and clothes. Her wavy hair obscures her face from this angle, so I can't make out her expression. She doesn't react to what I said. Even though I'm no longer restraining her, she doesn't try to attack me and take back her phone. Didn't mean to right-click, but at the same time, never hurts to save. We're already right-clicking anyway. I open up Moika's mailbox and search for the D-mail. Takes about 3 minutes, but I finally find it. 3 minutes of scrolling back through messages to find something from 2 weeks ago. 3 mails from Moika's own phone, each 12 characters long, sent on August 4th and received on July 31st. Retro PCs at Yanabayashi Shrine. Just as I suspected, Moika changed her Gmail and in a few seconds I had my back turned. All I need to do now is send the cancellation mail. Yeah, I could imagine she'd be a bit stressed. You at the lab? Don't worry me like that, idiot. It's been hours. It's been a length of time. Indeterminate. It's still nighttime, but it's been a long time. What? Were you worried about me? I mean, you set off an obvious death flag. I'm surprised you're still alive. Where are you now? Standing by at the lab. And he hung up mid-sentence, yeah. Set up the machine. I'm sending another D-mail. Destination? July 31st, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. on the 31st. Do not go, not at shrine, it's a trap. While Kusu calculates the hours, I type the email. It says, do not go, not at shrine, it's a trap. I changed the address to the... I addressed the mail to the phone wave, name subject to change. Okay, all set. Alright, activated. Activated. I press the send button. Mail starts sending. Reading Steiner should activate. This time for sure. Brace myself for the incoming vertigo. Button. Nothing. Why won't it change? Another mistake? No, there's no way. I know Moika's message said this email should have cancelled it. Why isn't it working? What the hell's wrong this time? What did the first email say? That the IBM 5100 was at Yanabayashi Shrine. I tried to cancel it by telling her it's a trap, but it didn't work. I'll try to phrase it differently. Wait, we went through this with the Lotto 6 experiment, remember? Lotto 6 experiment? I sent myself the winning numbers, but the past me didn't buy the ticket. Instead, he gave the winning numbers to Lukako. The person who reads the email chooses whether or not to act accordingly. Yeah, Kiryu learned that the IBM 5100 was at the shrine. The cancellation mail came right afterwards. I guess she ignored it and went anyway. Maybe she didn't believe the cancellation mail. Maybe she was so diligent she decided to check it out even when told not to. I glance at Moika. She's still hanging her head, but her tears have run dry. I wonder if she's listening. Even when told it was too risky to go to the shrine, she went anyway. We need a more persuasive message, something that will prevent her from going to the shrine. Like what? That's the problem. Is it possible to persuade her with just 36 bytes of text? Or should we consider other possibilities? What if I send an email to myself on July 30th? Would I beat her to the IBM 5100? Were you even interested in the IBM 5100 then? Yeah. When did I start caring about the IBM 5100? I can't remember. That's out. So how do I convince Moika to listen? At that moment, an electric shock runs through my brain. 2 initials. FB? What? Facebook? What does that have to do with anything? Moika's handler. She's obsessed with FB. The mail comes from FB. She'll do whatever it says. You have FB's phone? No. They haven't even met. We don't know where FB is. And there's nothing we can do. Give me a little time. Gonna make me wait again? Well, I've been pulling all-nighters recently, so whatever. Just don't do anything stupid, okay? I feel like he's already gone very stupid, so even after prying answers out of Moika, there's still more work to be done. Fate really seems to love getting in my way. To break out of this world line, I need FB's identity and location. I call Moika's name. When she finally looks up, I drop her phone onto her lap. And she accepts it with a confused expression. Looks like we're searching for FB now. Moika grips her phone, but she doesn't look at the screen. I sigh deeply. I need to get as much information on FB out of her as I can.
お前は
How exactly did you become a rounder? Honestly, I couldn't care less. I hate having to stand here and talk with the woman who killed Mayuri. Hugging her phone to her chest, Moika retrieves her glasses and puts them back on.
4年前
4 years ago, I tried to kill myself. Her voice is a barely audible whisper. For a moment, I'm surprised she's not talking by mail.
何の希望も
I had no hope.
持てなくて
Wanted to get away from everything.
原因は
Why?
特にこれっていうのは
No big reason. Her expression is blank, lifeless, like always. But behind her glasses, her eyes are red from crying. They are the only trace of emotion on her doll-like face.
でも
Little things, lots of little things piled up.
もともと
I've always been like this.
家族は
And your family? Moika shakes her head a little. She has none, I guess. I don't bother asking whether she's ever had parents, it doesn't really matter. So, at some point, yes, she must have.
自分の部屋で
I locked myself in my room
睡眠
and
薬
overdosed on sleeping pills.
でも
But I didn't
死ぬ
die.
の失敗そこに
Afterwards, I got a mail.
ラウンダー募集
Recruiting rounders, it said. It was sent to hundreds of people, not just me.
一斉送信の
Isn't that just spam? Do the rounders really recruit like that?
私は
Nothing mattered anymore, so on a whim I replied.
そしたら
Then FB contacted me.
それからずっと
Ever since, I followed FB's orders.
FBI の指示
See, now you know, as long as you have no hope in life, which is the state you have to be in to reply to a spam email, you too can join secret government organizations. The invites are in plain sight, you just have to actually respond to spam emails. Nobody in their right mind would do that. It's that easy.
ずっとこの秋葉に
Were you always stationed in Akiba? Moika shakes her head.
3ヶ月前まで
Until 3 months ago, I was in Nagoya. Before
その
that,
前は
Yokohama. Before that, Rounder's chief duty is to acquire IBM 5100s. I guess they had her traveling all over Japan, digging up info on retro PCs.
これまでに
How many IBM 5100s have you found so far? Not even one. No results? Sounds like CERN is spending a lot of effort for not much return. I sigh deeply once again.
お前はこの後
So
ど
what
うす
now?
るつもりだ
Are you going to sit here, wallowing in despair until you kill yourself 4 days from now?
抗おうとは思わ
Or
ない
do you want to rebel against fate?
抗う
Rebel? Even as I asked the question, I know that for her, rebellion is impossible. She'll never awaken to her persona. This world line has already approved her death. She's in the same situation as Mayuri. No matter what she does, she will die. I know that, and yet I ask the question.
FB は
FB used you and threw you away. Accept it,
見捨
and
て
then
た
ask yourself what you're going to do about
そ
it.
れを
Yeah. Moika looks down.
利用
Even if
され
FB
て
did
い
use
た
me,
私の居場所
that was the only place I belonged.
初めてだった
That was the first time in my entire life that I was needed.
FB が
FB gave me
居場所を与え
purpose.
その居場所を守る
To
ために
protect that purpose, to protect FB,
何だってする
would do anything
お前は
beyond hope.
救いようのないバカだ
I stand up,
だったら依存
drown in your
しても死んでいけ
dependence for all I care. Your death has already been decided.
だが俺は
But I won't let fate have
世
its
界
way.
の思い通り
I'm
に
rebelling to
いい
the
とは
end.
思わない
For what? I will save Mayuri. Just a little bit
徹
more.
底的に抗
I
う
can't give up now. Excuse me. It's midnight, and Akiba is practically empty. The silence is eerie. There's no sign of anyone near the coin lockers. Dang hiccups. Considering the IBM 5100's size, it couldn't fit in the regular sized locker. He must have put it in one of the 3 large lockers on the right.
使用中
Lights on! The bottom locker is still in use. Is the IBM 5100 inside? My heart starts pounding in my chest. I feel my face grow hot with excitement. We've been apart for far too long, my partner, but now only a thin locker door separates us. Is this what love feels like? Also, hey Jude, welcome to Viperland of the chat. How you doing tonight? Let's not go crazy. I forced myself to consider the situation calm. Is the IBM 5100 really inside? I want to check right this instant. I can't believe I forgot to ask Moika which locker she used. Should I get a crowbar or something to pry the locker open? When are you going to get a crowbar at midnight? The game repaired lighting for the VN. Oh yeah, technically I used it last night, but the fun thing is I have full control over it from my phone. So I can just straight up just be like, I feel like more green or like a yellowish light. But it's also 2 light bulbs, so I kind of have to adjust them independently. So I could go double yellow, which just ends up looking kind of like regular light. They're not as bright light bulbs as I would have hoped, but they were also cheap. I could always get better ones at a later date. I wasn't sure if they'd work, honestly, but they do. They specify that they can only connect with 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi, and we have only 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, but it can also connect to the phone with Bluetooth. It explicitly is like, no, you gotta use Wi-Fi. It doesn't. It connects just fine. So I don't know what the issue was. If the IBM 5100 really is inside and I steal it, what will happen to the world line? I've yet to cancel all of the D-mails, which I thought was the only way to restore the original world line. But now the IBM 5100 is so close, why can't I just reach out and take it? I know how to cancel Moika's D-mail, so I can always do that if this doesn't work. Let's try it, just to make sure. First, I make a quick visit to the lab. Ignoring the complaints of the lab ma'ams who stayed awake at the lab all night, I retrieve a makeshift crowbar from the development room. Then I return to the lockers and thrust the pointed tip of the crowbar into the crack of the door. Just as I begin to pry, a shrill siren shatters the night. I look up to see the red lights of a patrol car coming this way. Their timing couldn't be worse. The police released me after about 30 minutes of scolding. I return to the coin locker and try to pry it open again. Immediately, another patrol car appears. This time, they take me to the police station. I'm stuck in an interrogation room all night, getting preached to by policemen. I conclude that this is another effect of attractor field convergence. No matter what I do, I cannot obtain an IBM 5100 on this world line. That is what fate has decreed. Can't do it. I get the police to call my father, and they finally release me. They didn't go so far as to arrest me, but the policeman as well as my father scold me harshly. I act apologetic, but in actuality their words fall on deaf ears. No, sorry, after my father goes home, I head straight to Moika's apartment. I tried calling her. I took the opportunity to memorize her phone number yesterday, but she wouldn't pick up at all. Before I get there, I send a mail to Daru asking him to check if the coin locker is still occupied. The door to Moika's apartment is unlocked. I find Moika hugging her knees in the corner, just like she was when I found her yesterday. You put the IBM 5100 on the bottom right locker, correct? How? Out of all the lockers, only 3 could hold the IBM 5100. Out of those 3, only the bottom one was in use. Yes, the big locker on the lower right is in use. What's this about anyway? Don't make me your errand boy so early in the morning, fool. Ah, Daru. If that's the one you used, then FB hasn't picked it up yet. Do you know what that means? Moika frowns. It means that if we stake out the locker, you'll get to meet FB. It hadn't occurred to you? Some secret agent you are. I'm headed there now. You coming? What will you do if you meet her? Borrow her phone. That's the best way to prevent Moika from going to Yanabayashi Shrine. I can't meet her. I'm too afraid. The real me could never live up to her expectations. Something tells me her expectations were never that high to begin with. Oh. Again, anyone else, I'd feel really bad for them. Moika's face contorts again. I'm being blunt, not only because Moika is Mayuri's murderer, but also because Moika's weakness is starting to get on my nerves. Just like Daru's mail said, the locker is still occupied when I get there. I look around to make sure there are no patrol cars. No crowbars this time. I don't feel like getting arrested. Yeah, yep, you know. I head across the street to Daibiru, hide behind one of its humongous pillars, and begin the stakeout. My legs are getting tired. I was going to borrow Mayuri's portable game console, but I decided I didn't need the distraction. Still, it's pretty tough to keep standing like this. I also need to stay inconspicuous. Someone might notice if they see me standing in the same place for hours. Counter, yeah. I wouldn't want a security guard to give me trouble. I mean, I guess there's not much worry about that. I've already been here for 7 hours without incident, and I got arrested twice last night. My legs are numb, so I squat and lean against the pillar. I'm hungry. I'd love to go get some food, but I can't take my eyes off the locker. Just then, somebody taps me on the shoulder. B? I try to leap to my feet, but my legs get tangled and I fall over. Sounds about right. Moika is standing there, looking down at me with those glassy eyes.
Oh my.
What are you doing here?
私も
I'll keep watch
張り込み
too.
ダメかな
Is that okay?
なぜ心変わりした？
I had the change of heart. Stand up and dust off my clothes.
お前は FB との
You were comfortable with your male-only relationship, weren't you? I thought you wanted to maintain that distance. I like how, like, somebody taps him on the shoulder and his first thought is, FB! They're gonna tap me on the shoulder instead of going there. It's like, what? What? Why? Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just go to the locker and not even notice you, like, hiding around a corner?
なんでもなぜ
So what made you decide to risk a meeting?
このままじゃ
At this rate, Moika puts her head in her knees and looks ready to cry. I've seen that expression once before, in her moonlit apartment.
FB からの連絡
If
が
I
な
lose contact with FB, I'll lose my connection.
断絶される
The world? Moika nods faintly.
孤独に耐えられないくらい
You can't bear to be alone yourself, yet you'd end an innocent girl's life because some person you've never met told you to.
典型的な狂信
A
者
cultist, that's what you
お
are.
前は
I mean, and her cult leader, FB, abused her weakness before throwing her out like old clothes. Pisses me off. FB's cruelty, Moika's weakness, I can't decide which I hate more. Then Moika nervously brings out a convenience store bag.
なんだこれは
What's this? Instead of answering, Moika looks away. Look inside.
おお
Whoa, milk and
パックの
bean
牛乳とア
puns.
ンパン
Exactly what you need on a stakeout, apparently. That's enough for 2.
もしかして
You brought this for me? Moika nods.
よし
Very well. You may join the stakeout.
お前も張り込みを手伝
Now we can take turns watching, and we'll also look less suspicious to passerby. Night draws on, and still no sign of FB. We nap in 1-hour shifts, but it doesn't help the exhaustion. On top of that, I don't have anyone to talk to. Moika can't keep a conversation going, so there's nothing I can do to stave off boredom. I went back to the lab to shower just before dawn, but Krisu, who was working all night on the time-leap machine, just glared at me. The wait finally ends, just after 1 p.m. on the 13th. Someone comes to open the lower right locker. We watch from behind the pillar. It's a nondescript middle-aged man. He's dressed in a new suit, but it hangs rather poorly on him, as if he's not used to wearing it.
あいつが FB か
FB? Moika shakes her head firmly. FB is a woman.
となると
So maybe she hired someone to pick it up.
かもしれない
Or it could be someone from the locker company here to clear it after weeks overdue. That would make us all idiots. Moika, FB, and me. The man has the key to the locker. He pays the late fee with 100 yen coins, then removes the cardboard box with the IBN 5100 inside. The man thought ahead and brought a pushcart, like a smart person. He puts the IBN 5100 onto the pushcart with a bit of effort and begins walking away.
おうぞ
Follow him. Pushcarts are lifesavers. The man heads straight for Akihabara's shrine, though to be fair, I don't know if pushcarts are quite what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of one of those, like, hand trucks. The little, like, what you use for loading and offloading boxes for, like, trucks. The man heads straight for Akihabara's station. Strangely enough, he walks up to an overweight man standing in front of a ticket machine. The overweight man is wearing a t-shirt and has all the signs of an otaku. He doesn't seem to have anything in common with the first guy, who looks like an average salaryman. They transfer the IBM 5100 into the overweight man's suitcase. After they exchange a few words, the overweight man enters the station alone. Then the guy in the suit leaves.
妙だな。
Weird. What was the purpose of that transfer? Is the overweight man FB? Or is he just another link in some kind of chain? Doesn't it? Yeah. At any rate, if we keep following the IBM 5100, we should reach FB eventually. We enter the station. The overweight man boards the Yamanote line. We board on the next car and keep watch through the connecting door. It's a weekday afternoon, so there aren't many passengers. 30 minutes later, we arrive at Shinjuku Station. The train sees a sharp increase in passenger traffic. It's getting off. Moika pulls on my sleeve. The overweight man has slipped into the stream of departing passengers. He's about to exit onto the platform. We follow him, but due to our slow reaction, we have to push our way through the boarding passengers. The train doors close, and it slowly departs. The man starts walking towards the exit. Shinjuku is crowded, so we have to follow close behind or we'll lose him. Then I stop in my tracks. What? The man is empty-handed. His suitcase is missing. What? For a second, I think we followed the wrong man, but no, it's definitely him. We watched him the whole time he was on the train. There's no doubt he had the suitcase when the train arrived in Shinjuku. Could we have passed it to someone else in the crowd? Whatever. They know how to lose a tail. So back we go. You know, it's fine. It works. I return to the lab and leap an hour back. I find myself inside the train. Excuse me. I know it's bad manners to use my phone on the train, but this is an emergency. According to the train's display, we're about to leave Tsuka for Ikebukuro. 3 stops to Shinjuku. Moika is next to me, acting inconspicuous. Peek at the overweight man in the next car. We'll make their move at Shinjuku. That guy's gonna get off, but he actually hands the package to someone else. He got us good just now. Just now? It time travel, don't worry. It doesn't look like Moika's caught on yet. It just time leap from an hour in the future. A time leap? Moika's eyes widen. The train arrives at Shinjuku on schedule. Just to make sure, I'll have Moika follow the man when he gets off. Before the doors open, I stealthily move to his car. He still has the suitcase with the IBM 5100. Now arriving at Shinjuku. The doors open and passengers spew out. The overweight man leaves too, just like last time. However, knew it. He leaves the suitcase on the train, and now passengers from Shinjuku board. Someone walks up to the abandoned suitcase. It's a woman in her 30s pushing a baby stroller. There's no baby. Yeah. The woman casually loads the suitcase onto a stroller and sits down. After witnessing that scene, I return to the neighboring car. I need to be careful. These guys are serious about avoiding pursuit. The train starts moving. I'll contact Moika so we can regroup later. After that incident, the package swaps couriers like a hot potato, sneaking around the tracks that run through Tokyo like a web. Whenever they give me the slip, I time leap and resume the chase. Hey, Natalie! Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid, the Ralphie raid. How's everyone doing tonight? I saw your tweet of what you were playing and it totally slipped my mind. Vampire the Masquerade, I want to say? How did your stream go? And of course, welcome to you and all the raiders. A note, while we're on this screen, if anybody here has not watched or played Steins Gate and would like to, comes highly recommended as both an anime and a visual novel, be in Spoiler Town. So if you have any intention of watching it or playing it at a future date and don't want spoilers, I hate to be like, hey, welcome, leave, but I'd also hate to spoil somebody and be like, dang it, I didn't know. God, we wanted to do something chill. Oh, Stardew. Oh, man, it's hard to get more chill than Stardew. Very, very hard. Also, 1 second, I actually have to blow my notes real quick, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. But yes, indeed, hello to you and all the crew. And now that I've given that prerequisite warning, whenever somebody reads when we're playing like a story-based game, especially like a popular one, sadly the last two we played were fantastic but not popular. Nobody played 428. A few people played Odin Sphere, to be fair. Nobody played Eye of the Somnium Files, so it was like, I gave the spoiler warnings, but it was kind of, nobody cared. Steins Gate is phenomenal. So were the other ones, but Steins Gate is also popular. Let's see. Well, no worries. So thank you again for the raid. Glad you had a chill stream. I hope you also have a good rest and a good evening. We've loved every game we've played. They've all been great, but not many, like, nobody's going to play 428. I can shout it from the tallest building. Nobody's going to play 428. I understand that. Odin Sphere was good, but that was also an older one. And to be fair, while it was good, people should just play 13 Sentinels instead. Like, you should play all Vanillaware games, but if you're going to play one, play 13 Sentinels. Finally, the courier and package get aboard the Habaya line and return to Akihabara Station, where it all began. 428 is still, like, one of my most shockingly loved games. It's hard for me to think of another game that I expected so little from and surpassed those expectations so hard. Though arguably Labyrinth of Refrain. I just expected a knockoff Etrian Odyssey, and we got Labyrinth of Refrain. Before 28, I didn't even know what to expect other than a visual novel with live action. And it ended up being a top tier, like, I recognized the last courier. He's one of the men who raided the lab with Moeka. Dark skin, crew cut, the one who hit me with his gun. The man easily carries the 25-kilo package out of the station. We follow. True, I didn't start it as a joke, but I didn't expect it. I mean, Etrian games aren't story-focused, so I was like, why would this one be story-focused? But it was. Akaro honks its horn. Moika and I immediately hide. Peering out from cover, I see a white flatbed parked in front of the station. Also, hey Tobaz, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. And it was oops all tears. Over and over and over, yeah. A muscular man hops out of the driver's seat. What? I know that face. No, it can't be. Desperately try to organize my thoughts. Labyrinth. Ooh, yeah. That's Tenoji Yugo, owner of the Braun Tube Workshop. Mr. Braun. Why? Why is he here? Does this mean he's connected to FB? To the Rounders? Was the Braun Tube Workshop just a front for CERN? Is that how he could afford to keep it open? What's going on here? His shop is right below the lab. If he's working for the enemy, then... I shiver at the thought. Stop. Let's not rush to conclusions. He might just be another courier. Alright, good to hear, good to hear. We watch from a distance. Tenoji takes the suitcase from the crew cut man and loads it into the back seat of his car. Then he gets into the car alone and takes off towards Showadori. I stare after it in disbelief. Back again. I mean, he's in a car. What are we going to do? Sprint? And it's something about seeing Japanese-style vending machines now just makes me just immediately go to just Yakuza. Let's see here. One. Oh. Just run really good. Yeah, but if you're trying to stay incognito, it's tough. My time leaps several hours to before the first man arrived at the coin locker. Then I explained the situation to Moeka. My plan is to get ahead of the package. After killing some time at Starbucks, we rent a car. I don't have a license, so Moeka's driving. We go to the street in front of the roundabout, facing Showadori, and park near Yodobayashi Camera. Now we wait. Nervous? And see what you can do when you save scum real life? Plan ahead, you can intercept stuff. So yeah. You look terrified. How long have you been driving? First time. What? This is your first time? Oh, come on. Just don't crash. I was surprised Moeka had a license in the first place. Apparently FB told her it would come in handy for her rounder work. Have Moika wait in the car while I keep a lookout on the roundabout. The white station wagon's already stopped there. From this distance, I can clearly see Tenoji in the driver's seat. Nobody else is riding. The crew cut guy should arrive just after 5 p.m. Excuse me, muffled Wesker noises. Oh man. As expected, the crew cut man arrives right on time, effortlessly dragging the suitcase behind him. It feels weird seeing the exact same scene from a different angle. I hurry back to the car where Moika's waiting.
来るぞ。
Yeah, she hasn't done it on this timeline. She did it, just not here. He's coming. The station wagon rolls past us. It takes a left turn at the Showadori intersection towards Okachimachi. Moika smoothly sets the car in motion. Yeah, wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey. Finally, we arrive at Tenoji's house in Okachimachi. This is the house where Suzuha lived. Her rusty old mountain bike is still sitting out front. Tenoji brings the IBN 5100 inside. We stop a little further down the road and keep watch. What does this mean? Where is FB?
あの家に運び込んだこと
The
が
question
何を
is,
意味する
why did he bring it inside? Is he just holding
一
on
時的
to
な保
it,
管場所という
or
ことなのか。
is he FB?
Sort of.
Does he know FB? Moika insists that FB is a woman, so maybe it's Tenoji's wife, whom I've never met. I have Moika show me one of FB's mails. Truly not really good with people, but I think that's just part of what makes you unique and special. Besides, you have no trouble talking to me, do you? Honestly, I guess M4 is her code name. There's nobody else who works as hard as you do. I'm very thankful for that. I'm glad you joined the Rounders. Even if nobody else values you, I'll always look out for you. Feel free to email me whenever you like. Oh yes, since you're finally in Nagoya, you should try some of the local delicacies. It's not good for your health to keep eating convenience store food. Oh. Or do you not like miso, M4? In any case, a girl your age needs to eat better. I recommend firm miso stew. Your next mission is to go to Akihabara in Tokyo, so find an apartment by next week. I deposited a special bonus in your account, so feel free to use it. Talk to you soon. Your mother, FB. She's kept a lot of mails archived like this one. M4 is my code name. FB gave it to me. Moika's a mailing machine. Well, that's 3 M's. She sent FB nearly 10 mails a day, but FB replied to every single one. You'll have to be a saint to reply to all these emails. No wonder Moika was so dependent on FB.
今度はここで張り込む
So,
な。
time for another stakeout. I have Daru set up a wireless infrared camera on the telephone pole down the street. We park a couple blocks away and watch the video feed. The next day, Tenoji goes to work on his moped like usual. He returns after sunset. There's no sign of his daughter Nae or his wife. Something finally happens early Sunday morning. Just before 3 a.m., 6 people show up at Tenoji's house.
あれは
It's them. It's dark, but I recognize them. They're the Rounders who raided the lab with Moika. Moika doesn't show much of a reaction. I thought she knew them. I ask, but she says she's never met them before. Looks like this world lines Moika has been cut off completely. Are they done with her once she found them an IBN 5100? Tenoji comes outside and loads the IBN 5100 onto the station wagon. Then the 6 men get in and drive away. Tenoji sees them off, then goes back inside his house. Well, now, I'm interested in Tenoji's story, but the IBM 5100 will lead us to FB. We decide to follow the station wagon. Well, I mean, she is, but she got her goal. She got the IBM 5100. She put it at the pickup point, and that was the last she heard. Yote food this whole time? Yeah, basically. The pursuit ends at Narita International Airport. The 6 men, IBN 5100 in tow, board a plane headed for France. France, Cern's home country. What does this mean?
天王寺の妻が
Nochi's wife might be
FB の可能性
FB.
がある。
Since there's been no sign of FB thus far, she must be an extremely cautious individual. But the evidence suggests only one possibility. On Worldline Alpha 1, Moika's men attacked the night of the time loop machine was completed. Their timing was perfect. It makes sense if you assume that Tenoji is closely linked to FB. He was right downstairs the whole time we were discussing our plans. FB knew exactly what we were up to. We were daring her to tune all along. Or dancing to a tune all along. Wow, I couldn't read. When we get back to Akiba, Moika and I start walking towards Tenochi's house. But on the way, I get an angry call from Krisu demanding an update, so I decided to take care of that first. Oh, we have mail too. From Mayuri. I saw Orion last night. It was really pretty. I hope you were looking up at the same time, because then it would be like we were close by, even if we were really far away. Stars are romantic if you think like that, aren't they? Yeah, I saw it too. First night in a while I've had time to look at the stars. But I don't think it was Orion. That's a winter constellation. Oh, gotta actually send it. Can't get caught out like last time. Risu sighs when she sees me. Thought I asked you to keep me posted.
ずっと立て込んでいたのだ。
I've been busy. Busy, right. Risu glances at Moika.
もしかして心配
You
してい
worried
た
about me? Of course not. Why should I care what you're up to? It's just, Mayuri was really worried. I don't want to see her sad. So, at least give her a call, okay? Now that she mentions it, it feels like I haven't talked to Mayuri in forever.
全てはマユリを救うため
Doing this to save
敵の
Mayuri.
正体が
I'm close to discovering our true enemy. Enemy? But Yusu glances at Moika again. Yeah, no, not just her. Moika is completely expressionless. She's lightly kicking the dirt in boredom. She hasn't used her phone once since we began searching for FB. Isn't she our enemy?
敵だが
She is an enemy, but we're cooperating in order to uncover the truth. She's the one who killed Mayuri. Well, also yes, but also exclusively because someone else told her to. Doesn't make her good, but the true enemy is the person who gave the order. At least in theory. Doesn't mean I have to like her.
そうだ
Yes. However, Moika's just a pawn, and one that no longer poses a threat. To save Mayuri, I need to capture the king. Well, the king's cell phone. She was drinking the Kool-Aid super hard. Really like this background track. Whatever. So where are you going now? Take me with you.
正気か
You've gone mad, assistant mine. I'm perfectly sane, and I'm not your assistant.
危険かもしれないぞ
It could be dangerous. Yusu falters for a moment, but quickly tightens her expression. Do I die today? I've experienced the future, so I know who dies today.
いや
No,
お前は死
you
なない
don't die. Then there's no problem. This world line has essentially guaranteed my survival. Right. Yusu doesn't die today. Neither does Mayuri. The only person who dies today is Kiryu Moeka. This afternoon, she kills herself. I've already told Moeka her fate. But in spite of that, Moeka doesn't seem upset, at least on the surface. She's expressionless as always. The only difference is that she's not checking her phone as often. But Moeka's not a strong woman. Beneath that expressionless mask, is she struggling against the fear of death? I decided to confront Tenoji directly. I have Krisu stand guard outside of the house while Moeka and I go inside. Not that we're planning to break in, we ring the doorbell like honest citizens. Tenoji soon opens the door and invites us into the living room. The divergence meter is sitting in its usual spot. I glance at the numbers. 0.523307%. It's still a long way to go before I reach 1%. How much more of this can I take?
よく来てくれたな。
Make yourselves at home. It's just after dawn. Much too early for guests, but Tenoji welcomes us with a smile. He even starts preparing some instant coffee.
ずいぶん早起きなんですね。
You're an early riser, Mr.
ミスター
Brown.
ブラウン。
まあな。
Yeah, gotta see my little girl off to school.
今夏休み中だが。
I know it's summer break, but habits die hard.
お嬢さんは
Is your daughter still asleep?
うっせえ。
You thinking of trying something while she's sleeping? Touch her and it'll break your head, got it?
しませんよ。
Don't worry. I'm more interested in his wife. There's still no sign of her. Is she asleep too, or could she be hiding somewhere? I'd like to do a thorough search of the house, but of course that's impossible. And there's what he said just now about seeing Naya off to school. That sounded like something a single father would say. I suspected that FB was Tenochi's wife, but that may have been a mistake. Maybe Tenochi is just another courier after all. Maybe he doesn't even know about FB. There's the possibility that FB might not even be an Akiba. I need answers. How do I get them? Moika is just staring at the floor. I can't count on her for any bright ideas. And whether or not Tenochi's wife is FB, I don't think this man will fall for any tricks. I decide to go for the direct approach.
数時間前。
A few hours ago, 6 men stopped by this house to pick up a package, which they then delivered to France. You were there. I saw you. This time, Tenochi doesn't give me his usual macho attitude. He just smiles softly.
それが
And the
IBN5100。
package contained an IBN 5100. You know what that is, of course.
幻の
Yeah, the legendary retro PC. Is it too easy? He's never this cooperative.
あなたは何者だ？
Are you just another courier? Or are you
ラウンダーか。
a rounder? Instead of answering my question, Tenochi looks straight at Moika.
おめえは
You betray us, M4.
M4。
Moika jerks upright. M4 is Moika's code name, something only FB should know.
もしかして
Are you FB? Tenochi laughs once, that dry sound.
フェルディナント・ブラウン。
Ever heard of Ferdinand Braun? Moika and I look at each other, confused by the sudden change of topic.
おいおい。
Come on, he was a Nobel Prize-winning physicist who invented the Braun tube.
偉人だぞ。
Tenochi has a thing for Braun tubes. I know that. But what does that have to do with anything?
フェルディナント・ブラウン。
Ferdinand Braun.
頭文字は
Initials.
FB
そういう。
Now, you get it. Tenochi casually produces a handgun. The motion is so smooth and natural that I don't even recognize it as a gun at first. Its heavy form gives off a chilling black luster. The muzzle is pointed at Moika. I mean, he's basically just all muscles. He sacrificed hair for more muscle. Kinda like Saitama, obviously. Moika and I are unarmed. We didn't plan for this. Also, hey Sora. How's it going? Welcome to Viper in the chat. So he's Saitama, yeah, that's... Yep. What could we have? We thought FB was Tenochi's wife, not the man himself.
一つ聞か
Let
せて
me
くだ
ask
さい。
you one thing.
あなたの奥さんは
Your wife.
苗を産んだ時に
She died having Nai. Why? Silently. No wonder I've never seen her. She's been dead for years. Tenochi is FB.
そんな
That can't be.
俺への依存の
I thought I was your world, M4.
現実
Now you're running
逃避
away?
か
Keeping his gun trained on Moika, the man I knew as Mr. Brown laughs scornfully. We're at an overwhelming disadvantage. I was a fool to believe the direct approach would work. Faust? Yeah, you know. Now my recklessness is going to get both of us killed. No, not both of us. I don't die here. I'm here because I time leaped from the 16th. That fact is written on the fabric of this world line. So if the attractor field model is right, I can't possibly die now on the morning of the 15th. Excuse me. My survival is guaranteed by the same force that keeps killing my Earth. I mean, it's a very distracting shirt, I'm sure. However, Moika has no such protection. He dies today. It doesn't matter how. He could easily die now, right before my eyes. What am I going to do about it? Nothing. Doesn't matter. My goal is to obtain FB's cell phone and send a D-mail to Moeka in the past. That is the reason I'm here. In any case, I mustn't let his handgun scare me. There's no turning back now. All I can do is stay on the offensive.
あなたが
So your rounder concerns a dog.
犬か
Their dog.
間違いない
Yeah, you ain't wrong. Noji is like a different person today. He's composed. He doesn't get angry, even when I provoke him. You wouldn't expect a man with a gun to be so calm. Is this who he really is? Was the gruff but good-natured storekeeper just an act?
撃てば
You shoot,
銃声
it'll
で
wake up your daughter.
だからな
So what?
娘に
You want your daughter to see you commit murder?
俺の娘は
My little girl's smart as a button. She'll
他
understand.
の小さい女じゃねえ
I grind my teeth.
よりによって
I can't believe you're a rounder. You of all people.
橋田鈴は
Hashida Suzu didn't give you a home so you could turn it into a safe
世
house
話
for
をしてやったん
CERN?
じゃない
Tenochi's smile stiffens for a second, but then he slaps his knee and laughs.
なんだよおめえ
You knew Suzu-san? You should have said something.
だった
We
ら
did.
早く言ってくれよ
A few world lines ago. Tenochi and I haven't spoken about Suzuha in this world line.
だが
And what gives you the right to speak for her, huh? She died 10 years ago. You were what, 8?
なのにすずさんのこと
How do you know how she'd feel?
わかるさ
She told me. Glare at Tenochi. The anger and frustration are overwhelming.
俺の主観時間では
He was here in this time not
彼
5
女
days
はほん
ago.
の数週間前まで
未来を変えるのは
Oh, haven't seen her in a bit. I'll bring it to you here in Akihabara. That's my duty, and I'll see it through. The rest is up to you.
お願い
Change the future,
未来
please.
変えてほしい
I still remember her words vividly. Though it feels like it's been forever since she spoke them, in objective time, it was just a few days ago.
あなたのすぐ近く
It
にい
was
たんだ
right
よ
there, and you never
彼
knew
女
it.
橋田鈴
Hashida Suzu, no. Amane Suzuha was a time traveler. She came from the future to stop CERN.
日本
What? Never had an English dub. Not to the best of my knowledge. The anime does. Oh, to be fair, I don't... The newer version, Steins Elite, I don't know. It probably has a dub. Because the anime has a dub, and the newer version is much more... Not based on the anime, but it uses the anime backdrop, so why wouldn't they have a voice track too? This OG version is only Japanese. But I haven't played Elite, which is the newer remastered whatever version. I wouldn't be surprised if that had a dub, but I don't want to tab out now and check.
気づかなかったのか
You've never noticed, FB? The woman who saved your life came from the year 2036. She was one of us, a lab member,
2036年からやっ
the
てきたんだ
daughter of Hashida Itaru.
鈴葉はセルンを恨んでい
Suzuha
た
hated CERN, and here you are,
なの
a
に
man who owes her everything,
その
doing their
鈴葉
dirty
に
work.
これでは
Is this how you honor
鈴葉
Suzuha's
浮かばれない
memory?
ぞ
でたらめ言ってんじゃねえよ
Stop making shit up. The Elite is not dubbed. Okay, cool. Then no, there is no dubbed version of the visual novel. Also, hello, drug-free roommates. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? Good to know. The anime, I'm pretty sure, has a dub, and the problem is I'm sure it has a good dub. Legitimately, I'm sure it's good. But I can't watch this without Mamoru Miyanu's evil scientist laugh. I can't do it. That is such an ingrained part of the character to me, I can't watch the dub, even though I am positive it's a great dub. I have no doubts. To me, that's just a part of the character. Even though I'm sure whoever dubs him does a great job, I couldn't watch it without that. Tenochi thrusts his gun at me. I really managed to keep from flinching.
どうして
How did you turn out this way?
うるせえな
Fuck you. It's complicated. Complicated? Is that supposed to be an excuse?
本当に
Are you really FB? Moika looks completely lost. Tenochi sighs and lowers his gun.
ああそうだ
Yeah, I am.
メールは
Mails.
全部俺が書いた
I wrote them. Why did I pretend to be a
こんな
woman?
ことばかり
Camouflage, obviously. Had to hide my
カモフラージ
identity.
だよネットでもネカマなんて腐るほど
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, that's why I have no doubt that it's a good dub. It's just, to me, it's kind of like I can't watch, even though I've heard great things about the JoJo dub, at least parts of it, I couldn't watch part 2 dubbed. Part 3, I mean. Because Old Man JoJo's English is just so much a part of, like, the character's identity to me. I couldn't change that. That's the thing. Once you're used to, it doesn't matter which way it is. If I've started watching or reading something one way or a visual novel, it's hard for me to change it. Whichever way it is. Like, I can't watch Trigun Japanese. I can't watch Baccano Japanese. I watch those with the dubs, and to me, that's what the characters sound like. I can't do it the other way. Not all. That was at the time where, like, it was assumed that a dub was bad, and unfortunately I feel like that mentality carries forth, even though most dubs these days are good, if not phenomenal. The actual current, like, amount of bad dubs is very low, but that mentality persists. So 1 or 2 without a dub, every other game is a dub, you'd have to switch the dialogue. Yep. I feel like whatever I start something with, I just gotta keep going with that. Or if I want to change, I gotta change early, otherwise it's just ingrained. Like, that's what the character sounds like. The internet's full of guys pretending to be girls. Like, I can do either. I got no problem dubs or subs. I like them both. But whichever one I start with, I'll usually keep going with that series. I gotta say though, M4, you send too much goddamn mail. Who has time for that shit? You better be grateful I bothered to reply. No. FB was like a mother to me. I'd do anything for FB, yeah. He knows. What's the point? It's easy to manipulate nutjobs like you. Just gotta give them something to cling to. Ooh. Like, you know it, but you don't want to hear it. I approached Nochi, but freeze once he points the gun at me again. Why did you stop emailing me? Huh? Oh, right. Your usefulness ended the second you dropped off that IBM 5100. I'm useless? Yeah, that was obvious. I've been telling her this whole time that FB abandoned her. I guess it wasn't real to her until she heard it from FB's own mouth. Recruiting members directly is bad for security or secrecy. Excuse me. But the Rounders make up for it by choosing expendable assets with nowhere else to go. Any member who finds an IBM 5100 is eliminated. No exceptions. What is he saying? That way, CERN gets to keep their secrets, plus have a cheap army of outcasts like us. We're all expendable. Every last one of us. And it sucks, let me tell you. Without dropping a smile, Tanoji takes his gun. As soon as our job's done, they get rid of us. Guess that makes us cattle, not dogs. Presses it against the side of his own head. Disobey orders, and they go after your family. Can't let them touch my little girl, can I? Wait, don't! Sorry for everything, Suzu-san. Really, how did I turn out this way? He pulls the trigger. Why? Brains splatter against the wall. Tanoji's massive body drops to the floor and sprawls out motionless. A dark red stain begins to spread over the tatami mats. He's dead. Tanoji's dead. No. Why? Oh, the sounds. See, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. He found an IBM 5100. He knows what that means that has to happen. He straight up said, if you disobey, they come after your family. It was either scar her this way, or whatever CERN will do. And I'd assume he weighed those options and went, no, this is the better option. It's over, and I still don't understand what happened. Would he have killed himself even if we hadn't confronted him? Was his death too the will of fate? Noji had completed his mission. Maybe he chose to eliminate himself rather than face CERN's assassins. I bite down hard on my lip. I pound my fist against the floor. You left your daughter all alone.
何勝手に死んで
You
るん
meant to
だよ。
protect her with a sacrifice, but what is Naya supposed to do now?
しかも
You die with a smile.
笑いながら死ねるんだよ。
All-rounders are expendable, he said. Does that mean FB was just another pawn? Is that how CERN operates? Yes, clearly. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Sends a hell of a message to these two, though, don't it? Insanity. This can't be real. Is she still asleep in the next room, blissfully unaware of her father's suicide? How do I explain this to her? Should I run? Ah, sneeze coming. Or not. Okay, thanks, buddy. Again, strictly speaking, my purpose is to obtain FB's phone. Once I send the D-mail and change the world line, all of this will be undone. I can run like a coward and no one will know. Oh no. I timidly slide open the door to Naya's bedroom. Looks like you'd expect. There's a red backpack hanging next to the desk, and there's a futon laid out on the floor. Yes. But Naya isn't there. The window is open. The lace curtains are waving, as if to invite the fresh morning breeze inside.
いない。
Well, yeah, she's gone? Where did she go? No, don't tell me CERN kidnapped her. I don't even know if she was here when we arrived. None of this makes sense. This isn't the world I know.
携帯を
His phone.
探そう。
I need Tanoji's phone. I'm relieved Naya isn't here. I don't have to tell her about her father's death. I find Tanoji's phone in his pants pocket. I was ready to kill him for it if I had to. I'm sure that would have happened. I never thought he would kill himself. Now I'm looting his dead body like a hyena scavenging for scraps of meat. I make myself want to puke. I leave as soon as I have the phone, dragging the catatonic Moeka with me. We regroup with Krisu, who was worried sick waiting outside, and hailed a taxi. Yeah, no way. I wish we hadn't spent so much time parked near Tanoji's house. Once the body is found, the police might trace the rental car back to us. Maybe we should have reported it first, but I'd rather not have to answer any questions. Besides, soon none of this will have happened.
そう
So,
店長
the manager was FB. Video game setting, maybe. First we take Moeka back to her apartment. There, I explained to Krisu what happened. Moeka didn't say a word on the way back. Now she's sitting on the floor by the entrance, staring off into space. It must have been quite a shock to hear Tanoji's, FB's, confession. The one person she trusted betrayed her. She may never recover. But were Tanoji's actions really a betrayal? I'm not quite convinced. Something felt off back there. Hunters who complete their mission are eliminated. No exceptions. That's what FB said. In that case, why wasn't Moeka killed?
なあ、
Hey, Moeka,
もしかしたら
it's possible that FB did what he did so you could live.
あの人は
Maybe he didn't
お
abandon
前を
you.
突き放して
Maybe by pushing you away, he was trying to keep you safe. This may just be wishful thinking. We'll never know FB's true intentions, but I want to believe that Tanoji did care for her, that there was a place for Moeka somewhere. What am I doing? Why am I trying to comfort Moeka? Maybe I'm just soft.
岡部
Abe,
Imasu
we need to send the
D-mail
D-mail now. Krisu's expression is great.
今を逃すと
Miss
い
this
ろいろ面
chance
倒な
and
こ
you
と
could
に
be in
巻き込ま
a
れるか
lot
も
of
しれない
trouble.
から
Krisu had the same thoughts as me.
あんたの目的は
Your goal is to save my Yuri, not take revenge on
セルの
CERN,
複数
right?
私たちが作った
I don't want anyone else to be hurt because of the machine we built.
あ
Yeah, you're
あ
right.
そうだな
FB's phone is in my possession. There's no longer any reason to stay in this world line. It's only a matter of time till the police come looking for us. I should send the D-mail immediately. When I do, the present will be reconstructed. Tanoji will still be alive. Moeka will still be in contact with FB. And at last, the IBM 5100 will return to me. I just need to think about saving my Yuri, and all will be well.
ダルはもうラボに来ていると思うか
Do you think Daru's still in the lab?
電話してみる。
I'll try calling. I'll send the same message I tried to send earlier from Moika's phone. Only this time it will be from FB's phone. When Moika sees it, she'll believe it to be an order from FB. Knowing her dependence on FB, she'll obey without question. It makes me sick to be taking advantage of Moika's vulnerabilities like this. How am I any different from FB?
あと5分くらいで
Said he'll be
ラボ
there
に
in
着くって
5 minutes. So we just need to wait until then.
ね
By the way, something weird happened back there.
店長の
After closing her phone, Krisu glanced at Moika and lowers her voice.
私
While I was waiting outside,
外で見張ってて
I heard a gunshot. Oh, yeah, we couldn't have really talked about it in the... Well, it's a rental car, not a taxi. We could have mentioned, yeah.
その直後ぐらいに
And right after that,
あ
I
の
saw her.
あの子
Her who? I ask, even though I already know the answer. There's only one person it could be.
ナイちゃん
Nai-chan.
家の裏口から
You ran out the back door.
呼び止めようとしたら
When I called her to stop, our eyes met. Krisu bites her lip as if fighting an unpleasant memory. I can't tap out of this one, so I'll witness the cursed after stream, but for now I can't see it. It happened right after she heard the gunshot. If that's true, then Naya saw her father die. She saw her father die and ran away. What? There's a knock on the door. Someone's here. Who? Moika, who had been squatting by the entrance, slowly lifts her head. This is wrong. The timing's too perfect. Today, Kiryu Moika dies. This world line has already proved that fate. Has it come for her already? Moika reaches for the doorknob.
よせ開けるな
Wait, don't! I try to stop her. But too late. Moika is already turning the doorknob. The door opens slowly. There stands...
こんにちは
Hi. An innocent greeting. A child's voice. Familiar. How did she find this place? How did she get here? Why did she come here? She ran away. Our eyes met. Right after I heard the gunshot. Nai steps up to Moika. Moika's body blocks my view. The next instant, Moika drops to her knees like a string cut puppet. Ah, an innocent laugh. That's so innocent. Hands dyed with blood. A cleaver in her hand.
嘘
No way.
でしょ嘘じゃない
Yes way. Naya's lips twist into a vicious sneer. She looks straight at me, her eyes burning with intense hatred. Oh yeah, no. It doesn't have to be a stab. It could just be a whack. That's not a stabbing weapon. To be fair, I don't think they ever said stab. We just assumed. Yeah, they couldn't see what happened. Cleaver. Those aren't the eyes of a child. What's going on here? Is this really Nai?
私は許
I
さな
won't
い
forgive you. The venom in her voice chills me to the bone.
父さんを死に追いやったお前た
Daddy
ちを
died because of you.
絶対に
I'll never
許さない
forgive you.
私がこの手で殺
I'll
してや
kill
る
you
ま
with my
で
own two hands.
許さないから
Yusu and I stare in shocked silence. Neither of us can move a muscle.
岡部倫太郎
Abe Rintaro. My heart skips a beat. I feel like someone just walked over my grave.
お前は15年後に殺すそれ
I'll
ま
come
で
for you in 15
怯えて待っ
years.
てなさい
I hope you spend them quivering in terror. Hmm. Oh, cool. Nifty nifty. Naya tosses the knife away and leaves, laughing all the while. Oh, now it's a knife. I'm gonna just say translation, and it's one of the two. Or, it's like when you have a knife that's out of ammunition, it can sometimes be two things at once. This was a cleaver knife. I hear the sound of her footsteps pattering down the stairs. Soon they fade away, leaving us in silence. What the hell was that? Demon? Was she possessed? My entire body is shaking. I have to struggle just to move a finger. What about Moeka? Moeka's clothes are soaked in blood. There's a gaping wound in her abdomen where Nye stabbed her. Yeah, so it was a stab. Okay. Yep. I mean, the shock of it alone will just let her get away with it. What are they going to do? Calm down. Krisu yells for me to come to my senses, and then she takes out her phone. Check on Kiryu-san. I'll call an ambulance. No, wait, before that. Maybe you should just send the D-mail. Even now, Krisu is calm. I feel an irrational surge of anger at her composure, but I know that she's right. Once I send the D-mail, this world line will be undone. I know that, but still I run to Moeka's side. When I lift her up in my arms, I see that her chest is already covered in blood.
Moeka!
She's my enemy. Hang in there. She killed Mayuri. You hear me, Moeka? I can't understand her. I can't forgive her. And yet, I can't help but call her name. Because in a sense, she's a victim too. Yep. Well, I mean, she was stabbed in the back. But either it was a very deep stab, or she was like, what's this? Moeka slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes are blank and unfocused. She's fading fast. She tries to speak, but her voice catches in her throat. I bring my ear closer to her lips. I killed someone precious to you. Yes, you did. Countless times. Not in this world line, but on others. Dawn invades everything. This is my punishment. The bill of fate. Sorry. Sorry. I silently squeeze Moeka's hand. Moeka doesn't squeeze back. She no longer has the strength. I had nothing except FB. The only place I belonged. I would kill to protect it. The right to hate me. I'm sorry. I forgive you. The words come to my lips unbidden. But as soon as I speak them, I understand why. Moeka does not kill Mayuri on this world line. Even if she could, it would not happen until tomorrow. This Moeka, the one dying in my arms, is innocent. And yet even now she says I am sorry. How can I not answer her? I forgive you. Perhaps the words are meaningless. Forgiving Moeka will not cure Naya's hate. Neither will Moeka's death. I don't even know if I truly mean what I'm saying. But still, I remember what Krisu said. My goal is to save Mayuri, not avenge her. So here, now, I forgive you. The anguish seems to fade from Moeka's face. Her eyes slowly close. A tear slides down Moeka's cheek. Her hand slips from my grasp. She is no longer breathing. Biting my lip, I lay Moeka to rest on the floor. I place her purple phone in her hands. I'm covered in your fingerprints, but it won't matter after D-mail. Abe. Krisu calls to me in a weak voice. I think you should send the D-mail. Everything's ready at the lab. Yeah. Moeka and FB are gone, but Mayuri's fate remains unchanged. The universe still demands her death. Hey, Christina. When I send the D-mail and change divergence, do you think Moeka's fate will change? Based off the attractor field model you spoke of, she'll be more likely to live if divergence exceeds 1%. I mean, everything's fine. she'll be more likely to live if divergence exceeds 1%.
ごめん。
Sorry,
こんな
wish I knew what to say.
いや、いいんだ。
Don't worry about it. Stand up. Moika's blood clings to my hands. It won't come off even when I wipe it with a tissue. That's how blood do, I guess. I stop trying and take out FB's phone. Excuse me. I nod to Krisu. She calls Daru, tells him to activate the phone wave, name subject to change. I take one last look at Moika's body lying there, and save the game. Causality is a strange and terrifying thing. At the beginning of all this, Moika killed Mayuri. But now Moika lies dead while Mayuri still lives. All because I changed the past. Moika, if you're going to apologize for a sin you didn't commit, then I must apologize as well. Alright, see you around, Potions. That's a note and a half to end on. Hope you get some good rest. See you next time. See you hopefully tomorrow for some strivey goodness after D&D. I'm responsible for twisting your fate. And for twisting the fate of Tennoji Nae. I've ruined that innocent girl's life. Made her something other than what she was meant to be. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Of course, if I send the email now, this world line will be undone. Nae's twisted fate will be corrected. There's no point in worrying about it. I should just think about Mayuri. I couldn't burden myself with any more problems. Is this really okay? Of course it is. Send the email. That's all I need to do. Why won't my fingers move? I already know what I need to do, and yet...
岡部
Okabe?
さっきのあの子、
Wasn't there something strange
様
about
子が
that
変じゃな
girl?
かったか。
Nothing whatsoever strange about that girl, no.
あの子ってナイちゃんのこと？
That girl, you mean Nai-chan? I nod.
まるで
It's like a different person.
15年後に殺すって。
What did she mean she'll kill me in
Don't you
15
mean that?
years? Bothers me. Does she know something? What was she implying?
岡部気に
Don't
する
worry
こと
about
は
it, Okabe.
D メールを今すぐ送って
Send the email right
そ
now.
れで
That'll solve everything. Yeah, except we already made the choice not to, so I put FP's phone in my pocket.
見なかったことには。
Can't pretend I didn't see that. Naya's crime is partially my responsibility. And I need to know what she meant when she promised to kill me 15 years from now.
タイムリープする。
I'm time leaping back to the lab. Risu sighs, but I pretend not to hear it. Our enemy, but... Risu glances at Moika, then whispers into my ear.
彼女は
Isn't she our enemy?
今は
It's about 7 a.m., right?
は
Huh?
そうだけど
Well, yeah, but where did that question come from? Also, to time leap, you have to have picked up your phone. Couldn't you just look at the screen and be like, it's about 7 a.m.? After time leaping 4 hours back, I find myself in front of the station. This is right after Moika and I met up with Krisu after returning from Narita Airport. After this comes the Tennoji residence. Moika is standing a few meters away, kicking the dirt in boredom. Moika was dead just a few minutes ago, but now she's perfectly fine. Yeah, that's fair. I feel no surprise. I suppose I've grown accustomed to this particular facet of time travel. After all, I've seen Mayuri come back to life countless times already. This one other thing experience has taught me. Today, Moika and Tennoji will die. There's nothing we can do to stop it. I know it's cruel, but I didn't come back here to save them. I don't have the means to, and it isn't my problem. The problem is Nae. We arrive in front of Tennoji's house just like we did before I time looped. But this time, I wait outside with Krisu. Moika enters alone, expressionless as ever. While we wait outside, I tell Krisu what's about to happen. I also tell her to wait a little while after she hears the gunshot and then go inside and take Tennoji's phone. It feels like an eternity passes in silence. Then... Yep. Risu gasps. Her body goes stiff. It really was a gunshot. That was a shot, yep. I immediately look around. Just as Krisu told me, I see a girl come out of the window. She walks away quickly, but at the same time taking care not to make a sound. I imagine Naruto running. That's how you make no sound, right? Just throwing your arms back as you run makes your footsteps sound. That's not how a child acts after witnessing her father's death. Wait. Naya looks over her shoulder. She spears me with eyes full of hatred. That alone is enough to make me shiver. It's pitiful, but a tiny little girl is making me nervous. Something is very wrong here. This Naya is like a completely different person. Assassin. Yeah, perfectly normal. I want to know her true identity. That's why I time-leaped instead of sending the email. Naya is still running, ignoring my calls to stop. I run after her. Out of shape though I may be, I'm still more than a match for a 12-year-old girl. The distance between us quickly shortens. Naya keeps running, occasionally looking back at me and grinding her teeth in a very unchildlike manner. A child being chased by a man will cry and scream things like "Stay away!" or "Help!" This girl says nothing. The only sound is her heavy breathing. Stop! I call out to her once more when she's nearly in arm's reach. Unexpectedly, Naya slows down and eventually stops to catch her breath. It looks like she's realized she can't get away. From the sound of her breathing, she must be at her limit. We're alone. Risu and Moika must still be at the house, and the streets are empty thanks to the Oban holidays. Perfect. I was afraid someone might report me as a child molester. Now I can get what I need to know out of this strange girl who looks like Naya. You know, you just take that out of context, and it really sounds bad, but like... I call out to her as I catch my breath. Are you really Tenoji Naya? Yeah, the wording could have been improved. Naya glares at me as she catches her breath. You plan to kill Kiryu Moeka after this, don't you? That's right. She punctuates her nonchalant reply with a cruel smile. That's not the face of a child. Revenge for your father? You and Kiryu Moeka killed Daddy. Your dad killed himself. He blew his own brains out. He would have done it even if we hadn't been here. It's not our fault. I don't care. What? Kiryu Moeka was there when Daddy died, but she didn't stop him. I won't forgive her. Nor you, Okabe Rintaro. You weren't there, but Daddy would have died. He wouldn't have died if you hadn't gotten involved. Wait, is she blaming me for finding the IBN 5100? How the hell was I supposed to know? But I won't kill you now. I can't. A tiny little girl, barely half my height, looks up at me with a smile that chills my blood. I'll kill you in 15 years. Keep living in fear until then. I get on my knees and grab Naya by the shoulders. I hold back my terror and meet her stare for stare. And yet, this girl doesn't even flinch. Who are you? She isn't Tenoji Naya. What do you mean you'll kill me in 15 years? Exactly what it sounds like. 15 years from now, I killed you. Killed? Why is she using past tense? Naya laughs once, a harsh and mocking sound. Then she leans in and whispers. You still don't get it? Just now, you asked who I am. I am Tenoji Naya, no doubt about that. I remember the next 15 years. I'm Leap. Naya suddenly whips out a knife, catching me completely off guard. I don't remember. I think it was 15 years though. Yeah, this is art. I'm gonna hit the right button this time, instead of the one that skips ahead. Yeah. Naya drives the knife into the elbow of my right arm, which was grabbing her shoulder. Blood sprays onto Naya's face, but she doesn't even blink. Instead, she laughs. Just like she laughed when she killed Moeka. Damn it. The intense pain brings me to my knees. Yeah, honestly, if I bang my elbow against a wall, I'm gonna probably scream out in pain. I can't even imagine what a knife to it would be. For a moment I panic, but somehow I manage to convince myself that I'm fine. I won't die here, I tell myself. This world line won't accept that. It's just like Naya said herself. Convergence. It's not that she won't kill me, she can't. It's the same way that he tried to get the IBM 5100 out of that locker and the cops keep showing up, and if he kept trying, something would keep happening. I'm sure if she actually tried to, kill him, a rock would fly out of nowhere and knock the knife out of her hand or something. Excuse me. I don't know if you've seen... No, you did see that sequence. I was there when you saw that sequence. It's like trying to flip a double-headed coin. I know you saw that sequence. I was there for that. If you tried, something would surely interfere. Want to hear how I killed you? In the future, you were one of the founders of the resistance against CERN. But I captured you, and I imprisoned you, and tortured you every which way I could think of. Yeah, so it's the same concept. Different reasons, I guess, but same concept. You cried and screamed and begged for your life, all while covered in piss and shit. You were one sorry sight, Okabe Rintaro. After I ran out of things to do, I finally slit your throat, and then I stabbed you over and over and over again. So many times, I don't even remember. That's how your life is going to end. That's your punishment for murdering Daddy. Naya grabs my arm and digs her tiny fingers into the wound. Yeah, that sounds about right. My nerves burst into flames, not just in my arm, but throughout my entire body. The pain forces the air out of my lungs in a blood-curdling scream. I can't shake off Naya's hands. I can't even move a finger against the pain. Yeah. Yes, Potts went to bed at the right time. Karen confiscated your time loop machine. They kept it locked away for 15 years until I came for it. After I became a rounder and killed you, I used that machine to come all the way back here. It was hard, let me tell you. That piece of shit can't leap more than 48 hours at a time. To travel 15 years in 48-hour increments would take... Damn, I can't calculate through the pain. 2,738 leaps. I messed up a few times, though, so it was really more like twice that. At least, I kinda lost count after a while. Now I get it. When I came to this world line, I went back to the lab after learning of Moika's suicide. Once I got there, I found evidence someone had used the time loop machine. So that was Anaya's final time loop, and if you don't go to this bad end, you have no idea what that's about. It never gets talked about in any other way, it's ever. Because how would it? Naya keeps staring into my eyes as her fingers crawl deeper into my wound. Man, just reading that hurts. Bite my lip in a desperate attempt to beat the pain, or bear the pain. My blood won't stop flowing. It collects into a puddle and stains the asphalt dark red. Yeah. Definitely. I feel like for that first bad end, it was partially repeated use of the time loop machine, and also partially just same day over and over. And it's kind of 50-50. Whereas for her, it's way more use of the time loop machine, plus revenge and murderous intent to begin with. Revenge is all I lived for. I won't let anybody else get in my way. I will kill Kiryu Moeka with my own two hands. I won't let that bitch kill herself. She doesn't deserve to go out easy. You left 15 years just for that? She's insane. It was Moeka and I who made her that way. We turned an innocent little girl into a creature of hatred starved for vengeance. Yeah, we stole 15 years of her life. 15 years. I can't understand what it's like to live with such hatred for so long. Just for that. Naya's slender fingers pried deeper into my wound, so deep I could feel her fingers against my bone.
お前たちにとっては
It might not mean much to you, but to me, killing you two means everything. So you killed Moeka, but what comes next?
その後
Next? You gonna repeat those 15 years all over again? What do I care about those 15 years?
価値なんて
There's nothing for me there.
ないんだ
She does not cry. She does not sneer. Her voice is flat and emotionless as she speaks these words. There's nothing more I can say to this girl that I destroyed. At last, Naya lets go of my arm. She looks in disgust at her hands, now covered in my blood.
お前は今何も
I
しな
don't
くて
need
いい
anything from you now.
ただ怯え
Just wait in fear and regret, Okabe Rintaro, until I come for you in 15 years.
15年後に私が迎えに行く時
Powerless
に
to stop her from running away. Honestly seems about an appropriate reaction. Dry laughter leaks out of my mouth. That girl's disconnected from causality, just like I am. Different is the timeline if she's in murder mode 15 years earlier. Well, it's 15 years later. And 15 years later, CERN runs the world. And she's around her then, as she just said, so she basically has the power to do whatever. She has full government approval. CERN runs the world, even though they're not official about it. And apparently and he's a terrorist. She captures and kills a terrorist. She technically does what is considered good in her time. Clearly, for bad reasons. Clearly a bad thing. And definitely not left better for wear by going back several thousand times, 48 hours at a time. Sure, it's fine. Asked her what she would do after killing Moeka. She didn't answer. First time she lived those 15 years, all she had was revenge. And after time leaping thousands of times, she exacted that revenge. How will she live those 15 years the second time around? Kill me again? Will her revenge be complete then? Or will it continue forever, till even she forgets why? The thought squeezes my heart like a vice. Does time travel bring nothing but pain? We built a time machine out of curiosity. We were fools. If not for our meddling, CERN would not have targeted us. Mayuri would not have died. Suzuha would not have had to time travel to the past. Paris would not have lost her father twice. Lukuko would not have had to forsake her feelings for me. And Moeka would not have killed Mayuri. Yeah, I'm here. Krisu runs up to me. She turns pale at the sight of my bleeding arm. And probably a lot of it. What happened? You okay? She kneels in front of me. Worry is etched on her face. Yes, this is a bad end. We had the choice to open the phone and send the email, and we opted not to. So this should be, if I recall correctly, the final bad end. Oh. I brought it, but Krisu hands me FB's phone. I take it and start typing out the mail with my left hand. Hey, tell me what happened, will you? Should I call an ambulance? Calm down. I'm gonna send the email now. Right. If the world line changes, then the wound will go away. But who cares about my wound? Noji's death, Moeka's death, and the damage to Naya's soul will all be undone. Stop search, PC unneeded. That's what matters. Stand by. I finish the mail and take a breath. Hey, why do you think Tenoji didn't kill Moeka? What do you mean? Any rounder who finds an IBN 5100 is silenced. No exceptions. That's what Tenoji said. In that case, the one who should have been eliminated first was Moeka. She found the IBN 5100 in the first place. Yet, Tenoji cut contact with her instead. And when we exposed her true identity, he shot himself, not Moeka. I think he wanted to save Moeka. Perhaps that's just wishful thinking. Perhaps I'm just looking for an ounce of comfort in all this suffering. Even if that was Tenoji's intention, it's meaningless. Moeka will die today. Whether by her own hand or Nai's, it doesn't matter. Even he didn't know. However,
ベータ世界線では
hope it works out in the Beta world line.
そうなると
They
いいな
are the enemy. I should hate them for killing Mayuri. But in some sense, Tanoji, Moika, and Nai are all just victims of my foolish experiments. I pray that they can live normal lives, at least on the Beta world line. For their sake, as well as Mayuri's, I must send this email.
悪いな。な
Mari, Nai. Once this email is sent, this world line will be
お
undone.
前の復讐は
Can't let you have your revenge.
果たされない。
571046. The world shatters, warps, and reforms. Eventually, those sensations disappear, and color gradually returns to the world. I find myself standing on the street near the lab. The burning pain in my right arm is suddenly gone. I look down. There's no wound, no blood. Instead, I'm holding a convenience store bag with 2 bottles of Dr. P. Hard to take a sip when mentioned.
Tasty.
I guess it worked. I head straight for Moika's apartment. When I get there, Moika opens the door normally and peeks out at me. She looks fine. No signs of despair, no blood stain by the door, no knife either.
岡部君
Abe-kun,
ここ
how did you know where I...
少し
Let me
時間
kill
を
some
潰
time
させ
here.
てもらうぞ。
I barge into the room. The hour of Moika's death passes with no sign of Nai. The world line has changed. I don't need an IBM 5100 anymore, Moika. Moika's right in front of me, but she sends me mail. Feels like forever since we last conversed like this.
必要ない。
What do you mean? Oh, dang it.
からストップが。
My supervisor told me to stop looking, Moika. Yes, that name you definitely told us about before. That one. How do you know about FB? Where did you get that information, Moika? Just dot. So FB's still alive. Yeah, I feel relief, but also fear. I mustn't forget that he is my enemy. For now, however, I'm more interested in what Moika just said. FB cancelled her mission to retrieve the IBM 5100. Doing your duty sets you up for disposal, so we're more like cattle than dogs. I recall his last words. Perhaps he cancelled her mission so that they wouldn't be eliminated. If that's the truth, then maybe he really was trying to save Moika.
ただ怯え
Live in fear and regret, Okabe Rentaro, until we meet again in 15 years.
15年
I
後
wonder
に
what happened to Nai.
私が
I
迎えに
can't get that childish yet hate-filled voice out of my head. On that world line, I turned an innocent girl into a murderer. Bite my lip hard enough to draw blood. I won't fear you, Nai, nor will I repent. That world line has already been undone. But how will things turn out in this new world line? No, there's no point thinking about it. If the plan worked, the IBM 5100 should already be back in my possession. And if that's the case, then there's no need to stay on this world line either. Maybe I was wrong and it's not a bad end. It's been a while. Those sequences I remembered from my first time through. Like, it's got a way of being memorable there. On the way back to the lab, I stop by the Braun 2 workshop and peek in through the window. The 42-inch CRT is powered on, and Tanoji, FB, is lounging in front of it, reading the sports pages. FB is still alive. Its daughter, Nai, has no reason to hate anyone now. I climb the stairs to the lab. There's nobody there but Krisu.
桐生萌香のアパートに行っ
You've
た。
been to Kiryu Moika's apartment?
Huh?
Huh? Krisu pauses her at-channel browsing session to look at me in confusion.
萌香さんのアパート
Moika-san's apartment?
私が
Never.
そうか。
Okay.
どういうことよ
Why do you ask?
いや、
Wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey. It doesn't matter, just wondering. I cut across the lounge and head straight for the development room. the middle of that room sits the time leap machine. After a glance at the time leap machine, I scan the shelves. It's here! A large, familiar cardboard box.
It's magic.
It is magic, yep, I was right. Inside the box is the IBM 5100, the legendary retro PC stolen from me by a twist of fate.
Yay, you did it!
I haven't seen you in a while. Okarin's been acting strange lately, so Mayushi didn't go to Komima today. Are you at the lab? Maybe I'll go there now. I haven't seen you in a couple of days, you know? We usually see each other every day, so it's really lonely. I know it's only been 4 days at most, but I'm used to being with you all the time. I'm your hostage, remember? Don't let go. At last it has returned. The long battle is finally over. Did it? We can save Mayuri. Daru, where's my super hacker? Super definitely says super hacker, come on, right?
Super hacker, come on!
I can't contain my excitement. My heart is beating like a jackhammer.
Hey, master.
Oh, he's
I am
not
mad
here.
Scientist. It's so cool.
He went to Komima, remember? Oh, right. In that case, he won't return until evening. I can't wait that long. So I fire up the time machine and leap. I can't wait that long. I can wait less than that. Back we go. I also like with the new lighting, the shadow. The little shadow handprint on there. Even though we have 2 lights. One there, one there. As shape and color return to the world, I see Daru in front of his computer, sleepily playing an arrow game. Just take a nap, dude. Though, this one's way brighter than that one. Though they're adjustable. I could at any point just be like, haha, I want to blind myself more than I already am. It's not actually that bright. Though, one thing I might try at some point, just to see how it works, it came with a set of little plastic color sleeves inserts to change the colors. So in theory, I could change the colors of these lights. Would it look good? Probably not. Realistically, probably not, but I got some color options. I could do that. See how it works. Oh, congrats. Yeah, After checking, because me and Grim were talking about it last night, I had one wishlist drop a week ago, and then I had a wishlist drop 2 weeks before that. That is how many wishlist drops I've had in the past month. That I've pulled my 2 in 1 month. Yusu's napping on the sofa. She probably just got done with her all-nighter on the time leap machine. Mayuri's not around. She probably went to Lukako's to beg him to cosplay. Christina! Yusu jerks awake. It's time for the final phase of Operation Verdhandi. My sonorous declaration earns only blank stares. Yeah, that's how that works. Why are they so slow? The IBM 5100, Daru! Yeah? Listen to me, man. We have an IBM 5100. Of course we do. The one who found it, Okarin. Yes, I did. I found it at Yanabashi's shrine. Have you been drinking too much soda? Dr. Pepper will have that effect on a man, okay? It's fine. Sometimes you just get the pepper sweats. It's fine. Let me sleep for crying out loud. Krisu rubs her eyes and complains. She looks dead tired. It's up all night. Question, Daru. Have you researched how to use the IBM 5100? Huh? Well, yeah, I guess. Can you believe I did it while preparing for Komima? I'm like a saint or something. They knight me for this in England. Then we shall call you Sir Super Hacker. No. Will you guys shut up? You're giving me a headache. If Daru knows how to use the IBM 5100, then we can hack CERN right now. Hear me, lab members. Mayuri is not there, but that's actually more convenient. Our long struggle has at last reached its climax. Ragnarok is at hand. Now we must deliver the decisive blow. With the power of the IBM 5100, we shall crack CERN's most secure database and destroy it from the inside. Through the cowardly apparatus known as Echelon, the enemy has acquired precious intelligence on our activities. Now they plot to steal our sacred time machine, upon which rests the hopes and dreams of all mankind. Beneath its scholarly trappings, CERN is a hive of scum and villainy, of men who would sacrifice innocent souls in their quest to rule all space and time. But now we are poised to crush them with the hammer of justice. And when we do, they will know once and for all by whose hand the wheel of fate truly turns. When the sun sets upon the battlefield, the foul system that rules the world will crumble. And from the flames, a new age will rise, an age of glorious, unfettered chaos. Ah, shut up. Yusu gets fed up and rises from the sofa. What are you talking about? Nobody can know how the darkness in Okarin's heart. First, get your character straight. What kind of mad scientist talks about the hammer of justice? I guess he just got caught up in the heat of the moment. Maybe he regrets it now? Yeah, full Fuchuni excitement. Come on guys, stop complaining and get ready. Get ready. The crack CERN, weren't you listening? I don't think that's a good idea. When did you become a goody two-shoes? Where's your ambition? Trying to get us arrested? That's not the problem. I fight the urge to grind my teeth. Instead, I fix Kritsu with my stare. It's taken me so long, just to reach this point. This is my chance to escape the Alpha World Line and save my Yuri. I won't let anyone get in my way. Anyone. Okabe? Why so serious, man? I've got good reason. To them, only a half an hour has passed since the time loop machine was built. But to me, many days have passed since this ordeal began. Short second. Please. Is it on auto? I didn't hit anything, did I? No, I guess I just skipped that one. I bow my head deeply. Please, hear me out. Or else my Yuri will die, and in 26 years the world will be ruled by CERN. Suzuha's sacrifice will have been for nothing. Daru claps me on the shoulder, then smiles broadly and thrusts his thumb skyward. It's not like I'm cracking for you or anything, okay? Is Daru soon too? God. I burst out in laughter. Sir Super Haka Sundari version is here to save the day. I couldn't have asked for a better right-hand man. Sundaru. Daru's good. As Daru hooks the IBM 5100 to his PC, I explain the situation one more time. Let's hope this is the last. This all happened because of the very first D-mail I sent to Daru. CERN intercepted that D-mail with Echelon and figured out what it meant, then set the rounders after us. They will kill Mayuri, kidnap us, and steal the time loop machine. Some years after that, I assume, Daru and I escape and form the resistance, to which Suzuha belonged. Tried to save Mayuri, but nothing worked. Every world line converged on the same result, just as attractor field theory said they would. You know, if this is all in your head, I think you've got a career as a light novel author ahead of you. Or a visual novel author, I suppose. It's true, all of it. To prevent Mayuri's death, and to free Suzuha's future from CERN. We need to escape from the Alpha World Line. I think we can do that by cancelling all of our changes to the timeline so far. That should return us to the Beta World Line, the world line that existed before I sent that first D-mail. There's just one more step. We need to erase the first D-mail from CERN's database. If what Suzuha said is correct, then erasing that data will take us over 1% divergence and back to the Beta World Line. It was just one short email, barely 36 bytes, but it changed the course of human history. Butterfly effect. Fascinating. Yusu mutters as she sips her hot coffee. It looks like she's already recovered from her exhaustion.
マキセ氏は信じるん
You believe him, Makuseshi?
仮説としてはね。
In theory, I'd like to see objective data, but that's obviously impossible.
安心しろ
Relax, your time leap machine worked
タイム
perfectly.
リー
当
Of
然でしょ。
course it did. She doesn't deny it. That's just like Krisu.
それに
Besides, we were already planning to crack CERN's database, weren't we?
とにかくアクセスしてみ
Fine,
て。
let's see what's in there. If the mail data exists, then it's proof that what you said is true.
要するに
What you're saying is, don't think.
と
You
いうことですね
got it.
わかり
逆にわかんない。
You lost me.
考えるよりやってみろ
What he meant to say was, don't think, do. Daru extracts his massive body from the space behind the desk, plops himself down in the chair, and wipes away his sweat.
つなぎ終わったおちょっと設定
Done
知ら
bridging
ないと
them.
ダ
I
メ
need
だ
to
けど
tinker with the settings a little, but we should be up and running in about 10 minutes.
よし
それにしても。
So, the first email started everything.
それってあれでしょ？
Was that the one you showed me at
ATM 見
ATM?
せてもらって。私が死ん
The
で
one
た
that said I
とか
died or something?
そうだ
Right.
ラ
I
ジコン
found you
で
dead at
お前
Radicon
が
and
殺さ
sent
れている
Daru
のを
an
目
email.
撃した俺は
Daru happened to be experimenting on the phone wave, name subject to change, at the time, so the discharge phenomenon occurred and the mail
実験中
was...
で放電現象
Voice trails off. Something is telling me to stop. Fear rises in my chest, a sudden, terrible certainty that I'm missing something vital. I frantically replay the conversation in my head. We must cancel all of our changes to the timeline so far. The very first email started it all. Oh yeah, no, they're past the lottery numbers. They're thinking back. The one that said I died or something. Return to the world line that existed before I sent the first email. An icy fist seizes my heart, and I turn to Krisu with a look of pure terror. Our eyes meet. Those eyes of hers no longer show the sharp defiance from when we first met. Instead, they glow warmly with the light of curiosity.
何よ。
What? I was right. I had missed something vital, something dire. The world line I set my sights on to save Mayuri, the world line upon which Suzo has staked her hope for the future. The world line I am at last poised to reach at the end of this long struggle. On that world line, Mayuri lives. On that world line, CERN fails. And on that world line, on the 8th floor of Radicon, Makise Krisu dies. Chapter 10, Stardust Sky. I thought that I'd found the solution, that everything would be alright. But the equation was meaningless. I'd solved nothing. Instead, I am left with a terrible choice. Mayuri or Krisu. One of them must die. Radicon is still off limits. They haven't repaired the hole that Suzuo's time machine made. I look down through the hole at the streets of Akiba. From up here, they look narrow and stifling. Across the way, a train rumbles by. Watch the yellow-striped cars move past. I came here because I wanted to be alone. The day before yesterday, I abruptly canceled the attempt to hack CERN. Krisu and Daru demanded an explanation, but I just couldn't give them one. The decision has paralyzed me. 2 days later, I am still nowhere closer to finding an answer. I also feel like it's been a while since we saved, so I'm just saving in general. What do I do? 2 weeks ago, on July 28th, Dr. Nakabachi held a press conference on this very spot. I mean, like a floor under, but so. The same day, Krisu was murdered. Let's say we got through with the plan and delete the first email I sent. The one about Krisu's death from CERN's database. That would return us to the beta world line where it all began. What would happen then? According to my predictions, our friend, lab member 004, Makise Krisu, would disappear. Someone who died on July 28th cannot be alive now on August 15th. That would defy causality. A time paradox. That world line has already rejected her existence. The moment we erase the email, Krisu will cease to exist. And so I'm left with two options. Option 1, hack CERN with the IBM 5100 and erase the first email I sent, thus returning to the beta worldline. Kusu will disappear, but Mayuri will live. CERN will never build a time machine, and the future will be free. 2. Don't hack CERN. Keep living here in the Alpha worldline. Mayuri will die, so will Moeka and FB. Kusu will likely be kidnapped by CERN, but at the very least she won't die. With her research, CERN will gain control of space-time, and the future will be a dystopia where no one is free. I'm supposed to choose? Ridiculous. Choke out a laugh. How am I, of all people, supposed to make that choice? There's no way. I don't really care about the future, whether it's free or ruled by CERN. I know I should care. Suzuha entrusted her wish to me. Doesn't that make it my responsibility? But still, it doesn't seem quite real. 20 years is a long time. Right now, only Mayuri and Krisu matter. I must choose which to save. If I had been given this choice back on July 28th, before this all started, I probably would not have hesitated to abandon Krisu and save Mayuri. But it's not July 28th, it's August 15th. I've spent 2 long weeks with Krisu. She's one of us now, an integral part of the lab. And as I leapt through time again and again, she was the person I relied on most. Always calm, always thoughtful, always ready with a new hypothesis, always there to give me a push when I needed it most. I wouldn't even have the time loop machine if not for Krisu. It's thanks to her that I made it this far. After all she's done for me, there's no way I can abandon her now. Nor can I let Mayuri die. Everything I've done, I did to save her. I would give anything, even my own life, to see her safe. More than anything, I want her to live. No matter what, I won't let her die. I can't choose. I can't. Kill Krisu or kill Mayuri. That is what this choice comes down to. Is this how it ends? I drive my fist into the wire fence. It's Lukako, Moeka. Is this what I sacrificed your memories for? Is there no other option? No way to save them both. I mean, the memories you sacrificed on Moeka were of her dying in despair and getting backstabbed. Moeka's actually doing better on this timeline, but... What if I use Suzuha's time machine? I could return to the beta world line, then use her time machine to travel to July 28th. No, that won't work. The reason Suzuha left to 2010 was to prevent CERN from creating a dystopia. It only occurs on this world line. The beta world line shall have no reason to leap to 2010. Suzuha's time machine won't exist, so I won't be able to use it. Alright then, what if I send Krisu a warning via email? It could say, don't go to Dr. Nakabachi's presentation. No, that won't work either. Remember, causality converges. Krisu's death is inevitable on the beta world line, just as Mayuri's is inevitable on this one. No matter what I do, fate will ensure her death. There's no way. I slowly sink to the floor with my back against the fence. I can't save her. I'm powerless against the will of fate. What should I do? What should I do? Gamma world line? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe Mayuri doesn't die in the current world line. I cancelled Moeka's email, plus I haven't had an opportunity to check the divergence meter since. We know what it says, but might there be a chance? If the pattern continues, Mayuri's death has been pushed back to the night of the 17th. If Mayuri doesn't die between 7 and 8 p.m. that night, then I won't have to face this horrible decision. I know it's unlikely. I understand that from all my experience so far. Stories too? Hey, congrats! Heck yeah! Also, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? But still, I can't help but cling to that hope. Mayuri and Krisu. If I can just save them both, then I don't care if the future is ruled by CERN. I'll betray Suzu's dream if that's what it takes. So please, let Mayuri live. To whom should I make this desperate plea? God? Fate? Universe itself? Either way, I'm just one insignificant human among billions. Will my prayers truly reach? I already know what the answer will be. That knowledge, that certainty, is despair. Komima runs for 3 straight days, from the 15th to the 17th. On the last day, I go with Mayuri and stay with her from morning until Komima closes. It's not really my thing, though, and the crowd is ridiculous, so I wait off to the side with Mayuri's bags. From time to time, Mayuri appears with new bags for me to guard, and usually a snack for us to share, but most of the day is spent alone. To some extent, I'm here to escape reality, to empty my mind and forget my fears. But even when I close my eyes, I can still hear the footsteps of death approaching. We're finally home. It's already dark by the time the bus drops us back at Akiba. Mayuri is dragging her costume case behind her. I'm carrying bags covered in moe artwork and loaded with doujinshi. These are all Mayuri's purchases, not mine. I can't believe she bought so much. That's what we do at conventions. I guess the reason she doesn't cosplay herself is that she's too busy shopping. You can do both. We got off the bus and just stand there for a while. What are you gonna do now? Head straight home? Actually, I was thinking of going to the lab. Need something? Not really, but it's been a while since I got to relax with Ocarina. I'm a little hungry, so I'll buy some juicy chicken #1 on the way. Maybe Mayuri wants a taste of normalcy again, now that the chaos of Komima has ended. I can't begrudge her that. I stifle a groan and shrug my shoulders. The lab, then. Hey, Ocarina, why did you come with Mayushi today? You've never come with me to Komima before. You're not interested in moe, right? I like robot anime, but not so much that I'd line up early in the morning for Komima each year like Daru and Mayuri do. So, why did you come with me today? Well, to confirm your death. Those words pop into my head, but I quickly shake them away. Why am I so set on Mayuri dying? I wanted to live, remember? Well, it just felt like it. Oh. Suddenly, silence. A downhearted frown replaces the usual smile on Mayuri's face. Did my answer upset her? It's not like I could tell her the truth. How do you tell someone they're going to die? Lukako. I frantically tried to smooth things over. Thought maybe you'd managed to get Lukako to cosplay, so I came to laugh at him. Too bad he didn't come. Yeah, Lukako would be super popular if he did come, though. People would take his picture and post it all over the internet, and everyone in the world would see how cute he is. And after he became a superstar, Mayushi would see him on TV and think, wow, he's gone so far. It's scary because it's true. Oh, Green. Hey, Love Free Romance, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the Steins goodness we got going on tonight. Usually our visual novel days are Sundays, but we were busy yesterday, so we're doing it today. But usually Sundays are like visual novel days, and we've committed to going through all of the SciAdv games, starting with this one. Suddenly, Mayuri turns around and peeks at my face as she walks backwards. Thank you for today. Why are you thanking me? Yeah, well, like I said, this is the first time Ocarina's ever come to Komima with me. It made Mayushi really happy. A smile finally returns to Mayuri's face. Ah, but you know what would make me even happier? Cosplay next time. Yeah, don't think about it. That's right, don't think negative thoughts. Think about a fun, bright future. Really? You'll cosplay for me? Only if you cosplay too. Lukako too, and Christina, of course. Convince them to cosplay first. If you manage that, then I, the great and insane mad scientist Hoyo and Kyoma, will grace Komima with my August presence. The next Komima takes place this winter. We'll all be there, as if none of this ever happened. All of us laughing and smiling together. Just imagine a future like that.
そっか
Wow,
道は
that's gonna be tough.
でもね
But it sounds really fun too.
それにクリスチャンは
Besides, I think Christian secretly wants to cosplay, so there's hope. She clearly
頑
does.
張ってみる
Why she's gonna do her best. We arrive at the lab. I look up at the second floor, but there's no light in the window. Oddly enough, there's nobody here today. Got a bad feeling about this. Is Moika going to ambush us? On the previous world line, I forgave Moika and Tenoji, but that has already been undone. This is a new world line. The Wanderers are still alive, and they're still after the time leap machine.
マユリ
Currently on phone hotspot. Oh no! Of course it would. I'm sorry to hear that. Wait here, Mayuri. I motion for her to sit and wait on the bench in front, and then I carefully check the area. Worst case, I always make sure to upload these, so like, don't use too much data or anything. But also that sucks. I hope the internet comes back on for many reasons, like having internet. I know my efforts are likely futile, but still, I want to do anything I can. Anything to give Mayuri a chance, however small, of surviving on this world line. Still not loading video anyways, it seems. Oh no. Something tells me it would be foolish to go straight up to the lab. So first I decide to check the street for any suspicious people. Kinda, it's just visual novel screen too, we're not talking like crazy. Half second, good stuff. I walk down the street towards Rumabayashi Dori, careful to always keep Mayuri in sight. Stable now. Fingers crossed. Suddenly, a white station wagon parked at the end of the street fires its engine and takes off in our direction. What? I can see clearly through the front window. The man in the driver's seat is unfamiliar. I've seen that station wagon before. It's the same one Moika used to run us over on a previous world line. The same one Tenoji used to transport the IBM 5100. It's truck good, and now it's bearing down at me at full speed. In the center of the road, there's nowhere to run. The station wagon flips on its high beams, instantly turning my vision white. Can't move, it's all happening too fast. Questioning Ocarina about why he came, they talked about the one thing that, like, he started moving the subject to like something different and saying he'd cosplay next time, but only if she cosplayed, got Lukuko to cosplay, Christina to cosplay, then he'd join. Then they started going back to the lab, and this happened. So, plot-wise, really nothing, just that cute image of like them all cosplaying together. Not a physical image, but just mental image. Expected an ambush inside the lab. Instead, I'm facing a charging car. What do I do? I'm fine, I won't die. This world line hasn't approved that fate. No, wait, what day is it? This is the first time I've made it to the 17th. Does that mean my death is still undecided? Will I die in Mayuri's place? That will save her. That will end this, and maybe it's for the best. I don't want to die yet. Two contradictory emotions collide in my mind. My body doesn't know which way to turn. Will I be the one to die? Something slams into my back. Yep. I open my eyes. I'm lying on the side of the road. My whole body hurts, but I don't appear to be seriously injured. Someone saved me. I look up to see the station wagon's taillights disappearing around the corner. There, lying in the center of the road, it's Mayuri. I run to her side. Mayuri is bleeding from the head. The pavement is slick with blood. Did she protect me? That's not what I wanted. I lift her body up in my arms. Her eyes twitch, then slowly open. Mayuri, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Her hand wanders as if seeking something. It reaches for the starry sky. Her eyelids are heavy, they could close any second now. But still she looks straight into my eyes. For some reason she smiles. Finally, there she was useful to Ocarina. What? Stardust handshake. Her delicate fingers grasp at the sky, and all they find is empty air. Her arm goes limp. I grab her hand before it hits the ground. Yuri is no longer breathing. I've seen her die countless times, but this time it's too much. This time it's all my fault. I embrace Mayuri's tattered body. Lifeless, motionless, tattered body. Clench my jaw and bite back my tears. Yuri, you can't see the stars from here. How did this happen? Why did she have to die like this? What possible meaning could this death have? Yes, it happened because fate demanded it. Yes, her death is unavoidable, the result upon which this world line converges. I knew from the beginning that this would happen. I never imagined that she would die saving me and with a smile on her face. What do you mean you were finally useful? Tell me, Mayuri. There's no future for Mayuri on this world line. That brings me once again to the choice. Do I return to the Beta world line, killing Krisu? Or do I leave things as they are and accept Mayuri's death? I can't run away. I am the one who twisted fate. I am the one who must decide. I mean, if we count all the bad ends, probably. But otherwise, no, definitely not over 100. I mean, the first bad end alone was hundreds, thousands, he lost count. The sky is blue. I'm on the roof of Radikan after going back 56 hours with 2 time loops. I lean against the wire fence and stretch out my legs as I look at the sky. I wanted more time to think, that's why I came back. Last time, I spent 2 days refusing to face reality. That is no longer an option, now that I've confirmed Mayuri's death. This time I need to reach a decision. How? This equation has no solution. No matter what choice I make, someone dies. From a purely utilitarian viewpoint, I should choose the Beta world line, where CERN never creates a dystopia. It's not that simple, not for me. There must be some other way. According to Suzuha, 2010 is a point of great divergence at the attractor field level. I think that divergence had already commenced by the time I sent the email reporting Krisu's death. So when did divergence begin? I can't say for sure, but I think it was the moment we completed the phone wave, name subject to change. That was around the middle of July. Daru and I deemed it a failure right after collision. By the time Krisu was killed, there was already a huge divergence at the attractor field level. Now that I think about it, reading Steiner activated that day, and I sent the email that started it all. At that moment, every pedestrian and vehicle on the main street of Akibus suddenly vanished. It feels so long ago. I can finally explain it. It was the moment I moved to the Alpha world line. On the Beta world line, where all this began, Suzuha didn't arrive in her time machine. Nakabachi's conference went ahead as planned, and the flow of tourists and shoppers through Akiba was unimpeded. But when I sent the email, events changed on a huge scale, from my perspective at least. He is running around a lot, that's true. On the current world line, Suzuha crashed her time machine into the roof of Radikan. Nakabachi's presentation was cancelled, and this part of Akiba was closed to traffic. Because I was out of the street when the world line changed, it appeared to me as if thousands of people suddenly vanished. The truth is that they were never there to begin with. Like the magician's trick, it's so obvious once you understand how it works. The real problem is the timing of the email. I moved to the Alpha world line after Krisu died. If I had sent the email before she died, I might have been able to intervene, even now in this world line. But no, I would defy causality. I sent that email because I saw Krisu's body. That's the way it has to be. Who killed her anyway? I still don't know. It definitely wasn't suicide. What if I identify the murderer and send them an email warning them off? Would that prevent her death? I mean, no one has tried to kill her in this world line, have they? Maybe there's a chance. However, to send that email, I would first have to move to the Beta world line. The more I think about it, the more futile it seems. I've already seen Mayuri die countless times. Everything I tried to prevent, it failed. I understand all too well. If fate wants someone dead, nothing can stop it. can't save Krisu. There you are. Speaking of, thought I was alone, but it seems that I was wrong. I turn around to see Krisu standing in the open door. Burnt my eyes. I can't look her in the face, not now. What are you doing here? Nothing. How did you know I was here? You said you wanted to be alone. Ran the numbers and concluded that I had the greatest probability of finding you here. Then leave me alone. You don't have to look for me. I'm not a lost little boy. Hey, is that how you treat someone who's worried about you? Not that I'm worried about you or anything. Right after she gets herself flustered, Krisu sighs and puts on a serious expression. I was going to leave you alone at first, but you've been acting weird the last couple of days. I mean, you're always weird, but more than usual. You look like a kid forced to eat crappy oatmeal. What happened? That's a descriptive statement. Nothing. Then why did you cancel the cracking of CERN? You're the one who said we shouldn't. Oh, so you're afraid of triggering arrest flags. I get it. You should praise me for obeying the law for a change. It's not like you at all. What happened to your ego? What happened to the insane mad scientist Hoyoin Kyo? Oh, my ego. I mean, he could be killed, but yeah, if he dies, he dies. He has to go to the time loop machine and use it to go back in time. If something happens that either would break the machine or keep him from getting there, that's it. This time, it's not that simple. I've forced my ego on others before. Suzuha, Ferris, Lukiko. I sacrificed their dreams for the sake of my goal. I justified it by telling myself that it was necessary to save Mayuri. I weighed their suffering against the alternative and made my self-righteous choice. But this time, the alternatives are impossible to compare. Also, I wouldn't even call it immortality, it's just save states. He can... yeah, he could live forever in this window. From his point of view, he'd keep living, but the same 2 days, which was already one of the bad ends we did, and he goes crazy. By this time, the alternatives are impossible to compare. I have to choose which friend to let die. It would be so much easier if I knew what was right. Which friend to let die? What are you talking about? Just a student, Christina, you know? Insane mad scientist Hoyo and Kyoma? That's just a fantasy, a character I made up. I bet you had no idea. I bet she did. I may have figured that out when we first met. When we first met? What if I hadn't found Krisu's body back then? Let's try imagining that situation. If I hadn't seen Krisu dead, I wouldn't have interrogated her before the seminar at ATF. Without hearing me call her a zombie, she wouldn't have taken an interest in me. She wouldn't have come to the lab. Ultimately, we would never have built the time loop machine, leaving me without the means to save Mayuri. And of course, Krisu would not have become our friend. We would not be as close as we are right now. Tell me, Okabe, what do you mean? I can't meet her questioning gaze. I have to tell you? You never hesitated to ask me for help before. Don't hold back now. That's not what this is about. Then, prepare yourself. What I'm about to tell you is the absolute truth. And it could also be your death sentence. Risu's voice cracks a little. Remember when I told you before? When we delete the D-mail from CERN's database, we reach the beta world line, where Mayuri doesn't die. And where CERN doesn't take over the world, right? Everyone lives. Everyone is free. You made it sound perfect. Perfect. It's anything but. I showed you the first email, didn't I? One that started it all? In the beta world line, the events described in that email actually happened. Risu's a genius. I have no doubt that she understands. Risu, the beta world line, you die on July 28th. And according to the attractive field model, nothing can prevent that from happening. If I want to save Mayuri, I have no choice but to let you die. Kusu says nothing. What expression is she making now? I reluctantly sneak a look at her face. She's staring out across the cityscape. Her eyes look distant. I see neither fear nor sadness in her face. She seems accepting. Kusu is always like this. Always calm, no matter what. It's hard to believe she's younger than me. Her soft chestnut hair blows in the wind. She lifts a hand to hold it down. Hey, Okabe. How credible do you find this attractive field model? Credible? It's all secondhand info from John Titer, from Amane-san, isn't it? I get that it's the accepted model in 2036, but how exactly did scientists prove the existence of attractor fields? Are you trying to say the model may be wrong? But I know for certain that convergence exists. I've experienced it firsthand. Even if they're right about convergence, what about the relationship between world lines? The moment I change world lines, everything is reconstructed. Past, present, and future. But that's just from your perspective, Okabe. Once you go to the beta world line, the me that your brain perceives will die. In other words, your perspective will have chosen the world line, where I die instead of the one where I don't. However, why can't the world your brain perceives be different from the world my brain perceives? Brains. I forgot her specialty was neuroscience. So you're saying world lines are independent? Like trains, maybe? Trains? Let me give you an easy example. Kusu takes out her phone and starts fiddling with it. If I want to take the train from Akiba to Yokohama, which route should I take? Didn't know you were a rail fan. Just an example, jeez. You choose to take the Yamanote line to Tokyo Station, then transfer to the Tokaido main line for the rest of your trip. Kusu keeps talking as she looks at her phone, apparently reading off an itinerary. I take the Yamanote line to Osaki, then transfer to the Shonin Shinjuku line. Another person, say Hashida-san, might decide to take the Kaihin Toko line for some reason. And Mayuri might ride the Shinkansen from Tokyo. You and I ride the same train until Tokyo Station, but from there we ride different lines, while still aiming for the same destination. That applies to the universe? You're claiming the existence of parallel worlds. I like to use my imagination too sometimes. But where's the proof that there's only one world? Suzuha said so, and then there's reading Steiner. In other words, an unknown time traveler and your unexplainable superpower. We knew Suzuha. There's no way to prove that she was Hashida's daughter, or anything she said about 2036 either, without going there ourselves. And if reading Steiner is what you say, then it means that your subjective experience influences the memories of every single human being. It's completely absurd, Okabe. If it's true, then you're literally a god. There are no gods in reality. The world doesn't revolve around you. It's just your brain making you believe that it does. If that makes you this world's god, then I must be a god too. My brain is just as big as yours. Definitely bigger. What are you trying to say? Let's say you choose the world line where I die. That doesn't mean I have to do the same. The fact is that I am standing here right now, observing the world with my own subjectivity. I already exist on a world line where I don't die. Even if your perspective shifts to the beta world line, my perspective might remain here. It's a question of where the soul lies, and I won't let you have your way with my soul. A true scientist would accept a hypothesis that flimsy. But there's a chance I'm right. So you have nothing to worry about.
心配する必要はない。
Risu smiles. How can she smile? I just told her she's going to die.
私を見殺しにできないって
Problem is that you don't want to let me die, right?
でも今の私
But
の
if my
仮説で言えば
hypothesis is correct, I'll still be alive on another possible worldline.
だから
So there's no reason to be afraid.
仮説は仮説だ。
It's just a hypothesis.
アトラクタフィールド理論だって
The same is true of attractor fields.
まだ誰にも
It hasn't been proven. Even if somebody did prove it by 2036, that doesn't help us here in the present.
そう考えれば
In other words,
未来の可能性は無限
anything
よ。
is possible. Risu turns her back to me after finishing. It's an armchair theory. A daring armchair theory that could, quite possibly, render meaningless everything I've done up to now. How can Risu stay so calm? She's just an 18-year-old girl.
ちなみに
You
心配
really
なん
don't
かし
have
て
to
くれ
worry
なくて
about
も
me,
いいから。
Okabe. It would just hurt my pride if you did.
そんな言い方。
Don't say it like that.
もしもし、
Hello? Ah,
マユリか。
Mayuri? Yeah. Displayed on the screen is Mayuri's face, devoid of its usual brightness for some reason.
どうした？
What's wrong?
あのね、
I heard from Daru-kun that Okurin's been acting kinda strange.
マヨシーはコミマ
She was so preoccupied with Komima she didn't notice,
いつもなら
even though she usually notices right away when Okurin's not happy.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry, Okurin. Don't apologize. You've done nothing wrong.
でね、
Did
何か
something happen?
おかり
Okurin? I can't tell her. I can't. I kept it a secret from her all this time. That's the way it has to be.
何も。
There's nothing wrong.
そっか。
Oh,
あのね、
you know, we used to talk to Maishi about a lot of things, remember?
例えば、
Like, the organization's 4 leaders. Their names are
単には
Back
幹部
Back
が決めて
Turkish, Virginian Burp, Balloon Drag Queen, and Wide-Eyed Gore, right?
玄武とスザクと清
And
流
Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, Blue Dragon, and White Tiger.
そうそう。
Yeah, that.
そういう
She had the spirit, it's fine. You know, it was really fun talking to Ocarina about stuff like that.
でも、
But now,
ねえ、おかり
Ocarina, if Mayushi's a burden, just say so, okay?
そんな
What?
こと。
I never. I'm hanging up now. If you feel like talking to Mayushi about anything, just call, okay?
トゥットゥル
She hung up on me.
まゆりなんだっ
What
て
did Mayuri say?
あいつ、
You're a burden. Don't say things like that, damn it.
いつもは空気を読めな
Why
い
is
くせ
she
に。
only serious at times like this?
重に
Burden, huh?
俺は一度だって。
Never felt Mayuri was a burden, not once.
だったらそれを
Then you should tell her
はっきり言
that.
ってあげればいい。
Maybe it wasn't a good idea to leave Mayuri in the dark. She never looks like she's thinking about anything, and yet she saw my doubt? Either way, I can't tell her the truth.
岡部
Yusu sighs and glares at me.
これまでのあんたなら
The old you wouldn't
悩
have
んだ
worried
りしな
about
かったは
anything.
ず。とりあえず
Anyway, you should go see Mayuri.
あの子だって
I'm sure she has a lot to
思うと
say.
ころがあるんだろうし。
She's right. Even if I don't tell Mayuri the truth, I need to at least tell her something. I'll postpone my decision and go see Mayuri. Yeah, constantly. It's afternoon on the first day of Komima, and the crowds are finally beginning to thin out. Of course, the industry booths and cosplay area are still packed, but at least I don't have to wait in line to get in. I've been trying to get in touch with Mayuri for a while now, but she hasn't responded. I checked with Daru, but he hasn't seen her today either. Cosplay ends at 4 p.m. What? You don't just end cosplay. Maybe the photo shoots end. I focus on searching the cosplay area until then, but I still can't find her. Maybe she finished early and went home. I tried calling her home. No luck. I haven't seen her since she left this morning. Where is she? I'm always afraid that she'll disappear the second I take my eyes off her. It's been like that ever since she lost her grandmother. Maybe it's just my imagination. We've been so close for so long, I saw Mayuri at her weakest and most vulnerable. Maybe that has made me overprotective. But I don't care how other people see us. I just can't leave Mayuri alone. I step into the cemetery. the final resting place of Mayuri's beloved grandmother. When was the last time I came here? For about a year after Mayuri became my hostage, I had periodically accompanied her here. I don't think I've been here since I entered high school, so it's been about 3 or 4 years. As I get closer to Mayuri's grandmother's grave, I begin to hear a voice. It's Mayuri. I'd recognize her voice anywhere. Sounds like she's talking to someone. I approach quietly. Hey, Granny. Mayuri is standing there, talking to the grave. What a relief, she hasn't disappeared. I decide to watch silently from a short distance away. I've been having scary dreams lately. For a second, I wonder if she's learned to commune with the dead, but no, she's just talking to herself. In my dreams, bad things keep happening to me. Someone shoots me, or a car hits me, and I get run over by a train. What? Don't tell me. It's so real. It hurts so much, and I feel so sad. I try to call for help, but nothing comes out. Why do you think I'm having these dreams? Does she remember her deaths? All of them? Is she inheriting memories like I do? And, you know, the boys end the same way. Maybe she's crying and Ocarine comes to save me. Maybe she tries to say thank you, Ocarine, but Ocarine can't hear my voice. He holds Mayushi and makes a very sad face, like he's going to cry. But he never does, you know? I can tell he's forcing himself not to cry. Come to think of it, both Ferris and Lukiko remembered their memories from before the past changed. I used to think that memories couldn't be shared between world lines. I used to think I was the exception with reading Steiner. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe everyone has the same power, and the only difference is how strong it is. Maybe reading Steiner is nothing special after all. It makes Mayushi even more sad. I try to say sorry, but he still can't hear. That's when I wake up. Why am I having these dreams? I've failed so many times to save her. I've watched her die again and again. Everything I've done has been to prevent that from happening. And yet, have the memories of those deaths been tormenting her as she sleeps? I bite my lip in frustration. I still have a terrible decision to make. Do I save Mayuri or do I save Krisu? There's no perfect ending here. I can't save them both. It's one or the other. If I choose Krisu, then Mayuri's dreams will become reality. I don't want Mayuri to feel any pain. Until now, I thought only of saving her. That is my goal. But at the same time, I can't let Krisu die. Again, my thoughts at the same dead end. Mayuri hasn't noticed me yet. She's still staring at the sky, just as she was on the day I took her hostage. She's talking to her grandmother in heaven. Oh, right. We have a lot more lab mems now, you know? There's Chris-chan, Moeka-san, Luka-kun, and Ferris-chan. There's also Suzu-san, but she moved away. That makes 8 of us. It's really amazing. On this world line, they all became lab mems. However, not a single one of them has sent an email. You know, it was just Ocarine and Mayushi at first. Back then, Ocarine seemed kind of bored most of the time. But now he's having so much fun. Is that how she sees it? Well, she's not wrong. She really does know me, doesn't she? That makes Mayushi happy too. It's so busy, but it's really exciting. Especially now that Chris-chan is here. She's really smart, you know? She got a paper published in a famous magazine. She really admires her. She even made a time machine. Oh, but can't forget Ocarine and Darukun helped too. Then Mayuri falls silent. Her gaze becomes distant. She stands still and looks up to the sky. What would you be thinking? But, you know, sometimes I remember when it was just the two of us. Mayushi had only just become Okarine's hostage. Go to the lab after school, but Ocarine wouldn't be there, so I'd tidy up the room and decorate it with cute things. Then Ocarine would finally show up a little later. Mayushi would say, "Welcome back."
オカリンは
But instead of saying, "I am back," Okarine would say, "Good work," like a big boss or something.
その後は
Every day we'd spend a few hours just hanging out, doing
二人で
nothing,
ぼんやり過
and then
ご
we'd
して
go home together.
その2時間はね
We didn't talk much, but it wasn't bad.
ただそこにいるって
We were just there, together, you know?
二人で並んでソファーに
We'd sit next to each other on the sofa. Okarine would work on his big plans, and Mayushi would read manga or play games.
たまに思い出したよう
And
に
sometimes we'd have a snack together.
とてもゆっくり
So nice and relaxing.
それでもいいかな
Never wanted to leave.
まるでマユシーは
I'd start feeling like a real hostage, and I'd laugh to myself.
ふと思ってオカリンはニコニコしてるマユシー
Then Okarine would turn to me and say,
こういうの
"Remember, it was 4 months ago, still spring. The lab wasn't as lively as it is now. It was an isolated bubble of slow-moving time.
何かいいことでもあったのか
Did something good happen? Yep, well, not really, but kinda.
そうか
Must have been an
幻想を
illusion.
見たのだな
We'd be under attack from Illusion Conductor, one of the organization's feared
機
agents.
関のか
そっか
Oh, gotta be careful then, but, you know, I'm sure that Mr. Illusion
きっとその
Kid Hugger
っていう
子だくさんではない
Conductor, not Kid Hugger.
その人は
I'm sure he's not a
悪
bad
い人じゃ
guy.
ないと思うな
It was nothing, just meaningless chatter to pass the time.
それはマヨシーには
I felt so happy there.
なんだか泣きそうなくらい
So happy I could cry.
このまま
I wanted to stay like that forever.
あ、今の賑やかさ
Ah,
が
but that doesn't mean I don't like how things are now,
似合ってるわ
okay?
けじゃないんだよ
Mayuri shakes her head in denial. Finally, she stops looking up at the sky and bows her head instead.
最近ね
You know, I haven't talked to Okarine much lately.
だからね
Maybe Mayushi's getting a little
マヨシー
lonely.
は寂
It's
しく
true,
なっちゃった
I
のか
haven't
も
had time to
しれ
talk to her
ないね
lately. That's because I've been fighting to prevent her death. To keep her dreams from coming true. All so that Mayuri would keep smiling. And never again want to see her cry like she did on the day her grandmother died. Ooh, yeah. Sad notes all around.
でもね
But you know,
オカリンの
don't want to be a
重荷
burden
には
on
なりたくないん
Okarine.
だ
So just 1 second. Yeah, it's always good to have you here, Mitz, but like, this is not a game to be experiencing while also having sad notes in IRL, so I very much understand if you're like, gotta step back. That word again, burden. I never thought of her as a burden.
マヨシーは
Now she's just one big nuisance, isn't she?
ねおばあちゃん
That's fair too. Granny? Mary lifts her face once more.
いつまでも
Can't stay like this forever, can I?
このままでいい
Of course you can. Huh? When I finally speak to Mayuri, she turns my way with a surprised expression. Her face is so soft, so innocent. Slowly, her lips curve into a smile.
オカリンだ
It's Okarine!
あすごいね
Wow,
どうしてこ
how
こ
do you
にい
know
る
I
ん
was
だ
here?
人質がどこにいるのか
Please know where my hostage is.
人質
Hostage
だからお前は俺の手からは
cannot
逃れら
escape
れん
my grasp, not ever.
そっか
Oh,
でもね
but
あんまり
don't wear yourself out, okay?
マヨシーはね
Mayushi's a little worried.
お前に心配されるほど
Hoyo in Kyoma is not so weak as to require your concern. When the time comes,
話せる時が
I'll
来た
tell you everything.
ほ
Huh?
だから
So stay with me until then, like you always have. Okay. Mayuri stands up and turns to the grave once more. As an offering, she leaves a brand new white lily, as well as some dango dumplings.
オカリン
Let's head back, Okarine.
帰る前に
Shouldn't we get some dango for ourselves first? Back when we used to visit the cemetery together, it was part of our daily routine to eat dango on the way back.
も
Of
ちろんだよ
course. Gotta get food. Akiba is empty again today. The otaku have all made the exodus to Komima for the second day of battle. But come nightfall, they will return to Akiba like a victorious army laden with spoils, and the streets will be chaos. I know Daru has gone to Komima. The question is, has Mayuri? She has. I want things to be normal again. I remember what I heard yesterday. The feelings Mayuri expressed at her grandmother's grave. The events of the last few weeks have affected her as well. After I escorted Mayuri home from the cemetery, I spent the whole night racking my brain for a third option, a way out of this mess. My thoughts were a jumble, ideas coming and going too fast to judge which were right and which were wrong. But of course there isn't a right choice here. For in the end, it always comes back to the same question. Who do I let die? No matter how I try to dance around it, the answer is always the same. I can't choose. Is there no one else who can make this decision? No, even if there were, I know I'd never accept their choice, whichever it happened to be. Once again, I'm heading for the roof of Radicon. I had to get out of the lab. Mayuri or Krisu might return at any moment, and I can't face them now. I look up at the sky. The clouds are dark and heavy. It could start raining any minute now. I thought that I was alone, but someone was here before me. Krisu is lying in the middle of the roof, arms and legs spread as if making a snow angel. The image of Krisu in a pool of blood flashes through my mind. Is she alright? I run towards her, but before I make it halfway, she suddenly sits up and turns to face me. You're alive? What a dumb thing to say. And you know, never hurts to save. I feel like every time I accidentally right-click, it's like, yeah, why not? Fortunately, it looks like Krisu didn't hear me. She was busy combing her disheveled hair with her fingertips. I breathe a sigh of relief. Right. I forgot I might run into you here. What were you doing? Thinking. Oh. Was she thinking about her death? I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth shut. Yusu appears to be in the same boat. She's staring at the capsule toy dispenser in the corner, her face wearing the usual frown. The awkward silence drags on. When you think about it, Yusu's fate rests in my hands. My decision will determine whether she lives or dies. Her fantastic hypothesis yesterday was a desperate attempt to construct a scenario where she doesn't die. Even if she believes that her theory is correct, it must be difficult for her to avoid imagining her own death. I force a smile. Getting really uncomfortable here. Looks like I'm in your way, so I'll just go. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I was expecting a sarcastic remark like, since when do mad scientists have manners or something? Just then, something cold lands on the tip of my nose. When I look up, raindrops start landing on my forehead. An evening shower. It's only going to get more intense and quickly. Yusu hasn't moved a muscle. She's just standing there with her arms folded, staring at the ground as if she doesn't notice the rain at all. Hey, it's raining. Huh? Oh, yeah. She's acting strange, but her mind is elsewhere. Anyway, she's been thinking about... Whoa! In less than a minute, the rain turns into a full downpour. We have no time to seek shelter. What the hell? Yusu's scream is drowned out by the roar of the rain. Ooh, what a surprise. That's what you get for tempting the sky gods. Now safely inside the building, we take a moment to catch our breath. It's been a week since Suzuo's time machine disappeared, but Radicon is still closed. The lights are off and it's pretty dark inside. You should have warned me sooner. Even my underwear is soaked. Same here. I bet you're glad it's dark, huh? What do you mean? If the lights were on, I'd be able to see everything. Even in the dim light, I can tell that Krisu is scrambling to cover her chest. I forgot that you're perv, too. You're the one who announced that your underwear was wet. Just drop it. If you're imagining what color my underwear is, I'll kill you.
妄想などしてない。
I'm not imagining anything. She's too self-conscious. But the color of her underwear, huh? Hmm.
冷えるか。
Cold?
だから脱いで
I'm not stripping naked if that's what you're suggesting. Your pervy tricks won't work on me.
誰もそんなこと言ってな
You
いだろ
said。strip. Calm down, will you?
ま、
But
たとえ服を脱
If
い
you
だ
want
と
to
しても
strip, go right
こ
ahead.
の暗さだから安全
Can't make out your scrawny figure in this light anyway.
お前の貧相なぬ。
それ以上喋ると
Another word and I'll make you eat your cerebral neocortex with a ponzu sauce.
すまん。
Sorry. Please spare me that horror. Still, these wisecracks are a welcome distraction.
夕立ならすぐに止むわよ
A storm like that shouldn't last long,
それまで待
so we'll just wait it out. See Krisu's shadowy form move to sit on the staircase. I sit next to her.
なん
Hey,
でよこ
get your own stair. What?
なんで
喋るなと言ったのはお前
You're the one who said not to
クリスティ
speak.
あんまり近く
You're too close.
今ぐらいの距離が
Don't come any closer, okay? You can stay where you are, but come any closer and I'll push you away, okay?
これ以上近づいたら
Our bodies gradually grow cold. We start shivering. Maybe I should take off my wet clothes. If I do that, Krisu will just call me a perv again. Better not. Eyes gradually adjust to the darkness. You can see Krisu more clearly now. She's huddled up against the wall.
こっち見んな
Don't look at me.
バカな。この暗さでは
How can you see where I'm
俺がどこを見てい
looking?
るかなどわからないはず。
Do you have infravision?
やっぱり見てたのか
I have dark vision, so you were looking. Damn, she was leading questions on me. That's such a high-level technique. I avert my eyes from Krisu and take off my lab coat. That's when I notice my coat is torn at the shoulder.
うん
Damn,
屋上から避難
must
した
have caught on something when we ran
どこかに
inside.
引っ掛けたか。
何
What are you talking about?
いや、
Just a little tear in my coat.
岡部ってど
Is
じこだ
clumsiness one of your character traits?
俺はマッドサイエンティ
Don't
ス
be
ト属性で
ridiculous. I'm a mad scientist. I bear the curse of insanity, not clumsiness. Seems like forever since I talked to Krisu as Hoyo and Kyoma.
はいはい
Yeah, yeah. Krisu suddenly holds out her hand.
ほら
Give it
貸し
here.
なさい
何
What?
ちょうど
I happen to have a sewing kit with me. I'll stitch it up for you.
ソーイングセット
Sewing kit? You?
悪いか
Something wrong with that? I handed over my coat as asked.
実験大好き
You're an experiment-loving girl. You're not
そんな
supposed to
家
be
庭的なものを
domestic. How dare a person know how to repair their clothing and have something handy to do so if need be?
実験大好きっ子である
Can't I be a
と同時に
domestic
家庭的
experiment-loving
な
girl?
女の子かも
家庭的な女の子なの
You
か
domestic?
相対的に見れば
Relatively,
家庭的かも
maybe.
ね
Well, actually,
と
I
言
don't
って
know
も
the domestic
日本の女子高生は家庭
domestic
的女の騎士数がどれくらいか知らないけど
like in English domesticity index for Japanese high school girls these days. Is that an index? Is that a thing? Yes, these high school students are exactly 57 on the domestic index. Yes. There's an index for that? First I've heard of it. Yusu skillfully threads the needle despite the darkness. See, that's hard. Maybe I'm just rubbish at it, but I struggle in the light. It's wet, so it's kind of hard to thread.
本当に
Did you really just happen to have that on you?
しつこい
Get over it already. Is it really so wrong for me to have a sewing kit?
悪い
Yeah,
とは言って
honestly,
いないが
It's not wrong, it just seems like you planned for this.
つまり
So you're saying I brought it with me because I somehow knew your coat was gonna get ripped? Uh-huh.
そんなわけあるか
Ridiculous.
それと
And before you get the wrong idea, I'm not fixing your coat because I want to or anything, okay?
出たなツンデ
And
レ
I
する
tsundere a lie.
茶化すな
Don't mock me. You just happen to tear your clothes and I just happen to have a sewing kit handy when you did. It's coincidence, that's all.
だから
偶然
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, we don't really get complete darkness around here because, like, the streetlights are very bright. So even in darkness around here, there's still enough ambient light that I can kind of make it out coincidence.
まさかお前
Hey, you didn't time leap, did you?
つまり
So now you're saying I went back in time for the sole purpose of repairing your stupid lab coat, huh?
そんなわけあるか、そんなわ
Ridiculous.
けあるか。
Ridiculous.
大事な
There.
ことなので
It's
2
so
回言いました。
important I said it
あなた
twice. Comprendes?
確かに
You're right. If you had time leaped, you would have brought a towel, not a sewing kit.
そういう
何それ。
What's that? Sarcasm?
なんか
All you do is complain. After working for a while, Krisu cuts the string with her teeth, then hands me back my coat.
ほら、
I've done some minor sewing to put together the outfit for Lapa set. I had to cut some bits. The thing that he wears is a vest. I found the right fabric as kind of like a zip-up logo on shirt, jacket, I guess, kind of hoodie almost. So I had to like not just cut that off, but like sew it back so it looked like it was actually like hemmed that way. And I did a bad job of it. But even trying to do that, like, I have a newfound respect for anybody who can sew anything. Didn't get any of those stitches good at all. Period. And I was proud of what I did, don't get me wrong, but what I did was not skillful. For a first attempt, I was happy with it and it worked, but like, yeah. By the way, it was dark, so I couldn't really see.
もし仮に出来が悪くても
If it turns out bad, it's not my fault. It was dark, that's all.
このちなみに
Oh, and I hope you like the color, because I have no idea which thread I used.
色もランダムなのか
It's random.
黒か赤か
Black, red, or pink? Those are the three possibilities.
せめて
Just hope it's not pink.
寒いか
Cold?
まあね
Yes.
俺の上着を羽織るか
Take my coat.
それだって濡れてるで
But
し
it's
ょ
wet.
まあ
Well,
そうだが
yeah, but... So is everything. Silence again. The words flow so naturally when it's just harmless banter. But 1 second of silence and suddenly we have nothing to say. It must be because of what happened yesterday. I'm so desperate to avoid the topic that nothing seems safe. I know I need to say something, but what?
結論は
Have you
出た
made your decision yet? Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can hear her clearly in the silence of the empty stairwell. I look at Krisu. She's hugging her knees to her chest, presumably against the cold. Decision. I know what she means. That's why I can't answer. You still haven't made up your mind?
あんたって
You like Mayuri, don't you?
前より
何
Right? Where did that come from? Krisu keeps staring into the darkness.
ただの錯覚かもしれない
It's
けど
probably just my imagination, but lately I've been seeing things.
奇妙な
Like a strange sort of deja vu.
そこでは
In these visions, you're fighting to save Mayuri all by yourself. You never give up, no matter how much it hurts. Krisu too?
そんな岡部が
Then you come to me for help. You're so desperate, so earnest, that I just have to do what I can. Not that I'm doing it for you, okay? I just want to save Mayuri, that's all. All for Mayuri, that's legit. Anyway, these images are stuck in my head like memories.
そんな錯覚が
So Krisu's the same. She still has faint memories from previous world lines.
自己分析してみたけど
I tried self-analysis, maybe I'm mistaking dreams for reality, projecting my hopes and fantasies, I don't know.
ただ
But there's one thing I do know.
あんたは
You have to save Mayuri.
怖くないのか
Are you afraid? To save Mayuri, I must undo the current world line. If I do that, Krisu will die.
なんだか
No, it kinda feels like we're trapped in an ancient ruin. Krisu suddenly changes the subject. She looks around the dark, empty stairwell.
まるで
The world ended,
私たちだけ
and we're the only two people left.
ふと
I've been thinking,
もしあんたが
say you go to the Beta world line and everyone else goes with you.
私だけは
What if I can't go with you? What if I'm the only one left behind?
そしたら
Would the entire world become like this place?
所詮これも
It's just a
仮説の
theory,
一つ
but
だけど
I can't help but wonder.
俺は
I need to say it.
お前も救う
I'll save you. Not just Mayuri, but Don't make promises you can't keep. Risu cuts me off sharply, then buries her face in her knees. Asked me if I wasn't afraid. Of course I'm afraid. Maybe I'll disappear. Maybe I'll be left behind all alone. But maybe only you will disappear and everything else will stay the same. The world will continue and nobody will even know that you existed. I'll go back to America as if nothing ever happened. Maybe, feel hopeless just thinking about all the possibilities. But even so, Yusu raises her head and spears me with her glare. Think I would tell you to let Mayuri die? Jeez, it's cold. Yusu grabs her own arms. In the darkness, I see her shoulders shaking. It's because of these wet clothes. This sucks. Anyway, enough of this nonsense. It's nothing but conjecture. Baseless, worthless. I want to cut open my skull and excise the part of my brain that comes up with these delusions. Now she's talking to herself in an angry tone. Risu has always been calm when faced with the unknown. I admired her for that. I thought she was facing this calmly too. I was wrong. Behind her cool facade, she was struggling to cope with the knowledge that her very existence was in jeopardy. She was fighting that fear all alone, and now it has finally come to the surface. Of course she's afraid. However brilliant she may be, she's still just an 18-year-old girl. I'd like to say I'd be afraid too. I don't think your age or gender matters. I think facing mortality sucks. Yusu abruptly stands up. I realize that I no longer hear the sound of rain pouring on the roof. Listen, Okabe. You can't save both of us, correct? No matter how you struggle, it's one or the other. No buts. My answer won't change. Save Mayuri. I hear the pain in her voice, and also the resolve. Yusu has made up her mind. I look away and clench my fists, my nails dig into the palms of my hands. Are you telling me to give up? To abandon you? I could never do that. You can and you must. There's no other way. Oh, you're a friend. I won't abandon you. Risu drops to her knees and grabs me by the collar. I gasp for breath as she stares into my eyes. Her eyes are hard and stern. It's always like this when she scolds me. Always the same glare. Is there another solution? There isn't, is there? I don't want to live if it means sacrificing Mayuri. If you don't save her, I'll never forgive you. This can't be happening. I hate this choice with no right answer. I hate the universe for being so cruel, and most of all I hate myself for forcing Krisu to speak these words when she's the one with the most to lose. Tears well up in my eyes, but I bite my lip and hold them back. Is there really no other way? I can't bear it. I look straight back at Krisu as she holds me by the collar and tightly embrace her slender body. The clothes are still wet from the rain, but all I feel is warmth radiating from the core of her being. But you're right here. Why does it have to be this way? Tension drains from her back and her hands. She gives her whole body to my embrace. Thank you. I know you're hurting for me, but you've done enough. I'm fine, so just think about Mayuri, okay? Despite her fear, Krisu has made her choice. It's time for me to do the same. I need to decide here and now, the future of the world, which friend to let die. Holding Krisu tightly, I whisper into her ear. I'm sorry. A meaningless apology. I want to save Mayuri more than anything. These words are a death sentence, but I force myself to speak them. It takes every ounce of willpower I possess. I can't save you. I know. When I finish, I feel as if a great weight has left my shoulders. At the same time, as if 1,000 needles are stabbing into my heart. Krisu weakly returns my embrace. Then she lets go and stands up.
さてと、
Well then, there's already a look of relief on her face.
先に帰る。
I'm heading back.
帰るって、
Back?
どこへ？
Where? To America?
ラボに決まってるでしょ。
Lab, of course. I need to dry my clothes. I want to take a shower,
シャワー
too.
も浴びたいし。
In that case, we should go back together. But before I can suggest it, Krisu beats me to the punch as if she read my mind.
あんたはそこで
You
ずぶ
stay
濡れ
here
の
and
まま
soak
しば
for
ら
a
く待ってて。わかった？
Understand? We can't go back together. It's her verdict.
わかった。
Understood. I hang my head and shut my eyes. Krisu's footsteps fade into the distance. I wrap my arms around my body. Even though it's summer and swelteringly hot, I can't stop my body from shaking. I realize that part of me is relieved that Krisu left alone. At least I won't have to face her again, to look upon the face of the girl I chose to die. Coward. My self-loathing echoes in the darkness. Got mail. Cease to inquire what the future has in store, and take as a gift whatever the day brings forth. Horace, Italian philosopher. I'm going back to my hotel. Do what needs to be done. Good night. I wait about 2 hours before returning to the lab. Yusu is already gone when I get there. All she left is a single email. I sit down on the sofa while drying my hair with a towel. I look towards the PC in the corner of the room. It's already connected to the IBM 5100, ready for Daru to start hacking. I already got in touch with him. The hacking starts tomorrow at noon. I drove myself even further into a corner by telling that to Daru. Now I can't turn back, no matter how much I want to. I chose Mayuri. Choose. Let Krisu die. Showering didn't soften the wrenching pain in my heart. In truth, I'm just riding on Krisu's resolve. Mine is still a flimsy thing. I can't help but wonder, is this really okay? Really?
誰かいますか？
Anyone here? Mayuri opens the door and enters. For a moment after she catches sight of me, she looks ready to burst into tears. That quickly gives way to a smile.
オカリンだ。
It's Ocarine.
どうした？
What's up? Oh, nothing. I just decided to stop by. Swallow hard. Maybe I should explain the situation to Mayuri, but I know she'll feel guilty if I tell her. Excuse me. Mayuri doesn't need to know. Everything will be okay as long as we crack CERN's database and reach the Beta world line.
最近ね。
You know, I haven't talked much with Ocarine lately.
でもね。
No, I don't want to be a burden on Ocarine.
はなりたくないんだ。
Can I really let it end like this? Shouldn't I tell her what Krisu is sacrificing for her sake?
もしかして
Did
シャワ
you
ー
take
浴
a
びてた
shower?
の？
Mayuri moves behind the sofa, grabs the bath towel on my head, and starts rubbing my hair dry.
オカリン。
You smell
シャン
good,
プーの
like
いい
shampoo.
匂いがするね。
I don't mind the towel so much, but then she buries her nose into my hair and starts sniffing.
やめんか。
Stop that! I jerk my head away. Mayuri goes back to drying my hair.
今日ね。
You know, I didn't go to Komima today.
なぜだ？
オカリンのこと。
I was thinking about
気になっ
Ocarine.
ちゃったのです。オカリンの辛そう
When
な
I got to
顔を思い出した
Ariake,
の
I
です
remembered how sad you looked, and then I thought I shouldn't be having fun at Komima.
だからアリア
So I turned around and came all the way back.
そうか。
Oh, sorry for making you worry. Should I tell her? Should I keep her in the dark?
最近ね。
No, I haven't talked much with Ocarine lately. Maybe Mayushi's getting a little lonely.
寂しくない。
マユリ、
Mayuri, how would you feel if I said I was keeping a secret from you?
実は
You mean like Ocarine and Krishan are actually dating?
付き合っていますっていう
なぜそうなる？
Where did that come from?
でもね。
Ocarine and Krishan get along really well,
とても
right?
仲がいい
I
で
think you
し
two
ょ
are meant for each other.
そんな話をしているんじゃないん
No,
だ。
it's nothing like that.
あ
Oh,
うん
okay.
全部
You don't have to tell me everything if you don't want to.
人質だからね。
Besides, it's normal to keep secrets from your hostage.
そんな話をしているんじゃない
This
んだ
isn't the time for that. Mayuri's hand leaves my head. I look over my shoulder in a panic, thinking she wandered off again. She's there. I grab her hand, perhaps more forcefully than I meant to.
まゆしは
She doesn't want to be a
オカ
burden.
リンの重荷に
Again.
だから
So I'll wait
オカ
until
リンが言
Okarin's
って
ready
く
to
れれ
tell
ば
me.
昨日もそう
Just like I said yesterday, remember?
一生
If I decide to never tell you,
それはね
well, I'd be
とっても
curious.
気になっちゃうけど
Really curious, but if that's what you want,
その隠していること
even
が
if my secret involves you,
まゆしに
Mayoshi,
俺はお前を傷つけ
I
たく
haven't
なく
told
て
you because I don't want to hurt you.
そのせいで
Is that why Okarin looks so sad all the time?
だったらね
Then I do want to know.
オカリンが辛そうな
I
の
don't like it when Okarin's sad,
それでお前は
even if it means you might get hurt.
傷ついてもいいって言う
Yuri replies, with a gentle smile. Yeah. She nods without any hesitation. Her smile is so sincere it strikes me as speechless.
昨日もさっきも言ったよ
Mayushi doesn't want to be a burden.
あのね
When Mayushi was sad because of what happened to Granny, Okarin took Mayushi hostage, remember?
オカリンだからねもしオカリンが
That's why
苦しい
Mayushi
時は
always thought that whenever Okarin said, she could lend her strength to him, you know?
まゆしなんかじゃ
Mayushi might not be useful
役に
though.
立たないかもしれないけ
Useful?
ど
Suddenly I remember. Yuri is going to die tomorrow. I've been through it once before. She died protecting me, and her last words were, finally, I knew she was useful to Okarin.
立て
So this is what she meant.
たよだからね
I don't want to see you hurting.
分かった
Very well. If that's how she feels, I'll tell her everything. I let go of Mayuri's hand and pat the sofa
こ
beside
こに
me.
座るんだ
Take a seat. Mayuri does as she's told.
おやつ
Can I get some
お
snacks?
前は空気が読めない
This is serious, remember?
そう
Oh,
だね
right. Serious can also have snacks. Mayuri sits up straight with her hands folded on her lap.
じゃあど
Okay?
うぞ
Ready?
これから話すことは
Everything I'm about to tell you is
全
true.
部事実だ
It's related to those dreams you
そ
had.
して俺はこの後
I plan to sacrifice one of our friends for your sake. Okarin?
オカリン
Anxiety clouds Mayuri's face, but I ignore it and take her chin in my fingers. The switch has already flipped inside of me. You will soon regret your curiosity, my dear, for the deeds of the great Hoyoin Kyoma are many
せい
and
ぜい
terrible.
後悔するがいいこの俺
So I began, speaking as the
狂
mad
気のマッド
scientist
サ
whose
イエンティ
foolish
ストである
experiments
法
brought
院
everything to
教魔が
ruin.
行ってきた
I start with the first raid on the
恐る
lab.
べき所業の
I
数
tell
々を聞い
Mayuri
て
how
な
Moika killed her.
うぅ
Next, I tell her about Suzuha and Ferris, about Lukako, Moika, FB, and Nai. I describe their fates in every detail, and finally, I tell her about Krisu.
すなわち
By sacrificing Makase Krisu, I will embark upon a journey to a
俺は
glorious
新たな
new
る世界
world.
へと旅立つのだ
There was a lot to explain, and Mayuri kept asking questions, desperate to understand the strange concept I was throwing at her. Thanks to that, the conversation went longer than expected. It's already getting late.
以上が
That is the plan most grand and devious of the insane mad scientist Hoyoin Kyoma.
その名も
Call it Mead
メイ
in
ドインヘブン
Heaven.
である
Finally, it's over. Mayuri says nothing. She's staring at her hands, which are clenched into tiny trembling fists. She looks ready to cry at any
な
second.
ぜ
What's the
そんな
matter?
顔をして
Mayuri shakes her head and bites her lip.
オカリンも
The whole time you and Christian were hurting,
なのにまゆし
Mayushi was making costumes like nothing was wrong.
こん
I feel so stupid.
なのまゆしは
I didn't know anything. Of course you
お
didn't.
前が責任を
That's how I
感じ
planned it.
幻滅したかまゆり
Are you disappointed in me, Mayuri? Sorry, but this is who I am.
仲間を
We'll
平
do
気で犠牲
anything,
にできる
sacrifice
男
anyone to accomplish my goals.
故に
Whether you
お前
like it or
が
not, you're coming with
ベ
me
ータ
to
世
the
界
Beta
線
World
にお
line.
前には俺の人質として
You're my hostage, and you
絶
have
対
no
に
say
最
in
後
the
まで付
matter.
き合ってもらう世界に訪れる混
Let
沌
chaos descend upon the world. That is the choice of Steins Gate.
シュタインズゲートの選択なのだ
Yuri ignores my performance. She gets to her feet and lurches towards the door. I quickly grab her by the wrist.
おいどこ
Where are you going?
クリスチャンに
I need to see
会いに
Christian.
行かな。ねえ、オカリン。
Please, Ocarina, I have to talk to her. There's no way I can refuse Mayuri's request. I contacted Krisu. We arranged to meet at the UPX overpass at 4:30 in the morning. I was wondering why she wanted to meet so early, but I understood once I see her. She's dragging a large suitcase.
お見送りご苦労。
Thanks for coming to see me off. She faces us with a smile.
そのスーツケース
Does that suitcase mean what I think it does?
ま
Oh, yeah, it
そういうこ
does.
とよ。
帰るのか
Going back to America. Krisu nods.
もともと
Also just feel like, in general, saving more.
8
I was
月の
supposed to go
頭に
back at the
帰る
beginning of
予
the
定だったん
month,
だけ
but
ど
then I ran into a certain mad scientist and ended up staying longer than planned.
もう私が手伝えることもないだろうし
There's nothing else I can help you with anyway.
って意味でも
I don't want to be a liability. Is she doing this for me? Or is she trying to outrun her fear? It's not my right to stop her. Even if I did, it wouldn't change anything. Today, as planned, I will crack CERN's database and move to the Beta World line. I've made my decision. Mayuri is next to me, standing still with her head hung.
マユリ
What's wrong,
どうした
Mayuri?
の
Are you feeling sick?
具合悪いの
I gently nudge her back.
ほら
Come on, Mayuri. She takes one step, pauses for a second, then leaps on Krisu with a cry.
クリスチャン。
No, what's going on?
マユシーはね、
Mayushi doesn't want Krishan to
いなくな
disappear.
るの。
Krisu hears the desperate plea in Mayuri's voice. She gives me a look that asks, "Did you tell her?" I silently nod.
マユシーのためなんか
You
に。
can't disappear. Not for Mayushi, okay?
前より
Yuri,
お前
マユシーだって。
Mayushi doesn't want to live if Krishan has to die.
生きてい
I
たく
expected
ないよ。
Mayuri might say that. It's absolutely essential that I remain firm. I feel bad for Krisu, but it needs to be said.
それは許されない
This is the way it has to be.
俺は前よりを選んだ
I
のだ
chose you, Mayuri. You have an obligation to live.
救われる義務があるのだ
Pain stabs through my heart. These words are reprehensible.
クリスはお前のために命を
Krisu and I
投げ
made
出
a
すという契約
pact.
を
She agreed to trade her life for yours. If that sacred covenant is broken, this world is doomed. I
最悪
clench
は
my
この
fists
父親
tight
だ
to
ろ
suppress my self-loathing.
クリスの思いを無駄にする
Don't
な
put Krisu's feelings to waste, Mayuri. But... Thank you, Mayuri. Krisu wraps her arms around Mayuri's back, returning the hug.
でも
But this was my decision too. I'm okay with it, really.
知ってる
Papa loves you, you know? What? But what are you saying?
事実で
It's
し
true, isn't it? She gives me a mischievous smile.
ょだから
It would make him really sad if he died. You don't want him to be sad, do you?
でも、
But if
クリスチャン
Krishan
がい
goes
なくな
away,
ったら、
it'll make Mayushi sad.
そうね
Yeah, I
会えな
know.
くなると
It makes me sad too.
でもどう
But
せ
this
私
was
は
going
生
to
きて
happen
るって
eventually.
アメリカに
I had to go back to America sooner or later.
だから
So even if you move to another world line, just think of me
私
as
はアメ
being
リ
in
カにいる
America.
ものだと思えば
It's practically the same thing.
そういう問題じゃないも
It's
ん。
not the problem.
クリスチャンが
I
消えちゃ
don't
うの
want
が
Krishan
嫌
to
なんだ
disappear.
ね。やめよ
Let's stop this,
う。クリ
okay?
スチャンが消えること
Don't
ない
make Krishan disappear. Krisu separates from Mayuri and gazes straight into her face.
これ以上
You have to listen to us now, Mayuri.
ダメ
She uses a gentle tone as if speaking to a child. Then she lightly bumps Mayuri on the head.
岡部
Abe,
もう
don't ever let go of her
離しちゃダ
again.
メよ
分かってる
I know.
それじゃ
Well,
私は行くからもう二度と岡部の顔見なくて済
thank
むと
God
思
I'll
うの
never have to see your silly face again. She punctuates her insult with a smile. She's so cheerful now. Far cry from the shivering girl in the dark. To To see her like this breaks my heart. Sorry. I repeat the words in my heart again and again, begging for forgiveness. Krisu turns to go. Don't go, Christian. Please, don't go.
ついてこないで。
Don't follow me. He shouts over his shoulder. Mary freezes.
同情なんてしないで。
Don't want pity. It will only make it worse.
これは
This is
私が決
my
めたことな
decision.
の。
Nothing you can say will change my mind.
さよなら。
Goodbye.
まゆり、
Promise me, Mayuri. Promise me you'll find
あん
happiness.
たは幸せになりなさい。
That, Krisu walks away. Early morning Akihabara, well before sunrise. The trains are just starting to run. She disappears into the station, dragging her suitcase behind her, alone. Mary falls to her knees, her face streaked with tears. As I approach, I hear her voice. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
お前が謝る必要は
You
ない。
have nothing to apologize for. This was my decision, and mine alone.
クリスには、
Krisu will disappear. But I chose not to save her.
そして
I chose
世界に
to
は
bring chaos to the world.
俺が許せないか。
You can't forgive me, can you, Mayuri? Then hate me.
だがそれでも
But even then, you're staying with me till the
俺
end.
は
I have chosen
俺は
to save you. I will let Krisu die.
だから
Hate me, loathe me,
お
curse my
前が
name.
も
But I will not turn back.
う俺の
Nobody can stop me now.
野望は
Mayuri slowly stands up,
誰にも止められ
and
な
she
い。
buries her face in my chest, just like she did to Krisu.
オカリンの
Tell me how you really feel.
本当の
How
気
I
持ち
really feel.
聞きたいよ。
Mayuri looks straight up into my eyes.
オカリンが
I want to know what's in your heart, your honest feelings.
マユシーはね、
She doesn't want to be a burden anymore.
なってねえよ。
Not a burden. How can you think
なってる
that?。
これは俺のエゴだ。
This is about me, because I want to save you, because I can't bear to
お
lose
前
you.
を
Yeah? Thank you, Ocarine.
オカ
Thank
リン
you. Miri tries her hardest to smile through the tears. And then, once again, she buries her face into my chest.
いつも見てた。
I've been having scary dreams lately.
そこに出てくる。
Those dreams, you always try to save me.
と
They
夢なん
weren't
かじゃなかった。
dreams, were they?
ずっと
You were fighting to save Mayushi, weren't
マユシー
you?
を助けようとしてくね。オカリン、
Rain, you know,
大好きだよ。
Mayushi loves you.
オカリンがいてくれるから。
Mayushi can smile every day because you're there for me.
これからも
Can we be together from now on,
ずっと
too?
一緒
当たり前だ。
Of course. I answered Mayuri with my embrace.
そんなの
How can you ask that?
一緒にいてくれないと。
I don't want to be apart from you either. Yeah?
あのね、
Mayushi will find happiness.
クリスチャンと
Just like I promised Krishan.
あ
Yeah.
幸せに
Let's be happy together.
あ
Will.
離さないでくだ
Never let go of me.
あ
Won't.
ずっと大好きで
Let me love you forever. Of course. The radiance of the rising sun pours out between the buildings. Daybreak. As the sky grows brighter, we remain in our embrace, as if to reassure each other that we are still here. It didn't really help much.
それではこれよりオペレーションベルダンディ最終フェーズを開
The
始
time has come. We will now commence the final phase of Operation Berthandi. Mayuri and Daru turn to me and then nod. Today is the last day of Komima. Daru wanted to attend, of course, but a little begging convinced him to prioritize the operation. I take a look around the lab. These 20 days have seen consistent change. It's incredible to think at one point this lab had a whole 8 members. Now we're back to 3. The memories we made, the experiences we shared. To save Mayuri, I will undo them all. There is sorrow in me and guilt. Engrave them deep inside my heart. Never forget, I mustn't forget, these long yet short summer days. Still, I chose to erase our memories. I chose to return everything to normal. Suzuha's mission is irrelevant. I'm not doing this for the future. As long as Mayuri lives, nothing else matters.
始めてくれ。
May begin.
いいんだな。
Sure?
あ
Yeah.
オキドキ。
Okie dokie. Daru starts typing on the IBM 5100. It's already connected to his main computer. This will get us into CERN's central database, where they keep the data they mine with Echelon. Blah. There we will locate the first email I sent on July 28th and erase all traces of its existence. With this I can reach the beta world. At last, Mayuri will be safe. Look at Mayuri, she's on the couch, sitting straight as a ramrod, with her grandmother's pocket watch pressed to her ear. She stays still with her eyes closed. Whenever Mayuri wants to calm down, she listens to the sound of that pocket watch. Ever since we parted with Kusu, Mayuri has said nothing about my choice. Guess she's come to terms with it in her own way. The actual work I've left to Daru. No problem there. While waiting for him to finish, I walk into the development room. In the center of the room is the time leap machine. I squat down and gently brush my fingers against the microwave surface. It's cool to the touch. I made irreplaceable friends because of this thing, and because of this thing I've hurt them. I don't want to blame the tool. It's how you use the tool that matters. I've got to admit, it saved me more than once. Still, once this is over, I'll destroy the time loop machine. We must never make the same mistake again. Oh, Green, I found it! It's really there!
あったのか。
The email I sent, it's there.
しっかり残ってるわ。
There he is, man! Daru points to a string of characters. My name is there, followed by the message I wrote about Krisu's death. 3 lines total, each 12 characters long. The data led CERN to our doorstep. The FB's instruction, Moeka and the Rounders attacked. If Suzuha is right, then by erasing this data we will escape from Attractor Field Alpha, where CERN dominates the future. That will take us to Attractor Field Beta, to the Beta world line within its range of convergence. To a future without Mayuri's death. Mayuri is standing next to me, gazing intently at the monitor. She grasps my hand firmly.
おかり
Korean,
大丈夫だ。
okay. She looks anxious, so I pat her head to calm her down.
エンターキーを押せばデータは消せるようになってる。
Excuse me, sorry. Everything's set. One press of the enter key and that data's gone. Daru stands up and gestures to the open seat.
その儀式は
Leave that honor to you, Ocarine. Sit down and face the keyboard. This time, it ends. Risu's face floats through my mind. Close my eyes and take a deep breath. Risu. I slowly raise my right hand and extend my index finger.
勝利の時は来た。
Victory is at hand. Daru twitches at my cry.
この俺は
Unimaginable brilliance and unwavering conviction
己の信念を貫
defeated
き
our vast and powerful enemy and now stand triumphant on
ラ
the
グナロッ
field
クを
of
戦い抜い
Ragnarok.
たのだ。この勝利のため
I give thanks to the comrades whose sacrifice made this victory possible.
戦ってくれた仲間たちに
In
感
the
謝
press of
を。
this key, and Krisu will die. I firmly grip my coat at the shoulder, where it has been stitched together with jagged pink thread.
訪れるのは
The coming world.
俺が望
It's
んだ
the
世界
world
なり。
I wished for. I wished for Mayuri to live and Krisu to die. That is the truth, and I must never forget it.
すべては
This is the choice of
ス
Steins
タイン
Gate.
ズゲートの選択である。
It's the choice of Okabe Rintaro.
エルプサイコングルー。
El Sai Kanguru.
世界は
Let the world be reborn.
再構成される。
Swing down my finger and strike the enter key. After a while, the spinning stops and color gradually returns to the world. Reading Steiner activated. The world line has changed. I look around at the room. Next to me is Daru. Behind me is Mayuri. I reach out to her, and she takes my hand with a smile. Everything is where it should be. It looks like nothing has changed at all. I gently touch my coat's shoulder where Krisu fixed a torn seam. It's gone. My coat isn't torn. The stitches, uneven from having been sewn in the dark, have disappeared. There's no trace of that ridiculous pink thread. I stand up and head to the development room. Underneath the table, the time leap machine. No, that's not the time leap machine. That's the phone wave, name subject to change. The upgrades Krisu made are gone. Nothing has changed. This world is exactly the same. In all respects save one. Krisu was never here. I thought that I was prepared for this, but now that I'm face to face with the cruel consequences of my decision, I feel powerless, defeated. I want to cry. What's wrong, Okari? Mayuri runs up and grabs my arm.
No. Mayuri.
Say, Mayuri. Yeah?
Labomen number 004.
Who was lab mem number 004 again? I need to ask. Even though I know what the answer will be. 004, but Okarin, there's only 3 lab mems, remember? Okarin, Mayushi, and Daru-kun. Tears come. I crumple to my knees. I cover my face with my hands. Yeah. Right. Lab doesn't have a 4th member. It never did. Existence was rejected by the world. Okarin? Something really sad happened, didn't it? Mayuri rubs my back. Mayushi's here for you, Okarin. I embrace Mayuri. Stifle my voice and cry. Okarin, don't cry. Please don't leave me, Mayuri. Please stay by my side forever. Mayuri tenderly strokes my head. Mayushi will always be with you. Always, just like this. All trace of Krisu's existence has vanished. This proves that I have returned to my original world line. This is the world I struggled to reach. The world Suzu had traveled through time to create. A world where the future is free. Nothing has changed, and yet, this is my utopia. And that's the ending you get if you just go through the game. The bad endings are all optional. This is the, neutral end. This is the ending you arrive at unless you meet certain criteria. And maybe I'm mistaken, and I gotta go double check my facts, but I'm pretty sure this is the ending that leads to Steins Gate 0. I'm 90% sure, 95% sure that Steins Gate 0 takes place after this ending. Not quite, then my facts are screwed up. Been a while. But that is where we're going to have to end it tonight, which means we're definitely getting the true ending next week. I'm going to have to start a new file and follow a guide, but that was the plan to begin with. We'll be able to hold down the left control. It's got to turn this down a smidge. It's very loud. I'll be able to hold down left control and speed through most of it, so actually getting to that ending, even though we're starting a new file, won't actually take that long. I apparently missed another ending in there somewhere, unless I'm mistaken. But maybe I'll check that too in a week's time. But Sunday, we finish it this. We will be done with it. So in 160p, I completely missed what happened after we pressed enter. Oh. To the VOD. Yep, basically. It's what you'd expect. But, yeah, to the VOD. Yeah, for sure next week we finish it. There's no way we don't. I don't know what I'll internet hotspot each die to come out over 5 times. I'm so sorry. That's so awful. Yeah, we for sure finish next time. Oh. The night of the 17th passed. The night of the 18th passed, and Mayuri still didn't die. I've kept a close watch for 3 days since then. There have been no attacks, no accidents, no sign that anything might happen. That was enough to convince me that Mayuri is safe. Together with Daru, I destroyed the phone wave and the IBM 5100. Although we have lost the ability to send emails, that is a small price to pay to stay below CERN's radar. Excuse me. Noji is downstairs in the Braun Tube workshop, watching TV on the 42-inch CRT, like always. When I went to check out Radicon, I found it open for business as usual. A search of the internet turned up no mention of a satellite crash. Instead, I found a small article on the local section of a newspaper dated July 28th. It was a report of Krisu's murder. There was no follow-up. The culprit is still at large. According to Daru, the police questioned me several times, because I had discovered the body after all. Of course, I don't remember any of that. At any rate, Mayuri is still alive. I have accomplished what I set out to do. It's over. Oh, Green. Mayuri emerges from the ticket gate, waving her hand as she runs my way. She weaves through the gaps between shoppers and maids handing out leaflets, and when she gets to me, she looks at me with puppy dog eyes. Why are you crying? Mayuri doesn't answer me. She just strokes my cheek gently, silently. She's crying, but she doesn't seem sad. Rather, she seems overcome with emotion. Okarine came to pick me up. You waited for Mayushi. I'm so happy. Don't get so happy after over every little thing. Mayuri wipes away her tears, making room for her shy, innocent smile. So, Mayushi class changed from hostage to girlfriend, right? Indeed. No idea how to respond to such an embarrassing question. But she's right. Mayuri and I are officially a couple. After this long, painful 20 days, I finally noticed how important Mayuri is to me. Plus, she told me that she loved me. Thank goodness, it wasn't just a dream. Let's get going. Let's get going, alright. I'm gonna die standing in this damn heat. I started walking without waiting for Mayuri's response. The lab's hot too, isn't it? At least we got a fan, and besides, I'm thirsty. Gotta have my daily dose of Dr. P. It's Sunday. Despite the heat, I see plenty of shoppers laden with bags enjoying themselves on the streets of Akiba. I suddenly feel a void in my heart. Nothing about this town has changed. Yet it feels like something is missing from my life. No doubt it's the gap that was left by Krisu, but there's no such thing as a perfect future. That is a fantasy that nobody can realize. I mustn't forget. This is the future I wished for, fought for, and won. I have what is most important to me, Mayuri. I should be thankful for that. I'm blessed far beyond the common man. I look besides me and realize that Mayuri's not there. I turn around. She's not there either. Mayuri? She's gone. She's always like this. Sometimes she just wanders off. Anxiety seizes my heart. Mayuri promised she would never leave me. This world line is worthless without her.
Mayuri!
I shout her name at the top of my lungs. I search for her in the crowd, but it's too thick to see.
Mayuri!
Over here. I turn around to see Mayuri running towards me. In her hands is shaved ice. You said it was hot, remember? I thought it'd be nice to eat something cold. Don't scare me like that. I feel so relieved. I want to embrace that small body of hers, but we're in public, so I stop myself. How dare you hug someone in public? I take the shaved ice and hold my empty hand out to Mayuri. Hold my hand. But you'll do that in public? Heathens. Okay. Mayuri takes my hand. Her slender fingers intertwine with mine. Let's save the shaved ice for when we get to the lab. It's too hard to eat while walking. But won't it melt?
しょうがないだろう。
If it melts, it melts.
そっか。
Oh, well, I guess you're right.
しょうがないよね。
We can't eat if we're holding hands anyway.
離さないぞ。
Won't let go. It won't ever
俺
let
は
you
絶
go.
対に。
まゆしだってね。
Mayushi won't let go
離
either.
さないよ。
Mayuri puts just a little more strength into her grip. Love for her fills my heart. Suddenly, Mayuri looks up at Radhikan.
ねえねえ、オカリ。
Oh, Rain,
あのね、
is it possible to dream when you're awake?
夢？
When you're awake? You
それ
mean
は
a
ハクチュ
daydream?
ームというやつ。
そういう
Is
風に
that what it's
呼ぶ
called?
の。
You're so smart.
あのね、それが誰だかわからないんだ
I
けど。
don't know who it was, but Mayushi feels like she had a very important friend.
その大切なお友
And
達
whenever I
のことを
think about that
考え
important
ると
friend,
ね
my head hurts. Like,
すご
you
く切なくなって、
know?
たまにね、
Sometimes I hear a voice.
声って。
Voice?
幸せになり
Voice
な
tells
さ
me
い
to find happiness. Ah. All of that was undone. I erased those memories, sacrificed them.
その人がそう言ってく
Wonder
れ
if
たから
that voice is the reason why she's with
マユ
Ocarine
シは
now.
今こうして
Perhaps everybody remembers their experiences from other world lines. Those memories may be vague and tenuous, but they're there. They speak to us in the forms of dreams, visions, and deja vu.
もし会えたら
If I ever meet that person, I want to tell them thanks. I'm not the only one who remembers.
その人
I wonder who it was.
きっと。
It must have been God.
そっか
Oh, well,
神
thanks,
様
God.
マユシは
Why, she's really
とても幸せ
happy.
です
Mayuri looks up. She reaches out to the sky, like always. She shakes hands with the stardust, twinkling beyond the coat of blue. I look up too, to hold back the tears. And on we walk, hand in hand. Stardust Sky completed. And that puts us at a... We really must have missed one. Maybe not. We'll see. I don't remember the steps to take to the true ending, and I'm gonna have to look it up off camera. Just have a guide up on my phone or something. But yeah, not much happiness. The piano track is wired directly into tear ducts, just permanently, forever. But yeah, we finish this next week. Assuming we'll finish early next week, I don't know what we'll go on to. I don't know if it would really do a service to the next game to start it early and give it just like a half stream. So I don't know what we'll do. We'll figure something out. But we're finishing this next week, Sunday specifically. And yeah, that's what we got for now. Tomorrow we're doing Guilty Gear Strive. Thursday we're doing Stories 2. Friday we're doing Stories 2. Saturday I'm off. Sunday we finish. And yeah, that's what we got. Obviously, thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Hopefully, didn't give everyone depression tonight, but you know, it's what we signed up for. That's how it goes. And yeah, I think that's about all we got for wrapping this up for now. We don't even have to save because it was at an ending. This has been Vipers of Viperland. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. And I'll see you all next time. Oh yeah, we also got a monster. Assuming I start the bot, which I didn't. Yep. We got a monster. Wait, what? Discord. I know as soon as I typed that even 2 minutes behind, Ramen's like, Playfer forgot to start the bot again today, didn't he? Yeah. And of course,
Hey, Master. I am Math Scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.